Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day of Triton Super High Roller Series action powered by Jupiter here at the Jeju Shinhwa World. And, we are going to talk about the 25K Jupiter event that's happening later, but we did crown two champions yesterday. We did have a 100K short deck as well as a 20K no limit hold'em, but before I get to that, I want to talk to my buddy Rum in Chess, Alex Livingston. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing great. How about you, Randy?
Doing all right. Outside was a little bit drizzly. I know you've been talking about going to the park, having a walk out there. Don't think you got an opportunity
I
this
actually
time?
had big plans to go do some exploring today, and then when I woke up and saw the weather, I decided to stay inside instead. So no, did not set foot outside yet today, but I'm still planning on doing some exploring later in the trip.
Yeah, hopefully. And obviously yesterday was the first time you got to do some coverage of the short deck event, right? We threw away the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s. Pot limit pre-flop, a lot of different wrinkle. How about your experience there?
I loved it, Randy. I didn't expect to enjoy short deck as much as I did, but I guess coming from a mixed game background, I saw a lot of overlap with other games. I like the small ball aspect of short deck. It just feels like you can bob and weave and be involved in a lot of pots. There's a lot of limping. There's a lot of multi-way pots. It was really up my alley, actually.
Yeah, I think it was actually very interesting to see how that final table did develop because there was a lot of that small ball poker, a long three-handed match. And, well, before I spoil the results, why don't go ahead and take a look at the VT on how that one unfolded. So there was 7 at the final table. Winfred limp pocket 8s. Michael Watson with queens, of course. He's going to pot it pre, and Jason Kuhn wakes up with the blades. Another re-raise to 1.5 million. Winfred steps aside with the snowman. Watson, how can he not go with pocket queens in the spot? Of course, aces makes the call. It was a 5 million chip pot. 8-7-6. Watson needed a queen. There were ways to chop with the 10. Jason Kuhn did have the straight with the ace, but the river card was the 8, so Watson finished in 7 for $235,000. He does hold that Triton Trident. And it was Wai Long Chan's turn. King Jack suited against Daniel DeVos. King Jack suited was up against Ace 9 of the same suit. They got it in due to shallow stacks, and they both flopped the flush draw. And right there, it was the nuts versus the second nuts. GG for Wai Long Chan, $293,000, no title for the Triton OG. With 5 remaining, things started to heat up when Winfred limped ace-jack. Ruslan tried to take advantage with ace-9 suited, and Winfred laid the trap, repotted it. Of course, ace-9 suited was priced in. Queen 10-8, double gutter for Winfred. Ruslan needed the jack, one jack not there, giving some used hand, and turn card was the 9, so a straight for Winfred. Ruslan needed to find that jack to chop, but he did not. Personal best for the Russian, winning $378,000. Kiat lead had ace-jack. He's going to party with pocket queens. Did not like it, but ace-jack still has plenty of equity, 40% against the pocket queens. Did flop a jack, however, there was a queen on the flop. That was going to be quite grim for Kiat Lee to find a way to win this one. But opportunities to chop with the 10. That was the 9. Kiat Lee did finish as the winner in the 50K, but not another title here in the 100K. And this is where things was very grindy with these 3. Ace-10 for Winfred Yu, called by Daniel DeVos because he was so short. King 9-6, giving Daniel DeVos the best hand. Ace for 10 needed for Winfred Yu. Turn card was a jack and plenty of outs. 10, queen, or ace, but the river card was the king. Winfred, $646,000. No third title in short deck for Winfred. And then it was heads up, ace-jack versus pocket queens, an ultimate cooler, especially with the stacks they had. Just kept saying, pot, 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 pot. 20 million chip pot, ace, king, 9. Divorce. Needs to dodge the queen to be the champion. Turn card was the 8. Yeah, River Card was a board pairing 8. And a huge congratulations to Daniel DeVos as Jason Kuhn finishes as the runner-up. $1.38 million for Daniel DeVos, a third title for the Canadian, a fellow Canadian for you, and a second short deck title.
Yeah, I mean, those two guys have so much Triton success between the two of them. And, you know, Jason Kuhn did get it in good there at the end, but it was Daniel DeVos who prevailed and took down a star-studded final table.
Yeah, I was following the Triton Poker Plus app when there was 3 remaining, and it did seem like Jason Kuhn was so close to pulling away. He had a big lead, but of course with ante so short, it's short deck. You know, it became a bit grindy. But I do want to take a look at Daniel DeVos' profile, right? Because you know he's got his third title, 1.38 million in that one. I mean, walk us through it.
Yeah, you can see he has $28 million in Triton earnings. He has 65 cashes. That was his third title. You can see some of the big success he's had here. You know, going down, he had a 100K PLO event. He got third place in Paradise for $1.1 million. And when he racked up $28 million in scores, there's going to be a lot of 7-figure scores in there, a lot of 6-figure scores. He's just a guy who shows up to every Triton festival, always ready to grind. And I think he takes a lot of off time in between the Triton festivals. He really likes the outdoors. I think he has a very balanced life. And I think that's one of the things that has helped give him success. When he does show up to these festivals, he's very rested and recharged.
Yeah, of course, it's very nice to be rested and trying to take down maybe eventually a Trident. We'll get to more about the Trident later when we touch on one of the other players. But Jason Kuhn, so close to finishing and getting his 13th title, 12 titles, as you can see, 37 million in Triton earnings. It's actually number 2 on the overall Triton leaderboard.
Number 2 to Bryn Kenny, but number 1 in titles with 12, and just so close, Randy, to getting that 13th title. If he had won that Queens versus Ace Jack, he would have had an overwhelming lead. But, you know, those 3 guys really played very well, all 3 of them. Winford Yu as well. They were 3-handed for a very prolonged period. I was talking to Kevin about maybe getting a tennis match in tomorrow, and he said, my sleep schedule got a little messed up. We were in there late last night. It was 3-handed for quite some time, so we'll see if we get that tennis match in tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you were really impressed with Jason's choice in pre-flop raise size, right? Like lots of players were just going pot pre-flop, but Jason, he was kind of tinkering with like the slightly less than pot, and I don't know, talk to me about that.
Well, what it showed to me is that Jason has put a lot of time into thinking about all the different scenarios that can develop in short deck and how to utilize different pre-flop approaches based on your stack size and based on the dynamics that exist. It's something that it's borrowed from PLO that sometimes when you're the chip leader in a bubble scenario or a pay jump kind of ladder scenario, anything very ICM focused, you might choose to use a slightly smaller sizing in a pot limit game because you deny your opponents the ability to just ram and jam, right? One of the things that's different about pot limit than no limit is, of course, the re-raises, you know? In no limit, someone can always just re-raise for 25 big blinds and be all in. In pot limit, you don't have that option. So Jason was employing some 3Xs, some 3.5Xs in spots where I didn't really notice other players doing that, and I thought it was cool to see.
I mean, that's why we call Jason Kuhn the ultimate short deck GOAT. I mean, the Triton GOAT practically of all the titles, but no 13th title for him. Plenty of events for him to do so in the Triton Super High Roller Series still to remain. Now, I do want to give some love to Winford Yu, $646,000 for that cash in third. Now, this is a guy who clearly probably doesn't play poker for a living, right? He's been around since the inception of Triton. You know, we go way back when, right? 2018 scores, even 2016 before we started streaming the Triton Super High Roller Series. But he's a short deck specialist, had 2 titles in short deck, and I don't know, he's just been around for a long time.
Yeah, somebody who's been around since the early days. As you point out, he was even here in the Philippines in 2016. And Winford Yu played really solid the whole time, and very impressive track record, as pretty much everyone at this final table did. And, you know, Randy, we were looking through the field, and, you know, we were noticing you're not going to see too many people who don't have an impressive Triton resume even entering that 100K competition.
Yeah, also the funny thing, during the 3-handed play, there was a hand, I believe DeVos had King 7, Winford went all in, and then DeVos got there King 7, and he just looked like he was fuming. And then Jason Kuhn was just kind of laughing, like, the King 7. And then later, Winford actually picked up King 7 himself, and he doubled up. So it's kind of funny that the King 7 was a thematic hand during 3-handed play. But of course, we do move on. Kiat Lee, 4th place, $487,000. I mean, look at that Jeju 2026 track record so far.
Yeah, what a start for Kiat Lee, finishing, you know, winning the 50K short deck tournament, 4th place in this one, and, you know, so much more to go on the schedule. So we'll look to see Kiat Lee making more final tables and deep runs.
Yeah, so fifth place was Ruslan. Wylon Chan got sixth place for 293,000. Do want to touch a little bit on Michael Watson. He got seventh for $235,000 because he does have that Triton Trident. What a Triton Trident means is that he's won a PLO title, a short deck title, and a Nolan Hold'em title. So the only other player to do so is Jason Kuhn. But we do want to turn our attention over to the $20,000 was the second champion that we did crown yesterday, and that title belongs to Arin Bezani of Armenia, and this is a really cool face for me because I got to watch him in the previous series at a Triton 1. Here he was grinding in the Triton 1 as well, and to transition over to the Super High Roller Series and win $1,000,000 against Alex Ponikov, it's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, look at that leaderboard right there, Randy. Arin Bezani number 1. Alex Ponikovs, who I was told earlier by our producer has won more money in Triton over the last 2 years than anybody else. A lot of deep runs in the 100K plus events in particular. And then Kyan Mokri, who's one of the hottest players in the world right now as well. So a star-studded field there and a star-studded final table. And Arin Bezani picking up that first Triton trophy, and he did a winner's interview afterwards. I saw that. It was translated, but you could tell that he was just extremely excited to get that monkey off his back.
Yeah, it's very cool to see him transition from that Triton 1 where he had multiple caches, and then, of course, parlaying it over to the Triton Super High Roller Series first place for $990,000. So today, we do have a 3-day event. That's a 25K Jupiter. They did play 15 levels yesterday, 262 entries, 6.5 million is the prize pool. 56 players did bag. It's $1.3 million for first, and we are going to pick up coverage here today, take that down to a final table, hopefully. Obviously, we do not know based on how play goes. But let's take a look at the leaderboard, I suppose, and see what's going on over there.
Yeah, you can see at the top of the counts, Dang Pang, followed by Kelvin Kerber, the Brazilian, the Canadian there, Jamil Wakil, and Ebony Kenny, who's had some success in Triton in the past. So this is going to be a fun one to keep an eye on. I really like that they're doing this 3-day event. A lot of the Triton tournaments are 2-day events, and that's at the request of the players because you want to be able to play lots of tournaments. There's some people who come here. You don't want to just drag it out and play these 5-6-day events by any means, but I think it's nice to throw in a 3-day event as well, have something with a slightly slower structure, and it got a pretty good turnout with 262 players, and we're down to 56.
Yeah, slightly slower structure. Kelvin Kerber, he is currently second in chips. It's actually only his third Triton appearance, finished 11th in the Paradise main event. I do want to talk about the man named JNT, Jean-Noel Toel, French all-time money earner. I like to call him Mr. Main Event. He was a runner-up twice in the No Limit Hold'em main event at the Triton Super High Roller Series. He finished second against Timothy Adams. I felt like he should have won because he got in a bigger pocket pair over the under pocket pair and did not hold there. Also finished up in London. Oh, that was in London. Jeju 2024 was a runner-up, and even Paradise, right? He $6 million score runner-up once again.
He finished second in that Paradise super main event, which, by the way, was just a shockingly big turnout, $25,000 buy-in. He finished second for $6 million. But JNT is just one of those guys that I really like to watch, Randy, because he plays his own game, and he plays quickly. He makes a lot of very fast decisions, and don't be fooled by his appearance. He looks like a very friendly guy, and he is, of course. But JNT is very much capable of taking advantage of his image, running some moves. He's a bit unpredictable, and I think the players have a hard time understanding the way he's going to play and how to adjust to his style of play.
It's kind of funny that you mentioned that he's got so much time because I'm looking at the feature table Triton Poker Plus app. He's got 7 minutes and 22 seconds. So I do want to avert our attention to who do you think is going to be the chip leader, or which nation, not which player, which nation is going to be the chip leader. By the end of day 2, you can go ahead and look at the Triton Poker Plus app. Click the poll button. I believe it might even say vote. Decide there. You can choose France. That's probably a good choice with JNT making deep runs regularly. Brazil in second. Just take a moment, take a look, and scan the QR
Yeah, you
code.
can sort of look through the leaderboard, see how many countries are represented and how many players from each country. One of the great things about Triton, of course, is that it is such an international festival. And looking through this list, I just see so many different flags, and that's really great to see. Poker is such an international game. Just zooming out, it's really an international game. If you look at our audience, whenever we do our location shout-outs, we've got people tuning in from all around the world. And I think it really is one of those unifiers.
Yeah, certainly is one of those unifiers. That is the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. We're here once again in Jeju, and will be sending it down shortly as we play down to the final table in the 25K Jupiter event. And we'll see 2 featured tables. It's going to be a lot of action. Nice that we get to ping pong between the blue and the red and let you see all of the big action. And let's get that underway now. Live from the Leze Casino. And before we get to those featured tables, shall we survey the lands outside? Igor Yarshevsky. Orpin. Table mate. Ren Lin.
Lin, yeah.
Thumbs up to us.
I always enjoy watching Ren Lin play. There are few players who have the same kind of positivity and energy that he brings to the table almost every time he takes the felt.
He's got 42 big blinds. That man looks like Paulie V.
Indeed, we did see Paulie V making a run in that 15K high roller, Randy. Earlier in this festival, part of Triton 1.
42 big blinds for him too. Scan over here.
Mustafa Kanit, the Italian.
Oh,
Mr.
Chidwick?
Chidwick.
Just Chidwick?
Always looks intense and composed, does he not? 45 big blinds.
He is the Brit. He too has a healthy stack, 45 big blinds that you just mentioned. Tom Fuchs. It's the Triton Reg. 530K, not so healthy as him, but as results here at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Randy, do you get the feeling that, I see looking at the average stack here, it's 29 big blinds. Do you get the feeling that 29 big blinds now is kind of what 40 or 45 big blinds used to be with how technical these guys are and how small bally they can be post-flop?
That's a good point, and maybe that's why 52 big blinds feels like a chip lead.
Yeah, it feels like a massive stack. As we see Ebony Kenny
Did she take
all
out anyone?
in and pulling her chips back. No,
Yeah, she lost to
she lost.
Clemens Reuter.
But
Looks like he got a double.
only a flesh wound for Ebony.
She doesn't have 52 big blinds anymore, does she?
No, she slipped down a little bit, but still had a smile on her face.
Oh, good. Who else do we have out here? Looks like Joe Chuen is very tired, but he's got 1.2 million in chips, 30 big blinds. That's been playing late.
Maybe those cash games that you were alluding to that some of these players like to dabble in post-tournament, or maybe you're just playing late in the tournament.
He's been here for weeks now, grinding all of the Triton tournaments.
No, come on.
What do we have over here? Is that Jamil Wakil? Is he Canadian too?
He is Canadian, and that is Jamil Wakil in third in chips at the moment with 63 big blinds. Smile on his face.
Do we only showcase Canadians because you're in the booth, Alex?
I don't know, we'll have to ask our production team, but it's nice to see the Canadian representation here at these Triton festivals. Take a look at JNT's buddy Fred Delval as well.
Oh yeah, making a deep run here. And also Alexander Zubov, 355,000 chips, 9 big blinds. He would love to spin it up. Well, it's time to go to our featured tables. Who do we have here? Blue table, Kelvin, table captain, JNT that we mentioned, 48 big blinds, sitting healthy over there. He does have Michael Jang with 29 big blinds on table. That's a short deck specialist, but we've been saying he's also good at no limit hold'em.
Yeah, you've been mentioning that, Randy, and you've been saying, why isn't Michael playing more of the hold'em events? Didn't you say that at one point? But
I did.
Here he is in the 25K with an average stack at that blue table.
I think he heard me, because that's why he's in this event.
He jumped right in.
Red table, Pedro Padilla with 50 big blinds, 2 million in chips. James Mendoza, 44 bigs. But at the bottom, Alex Kula, one of the most dangerous players in No Limit Hold'em, just 15 big blinds. I still think he's dangerous, though.
Oh, he's a very dangerous player. Yeah, he's capable of a lot of things. Well-studied, very successful both online and live.
Aram Agonian, we've seen some of him this week. 24 big blinds.
The American?
American, that's right. Calvin Lee, I believe he also rocks the American flag.
Four.
Was
20,000.
Calvin Lee? There was a screen name online. I feel like it was just Calvin Lee, I believe. Or
I know.
Do you remember
okay.
his name?
It's like Calvin 7V or something like that.
Oh, is that it?
And
okay.
it's not him.
It's not him.
It's a different
It's
guy.
just a different
I've
Calvin.
met the guy. The guy's like European.
Okay, okay. For some reason, I thought there was a Lee in the, it was just a different Calvin screen name.
Yeah. You got it wrong. It's okay.
Then, of course, there's, Calvin Anderson as well. Not too many
Are
Calvins
all
in the poker
Calvins
world.
the same? Like Calvin and Hobbes too?
Yeah, exactly. It's not the most popular name in the poker world. It's not like Phil.
Well, speaking of Calvin, he is going to come along.
And
It's actually kind of funny because I thought he limped for a second because he keep playing short deck.
Yeah, I'm going to have to adjust to seeing deuces. It's like, what is that card? But it looks like a raise and take it here as the Doyle. We will not be paying tribute to the Doyle with that big blind defense.
Nope, we will not. Might as well take this time to give some love to the YouTube chat. We are watching or reading your chat. Give us a thumbs up, a subscribe, and Alex, I know you like to ask that question. Why don't you go ahead and do that?
Yeah, I always like to know, where are you tuning in from and what time is it where you're tuning in from? Because I know that, back in North America, a lot of people are sleeping, but we have some poker enthusiasts, degenerates, maybe night shift workers among us. We have a whole range of people tuning into these broadcasts. So hit us with your locations, and I'll do my best to shout out a few of them as long as we have some dead time between hands.
Well, we got Pocket Kings versus Pocket Queens,
Ooh.
and Joe with Pocket Queens will 3-bet to 200K. He is looking to just get those chips in as soon as possible, but he is going to get bad news if Kings opts to 4-bet.
This feels like an inevitable confrontation here, Randy, and it's going to be a very big pot.
Yeah, so action on Ignis. Is he going to 4-bet? Is he going to slow play?
I suppose the only thing that could perhaps save Ignace is that he opened from under the gun, so maybe he takes a more cautious approach here.
I wouldn't say it's cautious. Maybe it's more so he doesn't have as many 4-bet bluffs if he was to slow play pre, but whatever. That's his problem.
Sorry, for some reason, I had the hands backwards. I was thinking he had the queens. He's got the kings. Definitely going to go for the 4-bet.
No worry. Okay, so Joe Shoji, he's got queens. What does he do now? Because he's obviously a little bit worried about kings and aces.
Yeah, I think the old school play and he does just go with the all-in, and I think this is what people typically do, but you do see a little bit more flatting now sometimes from some of the top players, thinking that they can keep some bluffs in, they can fold ace-high boards.
Well, he went with the old school approach. 2.95 million is the pot, kings versus queens.
And truly, it really is just a cooler. I mean, there were 20, 40 big blinds, 35 big blinds. You certainly cannot fault anyone for getting all in with pocket queens. This is a very unfortunate development.
Unfortunate for Joe, but not so unfortunate for Ignace. He's only got 15K behind, actually. So, like, if Ignace does somehow lose to the queens, he'll have one small blind remaining.
It's okay. No, it's all right.
Oh, he looks practically dead on that flop.
Going to be difficult. Running straight cards the only way.
Jack or ace.
We're at 9.
Jack.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
Or 9.
We're at 9.
Needed Jack.
Or 9.
Looking for that fish hook
That would be
to
Jack.
bail him out of a pre-flop cooler here.
That's
Almost.
not it. That's a full house for Ignace. Joe Schwoji had a very healthy stack and goes out on number 1 or number 2 of today, hands dealt. I'm going to get official count and realize
Can I get
he is
sold?
eliminated.
Yes, thank you.
They're very unlucky there. Just a cooler. 8-handed table, 35 big blinds, kings versus queens. We do have people tuning in from around the world as expected. We've got Toronto, Kentucky, Vietnam, Calgary, Minneapolis, Brazil,
How much is it?
Rotterdam, Canberra, Vegas, Florida, Germany.
You had me going for a second when you said Rotterdam, but it's actually another man from Rotterdam, the
Yeah,
Netherlands.
it's we do have Kevin Vanderkoy who covered Triton 1. Our buddy goes by the screen name Rotterdam.
这是冤家牌，没
In
办法。
his
He's probably watching, if I had
Yeah.
to guess. Assuming he's awake.
in his gaming world, he's probably back in the
He might be on the-
Netherlands now. I know he was going to Seoul for a couple of days.
Yeah, so he's probably
Good
on
call.
the airplane, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Close to it. But that's
Thank
the exit for Joe. do want to remind you that we are actually not in the money yet. Top 41
Maybe
will
we
cash
have
$38,000 is that payday.
Yeah.
You don't want
So-
to fold?
Do need to be a bit responsible if we're some of the medium
Not
stacks
too
out
keen,
there
so.
with 54 remaining, maybe 53 with the elimination.
Yeah, that's a good distinction, Randy. So we're getting close enough to the money that it's on people's minds, but not so close that we're going to see some crazy
Aces lose,
deviations from Chippy V play. I
Indeed
don't
aces.
think quite
Yeah.
yet.
I don't think we're going to see like queens going to the muck, for example, or like jacks.
Right.
But
You get them
that'll
shot
happen
up.
soon, maybe.
You
We'll
were
see.
handpicked for that one.
It's
They
quite the
handpicked you out
nice
the field.
Triton hoodie there.
Now that one's one of my favorites. Just came out.
I went over to the store and I actually bought a couple hats just so I can have a bit more Triton merch, but I wanted a hoodie and they're flat out of my size. I mean, the hoodies have just been selling like hotcakes here.
Bad luck, mate.
Bad luck. I mean, everyone just gobbled up the whole stock during Triton 1. They're going to need to replenish that before the series is over.
Because the Triton merch is actually good quality, you know?
It's good quality and it looks good, and you know, and we're not just saying that as company men. A Ramaganian, Jack 9 suited, my pet hand, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, you keep talking about this Jack 9
It is a beauty, although it's in the face of an inevitable ace-queen shove. It's not the kind of hand you want to be calling off with, of course.
Every time you talk about Jack 9 suited, I'm pretty sure it's been losing. You're a jinx. It's your favorite hand.
500.
Maybe he'll just call for fun and win.
This is for Alex Livingston. I call. Ganyan. The LA Dodgers hat. He's out. Don't let this man double up. Kulev. Like, you know, Kulev's name nowadays often comes up as one of the very best Nolan Hold'em tournament players. You know, we didn't really know much about him prior to him joining the Triton circuit back in 2023. But whenever you see these random interviews or tidbits like asking other pros, name me top 5 Nolan Hold'em tournament players, I feel like his name always comes up now.
Yeah, I mean, he is extremely sharp, competitive, shows up and plays a lot of online tournaments, comes to all these Tritons. Definitely a fearless player who is well studied and has very good execution as well. And Kulev is from Bulgaria, Randy. I was lucky enough to visit Bulgaria just a couple months ago
Okay.
on a little vacation with my fiance and really loved it there.
Oh. I can't name a city, though.
So we spent a few nights in Sofia. There's a PLO player named Veselin Karakatukov, who I'm friends with. We had dinner with him and his
680,000.
wife. We explored the city, and then we went to a nearby town to go skiing, but the weather was unfortunately very bad. It was a lot of rain.
Okay.
But the people were great in Bulgaria. The food was great. Cost of living and all that was pretty low, and we had a great time.
It's a good time. Haven't said. Don't think I've ever. No, I definitely have never visited. Why ever? I'm not sure, but maybe with some suggestions and recommendations from you, I'll hit
Yeah,
up.
I think I'd made so many trips in the past to Western Europe, and of course, I love a lot of the cities and countries in Western Europe, but I wanted to try something different, so Eastern Europe was a lot of fun, and I'd actually like to go back and maybe check out some other cities in Eastern Europe. I know our production team here is Latvian, so maybe I'll make it to Latvia at some point as well.
I've been to Riga before. It's a very small little place, but chill. Very chill. Queens for Arganian.
The queens are going around. Hopefully he doesn't have the same fate running into the kings.
What, you think kings are going to show up?
Well,
Are you that guy?
You never know.
Ifu folds 9-8 offsuit. Come on, I want to see some kings somewhere. Okay, that's not kings. Georgios 4-3 offsuit from Greece. Looks like he's gonna Throw that one away. Early look at the poll. Apparently, we've got a lot of Brazilian fans out there as they lead that poll on which nation will end as the chip leader. I mean, it makes sense that Kelvin's in second in chips, and actually China's right behind with 23% of the votes. Hopefully that's a byproduct of our chip leader, Deng Peng, who's got 3.5 million. Plenty of time to get your votes in. It's a little different now, isn't it? There's no 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s.
Well, it's a little different in a few different ways. I think one of the things that made the 100K coverage kind of fun yesterday is that it's a bit more of a tight-knit group that plays those 100K short deck tournaments. And that it's a double-edged sword. In many cases, it's also very cool watching this 25K No Limit because we're getting to see some new faces, maybe more nationalities. But there was definitely a bit of a home game atmosphere, I feel like, at moments yesterday. And so far, at least, at this feature table, not as much conversation happening.
Hello, aces.
So what's your plan here with the aces? Randy, some sort of small 3-bet?
I would put in a small 3-bet, trying to entice J&T to make some loose-ish call with a hand that's practically drawing dead.
And what's your philosophy on just going with a bit of an exploit here and really using a smaller size with specifically aces than you might with other hands?
I think it's a good strategy against someone who I assume studies a little bit less, right, and maybe doesn't try to think about split ranges in terms of sizings.
Right. Just try to give them that price. You really don't want a hand like ace-10 off to fold. You would love that hand to stay in, of course. So if you make it a little smaller, maybe your man is just going to say pot odds and flick it in.
Well, that man is going to call here with ace-10 offsuit. That is J&T. What a spot for Kelvin Lee. And it's 3-3 deuce. This is an interesting one because he's supposed to c-bet all of his air, but he has so much hand. Maybe if he bets so small to get anything to call.
It's exactly what I'm thinking, Randy. You don't want to let any hand like Jack-10 of diamonds fold, or you even want King-Queen offsuit to peel. So maybe you just, if you bet, maybe you bet something like 20% pot or less.
He went 150. Is that small enough? It is not. So given that he got the ace-10 down, as an exploit, my adjustment would have been maybe make it 100K. Or even just find that point when he calls.
I think 100K might be kind of nice. I mean, you can even consider checking, but it does look a little bit fishy, doesn't it, when you 3-bet and then you get this board that you're supposed to be betting very high frequency, maybe just pure. It looks a little suspicious, but still, aces is so much hand that there is some merit to checking and just letting your opponent, if they have something like king-jack, hit a king or a jack on the turn.
Right, or if they got a pocket pair, they may feel good. If they get checked too, they throw out some chips.
Yeah, and worth noting that because the board is paired, you really have nothing to worry about, right? Like, because if your opponent has king-jack and they hit a king on the turn, well, even if they hit a jack on the river, you're going to win. So, you know, it's just so unlikely you can ever be drawn out on.
Yeah, I think on the flip side, Calvin's probably thinking, well, J&T might be too good to realize. If I bet like 80K, I'm just trying to milk him.
Yeah.
So he's like, well, if I'm bluffing, I would never use a 80K or 100K sizing. I would make it 150. But obviously, there's a bit of both.
And to be clear, I like the way Calvin played it. It's not like he bet big. He still went with that 20% pot sizing, but it's just it's an interesting one, isn't it, where that board is just so good for the aces.
Yeah, it's not like he went pot.
Right. And now he picks up pocket threes. Sometimes these smaller pocket pairs are not as good of hands due to their bad blocker value, but of course on the button, totally reasonable to open.
Got a spot here of ace-queen for Kelvin Kerber. He's second in chips.
So one thing Kerber wants to be aware of is the stack of the big blind, which in this case is J&T with about 40 big blinds. So he doesn't necessarily just want to open rip this hand, because if J&T were to wake up with a monster, he'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he makes it 225K.
Kelvin has the type of hand that against an aggressive Brazilian, you could consider jamming with, Randy, just because if your opponent has a lot of 3-bet folds, you do pick up quite a lot right now. Of course, the downside to that is when they do have a bigger pair, you're in dire straits.
I'm sure it's crossing his mind.
I think versus someone who is very aggressive and finds a lot of 3-bet bluffs, you can just jam all your pairs in this button versus small blind environment.
So Kelvin started the hand with 35 big blinds. I'm sure he's also wondering how small of a pair would his opponent 3-bet call it off. He's going all in, like you suggested, Alex Livingston.
And this is just an easy call for Kelvin. He did not 3-bet with the intention of folding. Let's go to the races.
Yep. Slight advantage to Kelvin Lee, but practically a coin flip. I mean, when you get snapped off, you're very happy to see ace queen.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a 2.8 million chip pot between Kelvin Kerber and Kelvin Lee.
Similar first names.
King 7-5. It's a brick. I see what you said there now. Kelvin and Kelvin.
Kelvin and Kelvin.
Got me. Okay, so just the ace or queen to end Kelvin's days. In regards to the ace, that just hurts every time. Ace on a river. Never feels good.
Yeah, it really is painful when you run out such a clean board with pocket threes, your opponent just drawing to the 6 outs they started with, and then boom, Greensteined.
Greenstein. Yes, that's right. Ace on the river. I'm sure Brazil is very happy with that as votes went up immediately after he won that hand.
Ace comes more
Yeah,
likely
it makes
than the
sense
queen.
because he's now the tournament
Ace
chip
feels
leader.
Like it comes more likely than the
Wow.
queen.
And that is a dangerous man to give a lot of chips to. Kelvin Kerber, the Brazilian, has quite a lot of
So it's
success
for the
both
Javis,
live
man.
and online.
All aces were available.
Brazil's certainly one of those countries, Randy, that has just seen steady growth throughout the last decade and a half. I think at one point they were considered one of the weaker poker countries, and now I would say they are considered one of the strongest, particularly in the no limit hold'em tournament format.
Yeah, very strong. For me, I feel like they're very aggressive, and you don't want to play against aggressive players deep in the tournament because it makes you very uncomfortable.
Absolutely, and when you give an aggressive player a lot of chips, it's a dangerous combination, as Kelvin is our chip leader with over 100 big blinds.
Yeah, so this is Kelvin's third event he's ever played lifetime at Triton. He showed up in Paradise December, got 11th place in the main for $415,000. Did play the 20K, did not cash here, but looking pretty good to cash in this one. That is Kelvin Kerber, and I do want to talk a little bit more about Brazil, because if Brazil is willing to fly out all the way to Jeju, you know they've got the chops.
And, you know, looking at our poll results, it is Brazil currently leading our poll question. Which nation will end the day with the chip lead? You can answer this poll on the Triton Plus Poker app. Brazil currently #1, followed by China, then the USA. Canada down in 10th place. In fact, Canada really in an NA place, as there are 0 votes for Canada.
You
really
seem
hate
sad.
to see this. If you are tuning in as a Canadian, please, you know, give Canada a little bit of love.
Or just vote for Brazil because they're the chip leader.
Yeah, Brazil does have the chip leader, and you know, but Canada's got Jamil Wakil, who is doing well in this tournament as well.
Every time I see a Brazilian win an all-in, I look at the YouTube chat. Vamos, 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 vamos by many different screen names.
Okay, and I just said that Canada has Jamil Wakil, who is doing well. I went to look at the chip counts to see if that is still accurate. Jamil Wakil, unfortunately, did lose about a million chip pot, or excuse me, he lost about a million chips of his stack.
Okay, let's take a look outside. Seems like there is some action here. It's actually a post-flop spot. This one being a raise from Alex Boyka, the 80K, called by Win Lee in the big blind. Jack, Queen, Deuce, 60K win in on the flop from Alex Boyka. There was a call. Turn card is the 10 of spades. So Jack, Queen, Deuce, 10. 250K in on the turn apiece.
Certainly a board that is better for the opener than it is for the big blind defense. Let's see if that means a third large barrel.
Well, so it's Queen, Jack, Deuce, 10, 3, and I think it's safe to say only Boyka could have the nuts, which is Ace King. Win would always want to 3-bet Ace King from the big blind.
Yeah, so Boyka opening in the hijack is the player who can have all the big sets and who can have Ace King. It's just a real range advantage board, one that you can kind of go ham on in theory. I suppose the best hand the big blind could have is King 9.
Could have King 9. Maybe just hanging tight with 2 pairs, Queen, Jack, Jack 10. Right now, it is checked over to Boyka, who's got that decision. Does he want to put in the third barrel, empty the clip? Roughly pot size bet remaining with 840,000 in the pot. That's a tap.
Let's
And
give it up, and it looks like top pair there for the big blind.
Queen 8 offsuit was top
Wembley?
pair. Yeah, that's a really nice call there in the turn for big sizing. And I kind of wonder if Boyka fired the third shell, does Queen 8 hang in there and just say, you're trying to represent Ace King?
Yeah, I mean, these are really tough spots when you're in the big blind there with a hand as strong as top pair. On the one hand, you know your opponent can have all these value hands that you can't have. On the other hand, you know that they know that, and then maybe they just want to bluff with a lot of the weaker parts of their range. Maybe they take a lot of their ace high hands and turn them into bluffs, some suited king high hands, maybe even something like a small pair.
Players of the Jupiter, please return to your seats.
See, Fred Devol
All
also at
dealers,
this table.
please restart playing.
Friend of J&T. They love poker so much that even when the cards are not being dealt at the tournament tables, they go back and play some Chinese.
差不多是一个人
You play any Chinese poker?
掉人快。
It's kind of funny because there was a
Me,
stop
also,
where
yeah.
all of our commentators during our downtime would play some Chinese, and it wasn't big game or anything, but like,
Right.
45
you know,
估计掉
it's all about calling the jokers and just laughing at your opponent, slow rolling people, you know, how you hide your cards.
We had a summer, actually. Actually, Kevin Rabichow was at this house with me. I believe it was the summer of 2011. We all rented a house in Vegas. There were 15 of us or so, and I think I probably spent more time playing Chinese poker against my housemates than I did playing WSOP tournaments that year. We would always have a full game with a waiting list.
A wait list.
Now, Kevin, to his credit, he was probably a little bit more diligent than me in terms of getting the actual grinding in, but there were a few of us that were always at the house, drinking a few beers, playing some Chinese poker. As we see J&T here, flatting the small blind with the ace-deuce suited. Certainly a hand that has some options.
Perhaps he didn't want to see Kelvin shovel in more chips, so he doesn't want to get blown off of it. So there's the call from the small blind. Michael Jang, Queen 6 of clubs calls.
Typically, you will see most of the suited hands continuing here from the big blind. Certainly Queen 6 good enough.
King Jack 7 rainbow.
J&T rocking the CIA hat. I've seen him also wearing an FBI hat in the past and a police hat.
Yeah, this is a first for me. I didn't know he had a CIA hat. Apparently he has a CIA t-shirt as well. Kind of funny because it's like,
Really an entertaining
keeping you
character.
honest.
Yeah, and he still has an active role with the cosmetics company he founded at the age of 78. J&T, not somebody who wants to spend the later years of his life idling around, certainly still traveling the circuit, playing tournament poker, still involved with his company.
yeah, it's awesome to see J&T grinding our Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Founder of that cosmetics company, NAOS. Includes companies like Bioderma. I know my wife uses that product. It's good stuff.
And Randy, is he reaching right now?
Yeah. Well, he's hesitating.
He has an interesting combination with the backdoor spades.
I'm not sure which line he's going for. It's actually, is that check raise? Ace deuce. He's the CIA.
Now he's giving Kerber an awfully good price. Can't expect Kerber to want to fold here with 4 clean outs to the nuts and position.
Yeah, I think he's going to be calling here, trying to spike that 10 and hoping he's up against some 2-pair that he can crack.
Yeah,
Maybe ace-queen is just good, too.
right. I'd be thinking against the value range, we have nice implied odds, and against the bluffs, we're ahead. Of course, future streets can be difficult to navigate.
Turn cards the 7. There are ways to chop this one up.
And I'll be very interested to see what Kerber does here if JNT follows through, which it looks like he is. I assume it'll depend on the size, but he looks like he's...
Oh, the touch the chips in check.
He
This
balked.
This is confusing.
We saw this yesterday from Michael Watson, who had raising chips in his hand and then pulled them back.
I feel like it has a different meaning when it's J&T versus Michael Watson. But let's see how Kerber interprets this. Think about bet, then check.
I don't see too much of a reason to bet Kerber's hand here.
Try not to get blown off of it. It's not unreasonable J&T has a king and thought about betting. It's like, maybe I should check. So that's why he does. And the jack on the river.
And JNT bailed out here, assuming that this river does go check-check, which feels like a possibility.
I mean, it makes sense that you would check now. Try to beat like a queen 10, 10-9. And this one will show down. Ace high versus ace high. Michael's staring at this hand like, wait, what just happened? There was a check raise and ace deuce chops of ace queen?
Yeah, and I think, you know, JNT showing that he likes to make some moves. I don't even really want to say take advantage of his image, I guess, because I don't think his image is as a timid player at all. I think he's just a very unpredictable player who has had a lot of success in very high-level fields.
Just imagine this image of JNT, where he spends most of his time in a province at his estate called Bel Air. You can find him cycling around his land, cigar in mouth, with his dog, a Rhodesian Ridgeback. I believe you're a dog lover?
I am a dog lover. I've got a Portuguese water dog named Hudson, and we just adopted a second Portuguese water dog named Bruno.
I think you would love the outdoors with this man. Cigar in mouth,
You know,
cycling.
this guy's just cool, Randy, and it's almost like he's almost from a different era. He's just cool.
He's a cool man. And he's actually France's #1 all-time money earner, too.
Yeah. I would imagine Elke pretty high up on that list as well.
Probably. I haven't actually peeked at people behind J&T, given how far ahead he is.
Ace tray off for Kerber in the cutoff. Not a hand you open in every situation off every stack size, but as tournament chip leader, any ace is going to get the green light.
I think that the logic for him now is we're getting closer and closer to the money. Let's just test the waters to see how tight some people might be playing their big blind. Can I take some more steals? But queen 8 offsuit will still defend, so it seems like game is normal at the moment. King 6-4. Do see the ace of spades for Kelvin.
These king high boards often favor the raiser quite a bit. Ace of spades in hand as well. Would expect to just see a bet take it down here. Queen 8 with no spade in hand. Doesn't really have much going on.
He's got nothing. Has a pretty cool leather jacket, though.
And a nice head of hair.
But nothing for this flop. I think, at least. He is taking his sweet time. Okay, you will fold. Yeah, so J&T 28 million all-time earnings. And you mentioned Elke. He has 15 million. Benjamin Pollock with 13 million.
Pollock is a former November Niner.
Eh,
You know, Randy, they're bringing back some version of the November 9 this year.
you just fell apart for a second.
I just tripped on my cord for a second here. I got to
You
do
got
a little.
excited about talking about it.
Yeah.
And you just tripped.
Yeah, glad you caught that. Did you see that they're bringing back the delayed final table for the main event this year?
I did not, but you sound very excited. You
I
like
don't
it
know-
or
I
you
don't
don't
know.
like it?
I actually don't like it, but I can see the appeal. You have time to maybe get some sponsors involved.
I don't like it because I
Production
feel
quality.
like the player I played against in that tournament might change
Yeah.
over the time.
Personally, I don't like it, but just worth noting, it's not going to be quite as much of a delay as it used to be. It's not going to be November, but I believe they're going to aim for something like a 2 to 3 week lag time between making the final table and playing it out.
Okay. I mean, I'm more okay with that. Maybe still would prefer it be a bit tighter, maybe like a week max.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to think about scheduling, right? Some people, they come from Europe or Asia to come play the WSOP, and now you're asking them to either go home for 2 weeks or stay an extra 2 weeks. It's kind of a lot.
Like maybe I had some sick read on some guy, and all of a sudden he just fixed his leak. But hold on, we're going out here for a second. Jamil Wakil is involved in this hand. I saw him tap the table, and he is getting reinforcements. He knocked out Christopher Wynn, who had King 10 suited. Jamil Wakil had Ace King. But no cash this time for Chris Wynn. Did actually get to watch him play that final table. I had Bryn Kenny, Isaac Haxton. He seems in all right spirits as he talks to Mario Mosbach. Apparently he's having lunch. Life's all right here. Happy, busting.
It's really a pretty tight-knit community here, Randy. A lot of these poker players very familiar with each other, grinding all these stops.
The action continues. There's Jamil Wakil, the Canadian, back at it. It's on Frederick Delval.
I can't see your cards, but just be careful. You can see like the light. You know what I mean? Yeah, just to tell you.
Delval is on the button. Look on.
Yeah, I was just going to say there is also a $30,000 event scheduled to take place a little later today, Randy.
Is it underway yet?
Not underway yet, but it will be starting soon.
Okay. Keep an eye on that.
And the way Triton usually does things is this progressive buy-in system. So we started with a 20K for the no-limit hold'em events, then a 25, a 30. It will work its way up. That 100K main event will be one of the big spectacles here at the festival.
Even have a $125,000 buy-in and
And a 150 too,
a
don't we?
$150,000 buy-in to celebrate the 10 years of gold.
Yeah,
At
so
the
we
Triton
go-
Super High Roller Series.
We go 30, 40, 60, 50, 125, you know. A little bit of something for everyone. Triton has done something with these creative buy-in sizes. You don't see a lot of 30K or 40K buy-ins at other festivals.
In this hand, Jamil opened to 80K. Boyka called from the big blind, 8-6 deuce, rainbow. Boyka plays a million chip stack. Wakil on 2.1 million. Just to let you know, Queen Bee Poker put a vote in for Canada.
Okay, love to see that.
Is it a coincidence that
We're on the
Jamil just
board.
won a pot too? Is he going to win another pot?
I hope so. And let's get that vote count up. So Canada has rocked its way up to a tie for 6th place in that poll. Brazil still at the top.
You know, Boyka has taken a really long time here from the big blind. We're still on the flop. He has not checked in flow. Is he thinking about leading?
And again, Triton has implemented a new time bank system. So you don't get interrupted when you're in one of these big tanks. You have a bank of time to use throughout the tournament as you wish.
Okay, actually there was a bet of 90K from Jamil, so Boyka was thinking about what to do, and he made the call for 90K. Board pairing 8 on the turn, backdoor diamonds 2. If you want to follow all these outer table actions, do scan that QR code as you see on the screen. Allow you to download the app.
Randy, do you read anything into that tank on the flop on 8-6 deuce? Do you assign any sort of hands to Boyka's range?
I mean, normally you would try and break these things down, but Boyka strikes me as a guy who's very well balanced. I'm also going to assume he doesn't have as much time bank as some of the other players. Kind of take a peek when I look at the Triton Poker Plus app. Hopefully I can get the information. Well, Boyka still has 3 minutes of clock. And double barrel and fold.
Guys, just so you know, you may have seen on the clock we've got 48 players remaining. We do need your table to catch up. It's going slightly slower than the rest of the tables. Once it catches up, we're going to restart. We're going to break the table, and then all tables will restart. Just wait to catch up. At the moment, it's 1. Get it back within the range, but you are more hands than one end.
So this table was playing very slow. That's why we're still here. They need to play catch-up.
Yeah, this is a great thing that Triton does. They really want to ensure fairness as you get close to the money. So a lot of other tournament operators, of course, go hand for hand as you're near the money, but Triton does a good job of monitoring play as much as a full table away from the money, just to make sure that one table is not playing too slow or too fast. And indeed, this table needs to play a few more hands just to catch up to the rest of the field, as we see an all-in here from Frederick Duval.
He jams for 605,000. That's 15 big blinds.
J&T's Bud puts on the red shades. You do see Triton merch on a lot of these players.
He's got the scarf. That's exclusive, I believe, for main event enterers.
Okay, he's got the scarf and the yellow tee.
Super Mario.
Somehow we got Ren Lin's voice out there. He's coming at this table.
And Du Zhao in the big blind, giving this some serious consideration.
He seems to be a bit pained. He's got a 2 million chip stack to do.
These spots can be tricky because 15 big blind shoves in particular, I feel like, versus some players really means something different than they do versus other players.
He's going to show. Oh, I want to see. I see a 9. A 10-10.
Two
Pocket
tens.
10s.
You know, you'll see some players who will shove as wide as something like Queen 10 suited there. And then you'll see other players where it's more that kind of ace queen plus, maybe eights plus. So you really need to know what type of player you're up against facing a 15 big blind shove.
I think Du is going to be very happy to see pocket 10s.
Green, juice.
We take another hand out here because, okay, they finally caught up. And who are we moving here? Is that Igor Yarshevsky? Igor Yarshevsky.
The Ukrainian joining the table.
He's no soft spot, but he only has 16 big blinds. Yarshevsky has 9 million in Triton earnings, 2 Triton titles. You can take a look at the chip counts real quickly, but go ahead.
I'm not sure what he's wearing around his neck there, Randy. He looks like he's ready for a safari or something. Is there a pair of binoculars in that case?
A safari? I don't know about a safari in Jeju. What would you look for? Golf balls?
Well, there might be some wild animals on the island. I'm not sure.
You got me there, buddy. Actually, Yarshevsky has 2 titles that I just mentioned previously. 50K Bounty
Hello.
Quattro. He
Welcome.
got $1 million payday. Montenegro
GTO
2024. He won a turbo in the
Nice.
60K for 862,000,
Lab
also
us
in
up.
2024. So 2024 treated Yurachevsky
Lab
very
us up.
well.
Yeah. Take us to the layup.
James Mendoza.
No one can teach me anything. I don't know.
2 10s here.
I'm disabled.
These two players are quite deep. Let's see how the 10s proceeds.
Joke's
Does
on
just
you.
come with call as a function of those stack sizes.
Yeah, and also being closer to the money. It's harder to induce aggressive action from the shorter stack at this stage. Orpin, he's got an option.
Yeah, you'd think he would be interested here. Out of the big blind, we are getting closer to the money, so perhaps that's weighing into his mind a little bit.
You saw him peek up at the screen very quickly, like, should I speculate? Do I want to bleed down another big blind potentially?
Certainly these sorts of hands, when of the offsuit variety, don't perform very well 3-ways, but suited, he does want to speculate.
Yeah, I think King 7 offsuit always mucks, but King 7 suited, well, you can get flush versus flush situations with this.
Yeah, even King 9 off is not very exciting, right?
I think he prefers King 7 suited than King 9 offsuit.
Absolutely.
To see a nut flush draw for Mendoza.
Note the check here for Mendoza. This is something we're seeing more of at the highest levels of play, is checking nut flush draws. You want to have some deception. You want to be thinking about your overall range of hands. Used to be, I feel like, in the old days, if you flopped a nut flush draw, you just always c-bet, right?
You're like, what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah.
What's happened now is open-ended has been picked up for Ignas.
Oh, you inspired him.
And not really a card that Mendoza wants to see, of course.
Probably just keep checking it for Mendoza. It's hard to get
Like
a
a free
better
500,
hand
huh?
of fold in this run
Free
out.
$500 or
Yeah, and that 9 is going to interact a little bit with both of your opponent's ranges.
It's a free chance at a river card for
Not that
10s
much.
if he wants to take it,
500 is not that.
even though
very
it
much
is
a
the best
high
hand. I don't think he knows it, though.
500 for the low pay desk.
The best hand, but of course, when you do have that open ender, you don't need quite as much protection. Does just check
Graduated.
back. This all looks reasonable.
9 of clubs is the nut flush for James Mendoza. It is a board
You're
pair,
like
though.
you're like a win. You're
Although
like
I
the ones
don't
at the
think
win.
he's worried about boats with the action so far.
Yeah. Yeah.
That one took a while for you to get.
No, and I think
Oh,
it just makes sense for Mendoza. Oh, but Orpin?
He was just grabbing his chips. He just went
Posturing.
he went aggressively at the chip shuffle. I don't think he ever leads in the spot, right?
No, and I don't think it makes sense for Mendoza to do anything other than bet himself. Very hard to expect Ignas to bet on the button.
For me, the main target is the jack as played. You know, queen you probably would have heard from by the big stack in position by the turn.
Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe you go something like 2/3 pot.
He went
They
with
got
like half-ish, I think.
They got you.
Slightly north. Actually close to
A little
2/3.
bit. Got you a little bit.
Yeah, the size looks good. You could bet a lot of just ace of clubs hands here, perhaps.
Minus 2%.
Not that you have that many offsuit hands opening in this position.
Are the 10s ever good as played? I mean, you said ace of clubs.
They're a reasonable
Or
bluff catcher, of
for me, it's
course,
like -5.
blocking slow played
In the
straights,
same
blocking
spot. But
flushes.
for me, it's just more.
Maybe he doesn't expect Mendoza to ever have a jack as played, because the jack probably doesn't go for value right now on this board right now. So is it a queen or nothing? He thinks it's queen or
I think
nothing.
it is. I don't think the jack goes for value. Even ace jack, I wouldn't expect to bet this size.
Mm-hmm.
Just a flush.
Just a flush. Mendoza, 2.3 million.
Big fold. Creeps straight.
Taking a peek at Jay Mendoza's
I was
Triton resume.
Thinking if
It's actually very new to Triton. Showed up to Jeju in 2025. And he actually won in Jeju 2, the very first event he played there, in the 25K WPT Global Slam for $1.5 million. So I think he's very eager to keep coming out to Triton Super
Yeah.
World Series stops.
If you start hot, you want to keep your foot on the gas.
$425K for Igor. He's getting very short. Is this the one to make a play? It is not. 8.5 big blinds. Look at Kerber, ace deuce off in +1.
This is really getting out of line, but when I say out of line, I don't mean it's the wrong play. I just mean that he's understanding that his chip lead means so much as we get closer and closer to the money, the blocker value of the ace being important. But this hand, pocket tens on the button, is a lot of hand.
Yeah, it's a lot of hand for Wu Kuei Song. Counting down his stack. He starts the hand with, what, 18 bigs?
And I think, Randy, even though you want to be a bit more cautious on the bubble, against the chip leader opening, you want to just rip this in because the chip leader will have so many hands just like this that he might not ordinarily have. And tens, of course, vulnerable to the overcards.
For me, I'm actually happier jamming against the chip leader, even though he covers me, than like a shorter stack opening.
I agree with that. And it looks like Wu Kuei Song is doing something a little bit different.
He's inducing?
Yeah, he's perhaps inducing, but also, is there a world in which if 3 people put money in behind him, now he can get away?
Possibly. I think he's trying to induce this man. He's like, he won't call off with like 5s, 4s, 3s, but maybe he'll reshove on me.
I think, though, if you're trying to induce, maybe something a little smaller, something like 275, makes it look like you have a little bit more fold equity on the shove, perhaps?
True. Maybe he
奔
was
着泡沫去了，操！
wishy-washy on what to do.
Yeah.
So he's like, in between.
In any
这手
event,
牌
it's
真
a
的是有点恼人
very nice
上一个
takedown.
不是，不上一个不是，还是得拼的，我操！
还是要拼
对呀
3万8有什么屌用？
掉就掉了呗，对不对啊？
They're like, we're going to go after
哎
Kerber.
那这个说实话
Trying to steal
不
our
是钱的问
blinds.
题好不容易打到现在，随便进个圈的话，
是，那打到现在肯定的不能乱死嘛，你不可能拿个什么
那肯定的嘛，
7、8去弄他。
打区不利的肯定是拼命了，这个
对啊，你找他打肯定是拼命的。
一线排列，不是一线排列，算了的，蒙七七八八的算了的，是实。
One day I'm going to be able to translate that for you, Alex. One day. Just
Are you studying?
Igor, you have 8 bigs?
No.
Not really.
325 behind. 325, thank you.
Pins.
Okay, so Yaroshevsky's in the big blind. He said he has 325K behind.
I
had an ace. I had an ace.
Yes. All in call.
Yu Xiang Yu's got King Jack of Hearts. Raise. Stanley Choi, long time Triton OG from Hong Kong.
Do you see different Triton merch? He's got the Triton wristband.
Oh, that wristband's for the players.
Oh,
That
it is?
wristband's
Okay.
Not a merch item.
Not a merch item?
No, it's.
But you don't see everyone rocking that wristband.
I believe it's to help them with the foods and beverages.
Okay.
For a Triton Super High Roller Series player, but I don't know exactly
I
what
thought,
else.
I thought it was just one of many potential accessories.
I would've
you
bought
know?
one already,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, exactly.
But now you're onto something. Maybe we need to start selling bracelets, necklaces.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Toques. Do you know that term, toque?
What's a toque?
A toque is actually
Oh, I know what it
Kelvin
is.
Kerber is wearing.
Yeah, a toque.
It's a Canadian term. Americans would call it beanie.
Yeah, beanie. Okay.
I don't know what other countries call it.
I mean, we've done the bucket hat already in terms of merch products.
Just a little update. We are down to 47 players. We are paying 41 spots, so we are 6 off the money at this point.
Okay, so we're gonna get there quicker.
See Stanley Choi opening for a min raise in the cutoff with the ace-9 off.
He's
Gonna
trying to go after Kerber.
Yeah. Yeah, just using this as a raise fold.
It looks strong for him to open off the cutoff with this stack, so Kerber's like, I'm not going to defend this. Take it.
Yeah, so typically when you have a stack like that, just over 10 big blinds, you're going to have maybe 12 or 13 big blinds. You're going to have a range that wants to shove and then a range that wants to min raise. And that shoving range is more in the middle of The mid-raising range is a bit more polar, so it's going to be some monsters, and then hands like that, the ace-9 off that can just raise fold.
You think the S means Stanley on his hat?
Good question.
Probably not.
I think it's a company of some sort. I see UBS on there as well. Is it?
做不掉
Yeah,
人了。
he's a businessman.
Yeah, it looks like he's it almost looks like he's a golfer, and he's got to bring everything back to golfer, and he's got like one sponsor on that side of his hat, and maybe there's another sponsor on the other side of the hat.
没给他 A 嘛，给个 A
He
不
needs
干
no sponsors. He's Stanley
有些
Choi.
人就差不多了，
Touche
有人有机会的，两个圣马莫的牌也要干的。
Brought to him, or sponsored by himself. Maybe that is the S.
All right. Yu Xiang Yu, Queen Jack of Clubs. Last time he had King Jack of Hearts when he puts in the min raise. Who's folding? Stanley Choi with Ace King.
It's go time. Let's activate.
Business time. He's frozen.
So somebody in chat is telling us that that is Stanley Choi's brand. And actually, if you look at that S, it's kind of an S with a C within the S. So that is his brand.
Ah.
Stanley Choi, SC.
Igor in there of Ace King. He woke up with an opportunity to chop it up with another Ace King.
And if you, Jingzhu, could see these hands, he would actually make the call with this Queen Jack of Clubs. But of
he could
course,
see.
he can't see them.
Or if he was playing short deck.
Right. He still looks tempted. Yaroshevsky is very short, but Stanley's Choi's shove is just a little too meaty here.
The nod and fold. Same hand? Yep. Same hand. Little chuckle.
是对吗？
啊，勾圈，
我操，
操，早知道是这个不是来了嘛？我说
勾圈都不用开，懒在这个位置，这个时候开勾圈为什么开？
Believe I caught you sharing that he folded Queen Jack.
我想好接他的。
Sure, Choi and Yaroshevsky's happy to hear that, and it's a King 4-3 monotone. It's actually a situation where maybe Igor takes the full pot.
Indeed, free rolling.
It's a big free roll opportunity. 37% of the time, he takes it all. Cut that down to 21% now. We're gonna see a free roll, and we do. Igor Yaroshevsky to 825,000. Stanley Choi cannot believe it.
20几万呀。
The most famous example of this free roll is probably when Connor Drynan got aces all in against Kerry Katz's aces in the $1 million buy-in in
I
Las
remember
Vegas.
that.
And Kerry Katz ran out of 4 flush.
Yeah.
Wasn't also bad for Connor as he had satellited in for just 25K and he had sold some of his actions, so you know, still made a bit of a profit, but
Yes.
Excuse me.
All right, guys. It is that time to give some love to Jupiter. You know, poker, it's always been a global game with players constantly traveling between stops around the world. Crypto was built with that same kind of global movement in mind. Jupiter Global focuses on transferring digital assets internationally through blockchain infrastructure. So that's Jupiter.
这个时候勾圈有什么开头啊？So lucky.
Yeah, you're so lucky, Yaroshevsky. He'll take it because he wants to try to squeeze into the money.
yeah, big pickup there for Yaroshevsky. Up to 825K.
I don't see cards being dealt. I'm just going to assume there's a table lagging somewhere. Yeah, I think we're going to head over there. It's this table. See, Mario Mosbach's got cards in front of him. Ebony Kenny looks like she's got cards in front of her. This was a pre-flop raise from Mario Mosbach. Small blind versus big blind. Bet, call, and a check from Mario. A bet of 325,000 from Ebony. She'll win this spot and moving up in terms of chip counts. Mario's got 3.2 million.
Yeah, Mario is actually second in chips, only behind Kelvin Kerber of our feature table.
There's an all-in from Li Yuen. Du Xiao opened 100K. Li Yuen called the big blind and did a stop and go on 9-7-6-2 hearts. He's going to collect that pot. The good old stop and go.
Yeah, and again, we've seen, Randy, these cycles with poker, right? Like this was a play that for many years you wouldn't see, and now you're seeing more of this where people are calling off of 7 or 8 big blinds and then going with it on favorable flops. I think for a long time online, if you had 8 or 9 big blinds, the philosophy was you just jammed or folded versus an open, right?
Mm-hmm. Creating new strategies. Sometimes it comes full circle. Back to this table.
I'm probably dating myself a little bit with this reference.
Yeah,
it's been quite some time that
How
people
old
have
are you,
realized
buddy? How old are
you don't need to just play all in or fold, but I do enjoy watching the bigger cycles of the game.
Okay, so this is Pooh Ray Ren in the tank. He passes. Mario's got the button. Taking their sweet time, aren't they?
Yeah, there's a reason that this table has been flagged as the one that needs to play catch-up.
Yeah, play faster, guys. There comes the raise from Mario Mosbach. It was actually a Tony Renlin open to 100K. Mario makes it 250. The most animated character remaining in the tournament is this man, Renlin. Renlin plays a 1.1 million chip stack. Getting close to the money. There's a lot of pressure on Renlin. You can see he's actually more interested at something else than whatever's happening at this table, because he's not even looking. Is he trying to see if there's some shorter stacks out there? Okay. Oh, he's stacking. Is he going to push him in?
And a gentleman.
Oh, God, he just tricked me.
Mario, Mario, huh?
He got trolled by Renlin.
One thing that's cool about this app is you can actually see how much time is remaining for each of these players, Randy. So if you have a situation like this, you can try to assess who the culprit is, who is taking a lot more time than everyone else. In this case, it's pretty balanced. Ebony Kenny has the least amount of time on her clock with 1:54. But, you know, Mario Mosbach's just 11 seconds behind with 2:05 left. And it's Clemens Reuter who's playing the fastest at that table.
Let me see Bitcoin up or down. If up, I will go.
Mosbach also a Triton ambassador alongside Danny Tang and Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, he's rocking all the Triton merch right now, Mosbach. But he's covering with his hoodie.
Okay,
Okay.
Bitcoin up.
Any other stragglers, slow players? Let's come to this table. Alex Boyka, first to speak. See that little Triton trophy there on the black chip?
On the black chip.
Do you see it? Look carefully.
Oh, indeed.
It's not really a trophy. It's just a card protector.
It's a card protector, but it's
It's cute, right?
kind of a mock trophy.
I like the way he's stacking his white chips. It's not as beautiful as that red tower the other day, but it'll do.
Oh, the red tower. That was just truly horrendous. What happened to that?
All right, Li Yuen on the button. Puts in a pre-flop raise. Opening off of a shallow stack. Started to hand with 14 bigs and 675,000. Zubal's actually really short in the big blind. He started the hand with 410,000. Perhaps Lee Yuen is trying to pick on that big blind. Think he likes it? You got a physical tell on this man, Alex?
Yeah, I think he's folding. Randy.
Another pot for Lee Yuen.
Every pot's so crucial now as we do get close to that money bubble. There's been one more elimination on an outer table, so we're down to 46. 5 off the money.
And dealers, once again, please restart play.
So it looks like all the slow tables have caught up. We're not hand for hand yet, Randy. We're just monitoring the situation, making sure nobody falls too far behind. So we are back to a regular play at this point.
Yeah, I believe they were at least 2 hands behind our feature table, given how long we were out there, but play does resume. Xiang Yu's got ace deuce, he folds.
Everyone has to be a bit careful at this table with Kelvin Kerber, the chip leader, looming.
Stanley Choi, ace-6 offsuit, he's a short stack, passes. Hanson Yu with king-7 of hearts.
Feels like an easy fold in this situation, nearing
Everyone's
the money.
folding. It's a folding machine.
Yeah, and Kerber.
We need to? Maybe.
Pretty close, pretty close. Although you do have JNT in the small blind, and I might not open any 2 into JNT's small blind, because JNT is not somebody who is going to care too much about bubbling. I think he's going to get in there, although he does fold the Jack-10 off there. And note that Michael Zhang folding a hand that for chips he would always defend with the 10-8 off, so really does show you how Kerber can take advantage of his big chip stack here.
Yep. Just because players can afford to not cash doesn't mean they're not going to try and play good poker. And you can see JNT folding Jack-10 offsuit, Michael Zhang folding 10-8.
Yeah, and worth noting that those 2 stacks that were in the blinds against Kerber's button open are ones that are feeling a lot of that ICM pressure because they can easily just fold into the money if they so choose. Looking at some of the other names on the leaderboard, I see Nick Petrangelo making a move into the top 10.
No, we haven't actually got to touch on Petrangelo. Didn't realize he was still in the tournament. Ander Valinas, he's got 3 million. He's had an incredible week. Almost won the Triton 1 main. Johannes Strava still in there. Stephen Chidwick, Paulie V. Just to name a few.
Kerber opening again, ace-5 off.
Okay, do we have something happening? Because we have a Clemens Reuter on
I'm falling in love now.
miking, not de-miking, but removing his headphones because he's gone.
And we don't think this is a Danny Tang situation from yesterday, Randy, where Tang removed his mic and walked off stage while all in. Ended up having to come back to play another hand.
Yeah, Clemens.
I cannot tell you. Because she's not single.
Looks like he didn't have many chips. Just ended up busting.
Post flop here, Kerber opening, facing a call from Yu Jingzhu in the big blind, checks back the 10-8 deuce monotone.
Yeah, so Kerber had the 5 of clubs. Seems all right.
Yeah, Kerber has a hand that doesn't want to face check raise.
Oh, look at this from you. King 7 of diamonds. He double checked his cards and saw they're red. He's like, yeah, I'm going to bet.
This is kind of cool. I mean, it may or may not work. May require 2 streets, but just believing.
It's a tough call for ace-5 with 5 of clubs.
I agree.
Because even if he makes the flush, what if his opponent was semi-bluffing with a bigger club? Or what if they got the 10?
There's really no river you want to see as Kerber, but he may just feel he has enough equity. Sometimes ace high's ahead, sometimes the club is good. He has position. Prove it, basically. It's kind of a prove it call.
Prove it to me.
And
well, I'll prove to
Yu Jingzhu will prove it with kings and 8s.
So he was bluffing. We don't know if he would have fired through if he did not hit, but he quickly bets 300K now.
And this is interesting, right? Because on the king, a 10 is no longer necessarily going to value bet. A deuce is not going to bet. So, and he shouldn't have too much king X should Yu Jingzhu. So he's kind of saying I have an 8 or better a lot of the time, don't you think, Randy?
Yeah, it should be trip 8s as played.
Trip 8s or a flush is kind of what he's representing for value. And that's not a huge subset of the hands he can get there with if you think that he might be betting with a lot of semi-bluffs on the turn, a lot of gut shots or open-enders that contain a club. So Kerber definitely can consider calling here, as he shouldn't put a ton of king X into his opponent's range. But he does let it go. Cool hand from both there.
Yeah, he's like, trying to mess with me? Check out my leather jacket. He's a boss.
He's got that look. He's got that boss look, you know.
He's feeling comfy.
You can't buy that.
You know they're a boss when they're willing to fight back against the table chip leader with a healthy
一
stack.
喊 all in 我就发财了。
又掉了一个。
There's a lot of players with not many blinds. Zubov is the shortest, 6 bigs. Tom Fuchs on 8. Stanley Choi, which you see now, has got 9 big blinds.
不一定，这时候有可能是中等码的吧。
Taking a look at Yu Jingzhu's profile, he has played in a number of festivals prior to this one, but they've all been here in Korea.
就等你们打就行了。
He played a pretty full schedule in the Triton 1. No cashes as of yet, but he did cash in yesterday's 20K No Limit event in 30th place for 38.5K, and here he is looking to make another run in the 25K.
Kelvin Kerber, another ace rag. This time's up against the pocket 8s of Wu Kui Song. I mean, last time he had 10s, different positions, but he 3-bet to 350K. Let's see how he approaches the 8s from the big. Is he still in the jamming territory, or should he maybe be a little bit cautious? Well, he says all in, but
I think
can you follow answer that question for me?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the jam makes a lot of sense. I do understand that we're getting very close to the bubble, but still, Kerber is just going to be opening so wide here in the hijack, Randy, and 8s is just such a lot of hand. I mean, Kerber's calling range is also going to be pretty tight because he knows that his opponent needs to be tight in this spot, so he might fold hands that he would ordinarily call in a chippy V environment. Something like Ace-Jack could definitely hit the muck.
我进不进圈也无所谓的。
So I think I like the jam. Thoughts?
I think it's pretty good against Kelvin. You know, I could see being cautious against someone else that's not supposed to be messing around. But the two Chinese players snacking on Kerber's chips.
我是知道的。
我短牌都报名了19手了，我操！
Igor Yarshevsky,
5万拿
pocket
40手，10万
7s
拿
off
40
of this
手，我这个
stack.
不夺冠
Might
的
be a
回不
bit
了水。
awkward.
This feels like a really awkward hand.
Didn't seem awkward for him. He just naturally put in the min raise. But it's one of those spots where I feel like if you get action, you probably just pass.
Yeah, I agree with that. Playing it as a raise fold and perhaps thinking that Kerber can't mess around too much as Kerber himself has 5 players behind him. You know, this looks very strong for Igor, and you do need to have a few raise folds, so he's throwing pocket 7s into that range. Maybe he'd have some ace-10 off, ace-jack off in that range as well.
He's also opening into Stanley Choi's big blind with that pocket 7, so he doesn't mind if Stanley gets in there.
Yeah, very true, and if Stanley jams, he can call off.
Stanley defends, 7s is probably
Ahead.
got a big favorite, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's like King 5 that's defending.
Ten-8 of hearts for Kerber.
At least it's got more playability post-flop than the ace rags.
Pocket 7s here.
Send him over the woo.
Now, I think this time you just play this as a flat, or even you could even fold, Randy, but it feels like a hand that maybe wants to see a flop versus someone opening as wide as Kerber. Jamming feels like a little bit of overkill here.
So he started the hand with 24 big blinds. You know he's thinking about jamming, though.
He's thinking about it. My issue with jamming is that the reward of picking up the blinds and antes there is just not that valuable off of his stack size. Going from 1.2 to 1.425 is not a huge difference.
So you're saying trying to make into the money is more important at this point.
Yeah, and I think the fold is very fine. I think you could consider calling there as well. But of course, you have to be worried that you're going to face a lot of heat on a bunch of runouts and that your range could be perceived as a bit capped.
He just told Kerber he folded sevens.
I had 2 overs and suited.
I'm not sure I'd be telling Kerber
What do you have?
that I'm making a fold like that.
So 8-9 or 9-10 or 8-10.
I had 2 overs and suited.
Yeah.
He's overplaying it.
He's not wrong.
I have only
2 overs and it was suited.
Yeah, he tried to reach to make it sound like he had big cards.
Trying to make his hands sound a bit stronger than it is.
Because if you had like ace-king suited, you're not going to call it 2 overs and suited.
Yeah, I would fold.
I only 2 more, so I fold.
Stanley Choi's got 340K and an ace on the button.
Yeah, he's so short that it's not like he can just wait around for anything, and it's not like he can just glide into the money, I should say. So this makes a lot of sense.
He will take it down against Igor. Stanley Choi, the chairman of the board of Head and Shoulders Financial Group.
Okay, that sounds like a good position.
It is a good position. Even played the Triton Million, which was $1 million buy-in game.
Okay.
And he actually bubbled it. Soft bubble, but you know, close enough. Getting closer and closer to the bubble. We still call it soft bubble now, right?
Yeah. In your tournament experience, Randy, are you somebody who was always pretty conscious of the bubble and, you know, wanting to make sure you get that cash before you start thinking about moving up?
Yeah, you know, I don't think there's any problem with that because we always talk about the glory of being the one holding the trophy and all the top money, but there's a big difference from going from $0 to what, min cash, which I believe is around, I forget the number off the top of my head, but it's so important, right? Because once you get into the money, every pay jump from there is much smaller.
Yeah, 38K min cash in this tournament, and to your point, if you get 41st, you get 38K, and you don't double that until you get up to 17th place. So a lot of smaller jumps. As you notice, Yaroshevsky there just folding the ace-jack offsuit to the open of Yu Jingzhu.
Yeah, he's a well-studied player, so he knows how important it is to get to the money when you're one of those stacks that isn't feeling great with 17 bigs.
Yeah, and the open came from the low jack, so it's going to be a pretty strong range, most likely. Nice disciplined fold.
其实可以跟，但是跟没有赔率的人打不完的这个比赛，他很有可能是没东西的，我中个 set 也打不完，我拿10万去买就没有意义了。
是啊，你中3了，他中2对不是打光了？
那太难了，那我就赔率不合适，拿10万去买，对不对？因为我扣了，万一别人推了，他肯定要推我的，我就不能去接了。对。那30万的万一推了呢，对不对？如果别人推，他不会
接的，
他不会。
如果没牌，他肯定不会接。
肯定没有。他得很紧的。想要算了的呀。 2个都可以的，无所谓的。关键连推都这样2、3把了，再拿
我包括
black coffee，
这把我推的有点
one more please black coffee，
再推，被人越推越毛的，给我毛的给我接了，我操，一对气不领先了，有点。
他的后手绝对够你挖。
A little bit of outer table action here.
Tom Fuchs has got an all-in puck in front of him, and it looks like he got called. Let's see, can you make out what we're working with? Ace
Very difficult
10,
to see. There's a bit of a glare.
You know, I think Fuchs has got ace 10. He jammed on.
Your eyes are better than mine, Randy.
Yeah, he jammed from the big blind for 355K. Deng Peng is the one putting.
Is that a pair? In the
No, looks
or
like a 7-8.
suited cards.
It's actually a 9-7-3 two-spade board. Ace-10 versus 8-7. And Tom Fuchs is gone. Sometimes when you're too short, there's nothing the opener can do but call you because they've already put in 2 big blinds and they only have to put in another 5 to knock you out. Peng Peng.
Indeed, yeah, the price just too good. And with that elimination of Tom Fuchs, we are down to 44 players. Only 41 will pay. Tensions are rising a little bit here, especially for the short stacks and the medium stacks who have to be very prudent.
Chitwick.
I believe the action here is on Elias Gutierrez Hernandez.
You are right.
Chidwick always watching his opponents.
All right, Tien Hao's in the big blind. Asking how much his opponent is playing. It doesn't matter, his hand sucks.
And that was a min raise from Hernandez off of a 12 big blind stack. So again, looking at probably a pretty polar range of some very strong hands and then a few raise folds as well.
And all dealers in the tutor event, please restart play.
We get back to our feature table.
I remember you telling me that you enjoy like this phase of the tournament, right? Where there's tension.
Yeah, to some extent. I mean, I think my favorite phase of the tournament is more so the early stages where
Even
it plays
earlier
like a
than
cash
this.
game. And then also, of course, the final table when there's that tension. But sometimes final tables can be a bit boring too, as there's not as much post-flop play.
Okay, so you don't like the bubble play.
Nah, you know, here's what I don't like about the bubble, Randy, is it takes a while. It drags out. You have all this. We got to wait for this table to catch up. And you have, you know, when you get to actual hand for hand, it's actually a little bit better because there's not, you know, some festivals that don't have as good rule sets as Triton in particular, the stages leading up to the hand for hand can be really excruciating with all the stalling. Triton does a great job of mitigating that.
I think the cool thing about bubble, yes, it is slow and there's a lot of like tight play, but then now and then we always get some crazy hand where like, I don't believe you, you're big stacked, and there's some big playbacks, and then someone just loses like a bajillion
that
chips,
stuff
you know?
can definitely be cool, yeah. You do see some outrageous confrontations where the big stack just makes a move, a 5-bet shove with something ridiculous, and
It's
just
kind
gets
of
snapped off by aces.
Funny you mentioned that, but before I do want to add to that point, but we do see JNT with top and bottom against a bet, and he's slow playing.
I like this from JNT because Kerber might get very aggressive here, covering JNT, and you want to keep some of those weak hands in.
Those weak hands are now drawing dead.
And we'll see what Kerber does with this zero equity type hand. Bottom of range. He did bet very small on the flop, which means that JNT could have a lot of floats, could float any gut shots, some ace-high hands, but Kerber does just elect to shut it down. JNT quickly coming in for this half-pot bet.
Yeah, hand should be over soon. But just to bring it back, when you were talking about some huge potential collisions on bubbles, there was a hand. It was, I believe it was 100K or very close to it in terms of buy-in, where Samuel Moeller had did some crazy 5-bet jam with the solver special ace-5 suited. He had like 40, 50 big blinds or
Oh,
something.
I remember
You
that.
remember it?
Yes.
He just stone cold bubbled, and everyone's like, "Whoa, I have like 5 blinds. I just made the money."
I think he had ace-5 offsuit.
He had some kind of ace-5.
I don't know that it was even suited.
I don't know, but it was crazy because I remember the hand was like cold 4-bet or something.
Yeah,
and he's like,
I
I'm
think
all
he,
in.
I think he 5-bet ripped and ran into aces.
Yeah. He ran into aces, I believe you're
And
right.
he was covered, yeah.
And it was like, wow, he's really ambitious because it really does look like that man is sitting there with aces.
Yeah. It was the 150K tournament in 2025 in Jeju.
I mean, to do that in 150K, wow, Samuel Muller. But, you know, he's rebounded since then.
Yeah, he's certainly somebody who's not afraid to make moves. The young Austrian. He's had a lot of success at an early age. Wu Kuisong getting after it here, opening the King 7 offsuit in early position, Randy.
Telling you, these Chinese players, they don't just sit tight.
Looks like we will have a dealer change now. Dealer was tapped off.
Mm-hmm. Time to just look at the leaderboard, you know, and see who's at the top. Scrolling. Kelvin Kerber, 4 million in chips. Deng Peng with 3.5 million. Mozbox on 3.5 too. Who's at the bottom though, Alex?
Looking at the bottom, Alexander Zubov, only 4 big blinds. It is Frederick Delval, JNT's good buddy, who's in second last position. Alexander Shilko in third last, and there are a number of other stacks right around that 10 to 15 big blind region, including Stephen Chidwick. Somebody's saying in chat, so I think there might have been a couple of hands with Mueller, but somebody's saying in chat that there was a Jack 4 offsuit all in. and that's right. That is ringing a bell.
That does ring a bell.
I think there might have also been an ace-5 offhand at some point. It may have been in a different event, but yeah, there was a Jack 4 offsuit all in from Mueller against aces, and I was
You got that
thinking
mixed
it was
up a little bit.
Well, and I thought it was a glitch in the matrix when I read the hand history, but I believe it was real.
Yeah, that one I believe happened on off stream, and then people were like, there must be some typo, and then there was confirmations like, no, he punted.
There was conversation about that one. That might have been during Triton 1, though.
I can't remember. So long ago. But what's not changed is Kerber raising. You can see that Yu Xiong is not interested in letting Kelvin get away with this. Defends 8-7 offsuit.
Of course, the other side of the coin is that nobody talks about the times when those plays work, right? It's just the time when it backfires that everyone talks about it.
$75K is a winner. All I see at this feature table is Kelvin opening and winning chips. Slowly, but surely.
陈明啊，开的多了，他现在开的那么轻，不是我怼他两下，他开的估计更轻。我告诉你，
实在没，但凡有个人头我都给怼过去。
我说真的，这抵抗两下，他更开得勤，没办法，就是区不是干活的时候，是吧？然后别人不抵抗，那肯定一直开。
实在没拍弄开。
其实我这种那么7-7-4还是要打回去。只是我觉得妈的输的好丢人的，后来没效果。
Patiently waiting.
像泡沫丢的有点。
I feel like there has to be a table lagging somewhere.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Who's the culprit this time?
Raise your hand. All 7 or 8 of you, raise your hand if you're playing slow. Oh, it's you guys.
It's them again. It's this table with Mosbach and Kenny, among others. It is Mosbach here firing the turn or the flop? The flop.
Okay, when there's 3 cards on the
Yeah.
board, it's called the flop. When there's 4, it's the turn.
I struggle to see these cards on these outer tables, I must admit. Can you tell us what that flop is just from...
Oh my God. You're going to put me on the spot? How about 4, 8, queen, because I got extra information now.
as it just populates on our board.
Okay, so for this one, it was Mario opened 100K. Renlin calls the big blind. 160K c-bet from Mario. As you can see, Renlin just called. The queen 8-4. Turn card is the 6. It's full rainbow.
$600K in the middle. Renlin's got 1.3 million behind.
Mario's got a ton of chips.
So if you're Mosbach, how hard do you go at this one, knowing that Renlin has one of those stacks that really doesn't want to bubble?
We'll find out. $425. It's a big bet. 3/4-ish. Even if Renlin has a hand like pair gutter, like 8-7, 6-7, I don't think he'd be thrilled calling off a big bet like this.
Yeah, the difficulty here as Renlin is that if you play check call on the turn, you're expecting to face that river barrel at a high frequency. So you have to have a good plan for the hand. Of course, you can call some rivers, fold some other ones, but you should be expecting a fair amount of aggression here from Mosbach.
River card's the 4, so it's queen 8-4, 6-4. Renlin making it look like he's got like a queen as played.
Yeah, I think he would call the turn with any queen, maybe some hands like 7-8 as well.
I mean, Renlin could even have a hand as strong as ace-queen. With the stack he started with, I don't think he necessarily needs to 3-bet out of the big.
Agree with that.
That looks like a check back.
Mario.
He knows he got the goods.
Mario.
Queen 9.
Tony the Tiger.
Tony the Tiger.
Mario. Can't believe it. Don't believe it.
If you would ask here, would tell you.
Mario never listen. You tell you be going out.
His reaction, I think he was going to call a jam.
Yeah, I mean, once you have a queen in a spot like that where your opponent can really be getting after it, very hard to fold on pretty much any river. But Mario recognizing that once Renlin calls the turn, it's going to be a lot of queen X, and he's probably not calling it to fold on that board pairing 4.
Yeah, if he expected some 8X to fold the turn, then what are you left with? Queen X. It's all about getting it. The salt rubbed in after you lose the pot. Mario.
I just can't get mad at that guy, though. He's too entertaining.
Check out this table.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's really good.
3 away from the money.
It looks like Steven Chidwick has a lot of chips, but most of those are those blue 5K chips.
Chidwick only has 620,000 chips.
Chidwick has actually bubbled 19 times, Randy, in his Triton career. I think a lot of that just speaks to his style of play. He is willing to go for it, maybe gamble a little bit more than some other players. And with that comes also, of course, a lot of titles and a lot of very strong results. Chidwick been grinding these Triton tournaments from their inception pretty much.
Plays all variants. Mixed game player like yourself.
Yeah, somebody who really loves to compete.
This one wasn't open from E. Slice. Calls.
I've had a lot of elbows in the past, but it's been good for a while. I think it's just like
Queen Jack Deuce. 2 diamonds. Both with similar stacks, around 1.4 million apiece. Buck 25.
Exactly, yeah.
Taking some time here.
So everything I'm doing is
Analysis fold. It's good to take a pot down at this phase.
Please retake your seats.
Retake your seats because it's on to the next hand.
And all dealers in the Jupiter event, please restart play. A reminder, we're still playing small blind 25 and big blind ante 50K.
Back to our featured table. That's a cool logo, the SC. The C contained within the S.
I see it now.
Yeah. Looks a bit like a snake.
Yes.
Players in the Jupiter event, new level next hand, small blind 30,000, big blind ante 60,000. 30-60 next hand.
Jack 8-0 for Kerber.
He looked, right?
I think he looked. But what about this? Michael Zhang, ace queen of hearts, Randy, 22 big blinds. Thoughts?
I'm all over the board with this one. Obviously, a lot of merits to just jamming. You've got a lot of fold equity. You do good even against the calling range. But then, do you really want to put your tournament life on the line with 22 big blinds right now when there's 3, 4, 6, 8 big blind stacks out there? I could see merit to just flatting, but he's going to go for it.
Is going for the jam, just recognizing exactly how wide Kerber is opening.
What was your first instinct, though?
I thought it was a little bit close. I mean, it all depends on your approach, too, right? Like, if you don't care that much about bubbling, you could even go with 3-bet small to call it off to induce. But I don't think I would go that route. I think given how wide Kerber should be opening 3 off the money, I would rip it in, but it's obviously a bit scary. You also have 2 stacks behind you who could randomly wake up.
So just to give you a little more context, Michael Zhang started the hand 27th on the leaderboard with his stack.
Yeah. Flatting is definitely an option. Of course, the hand has great playability. You keep in a lot of stuff that you dominate. It's not like you can just get completely messed around with. You're still going to just flop enough of a piece on a fair amount of boards. There were options there for sure. Blinds up now 30K, 60K. And Yaroshevsky, despite having only 14 big blinds, there are 2 shorter stacks than him just on this table alone. 6s hits the muck. We saw him open 7s earlier, but we're closer to the money. It's a lower pair.
Blinds going up doesn't help. Okay. Queen 8.
Yeah, just shoving into the short stack of Stanley Choi. Queen 8, more than enough hand.
It's always nice to get the opportunity to pick on the short stacks right now.
And it's still Alexander Zubov at the bottom of the board. He's been hovering in that very short region for quite some time now. But at this point, there are 8 stacks under 10 big blinds, Randy. So those stacks who have more like 15 to 20, they really want to make sure that they can make it into the money before they press too hard. Zubov, no stranger to bubbling big tournaments, bubbling the 250K Triton Invitational just a couple months ago in Paradise.
Yeah, I don't think that's a stat he would like to increase.
And JNT, ace-queen off. He's not scared, is he, Randy?
No. Everyone's trying to pick on Kelber.
JNT does these things where he kind of grabs the chips as though you expect them to all be going in, and then he sort of pulls back.
It's only final until he announces or puts in the chips. He says 350,000. They're not making it easy for Kerber. A lot of fighters out there.
And it's funny, when you have the chip lead, you almost feel this sense of entitlement. Like, if you start with a big table chip lead, 5 off the money, and then the bubble bursts, and somehow you've lost chips, you really feel like you were robbed.
Pocket 9s for Stanley Choi. Raise and 3-bet in front of him, but he's so shallow. This is one of the best hands he's seen.
Really awkward spot here, because JNT's 3-bet should be quite strong here. But like you mentioned, this is such a strong hand, but indeed, he does find the fold facing this level of heat.
Big fold. I think it's really different. Like, imagine if Kerber was a 3-better, he might be willing to call off 9s because Kerber might be just making a move with some random ace rags. But here, when you JNT 3-bets, it's supposed to be stronger, and it is ace-queen.
And despite being so short on chips, there are a couple other players in his neighborhood.
What is going on here? King 3 suited with the call.
Kerber taking it to the streets, Randy. What's the dealer saying?
Checks, it's 350 star.
Yes.
Oh, he thought.
Although there was one issue where he asked you, is it 250, and you said yes. You can change your
Exactly. Can you check the floor of the floor?
Oh my God.
I asked 250 and he said yes.
Yeah, you can call all four. You can change your action.
Oh, Kerber thought it was 250.
No, I asked 250.
No. He asked you 250. You said yes.
We need a floor. Floor. Table. Blue.
What do you think the ruling here is, Randy? I think it might ultimately be Kerber's responsibility. You can see the chips in front of JNT. Quite clear that it's 350.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I heard it was 250.
And I'm heard those.
Yeah. I said 350 2 times. But he asked me and I said 350, but he said 250.
I think you're right. It was his responsibility to realize there was 350,000 in chips out there.
Kerber asked for a count. He said, is it 250? The dealer must have heard that as 350. So once Kerber puts in those calling chips for the 250, he is obligated to call the full amount. I think that's definitely the right ruling.
I agree. It's not like JNT didn't put out the chips yet and then he called. It was clearly in front of him. 200K is the C-bet.
Now, sometimes when you have one of these rulings go against you, you know, you can get a bit flummoxed. You have to regroup and play the hand, but I don't think that this is going to give Kerber any trouble here with the King 3 black on the Ace 2 6 2 red. Or 3 red.
Yeah, I think he might have folded if he realized it was 350.
I think so too. He thought he was getting a very good price.
Because it would have been such an odd call to 3-bet to 350.
我还以为可以改变动作的，我还以为。
我觉得应该能，因为他问了，他不是。
但是裁判也说，
So small mistake for Kerber, but not a huge one. We've seen worse situations develop before.
也没毛病。
如果转牌就没事了。我们转牌。
There was actually a big one. I believe it was an invitational in Cyprus where there was an all-in from Ebony Kenny, an invitational in front of Bird, but Bird did not see it, so he went all in, and he ended up having to call, and that pan would have never happened to Bird. He ended up like
and he bubbled, right?
Yep.
I think I remember that one. Yeah.
So you do have to pay attention.
You have to be careful in these high-pressure moments.
Okay, so another ace-queen for Michael.
Note that it's Kerber in the big blind. Does Zhang ever size up a bit here to discourage a light peel?
Apparently not.
It's something you can consider doing. Your range to open is already fairly strong.
King 9 for Kelvin Kerber. Guess he would have probably called 140 or 150 anyways with this hand.
And we do need all players to please stay at your seats for this point of the tournament.
Ace Jack 7, 2 spades.
And Kerber keeps looking at these ace-high flops with king high. Classy touch with the Triton logo on that ace of spades. Not sure I caught that previously.
Oh, you didn't notice?
I mean, I must have at some point, but I never really clocked it, you know?
You never noticed that they have to turn the ace like upside down sometimes just to get in the
Oh,
right
yeah?
direction? Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah, it's just the ace of spades, right?
Yeah, just the ace of spades. No, we do it to the king of diamonds.
Well, it could be another ace. No, it's usually just the ace of spades that has that cool thing going on.
Actually, I do read the YouTube chat. Okay. I went back, and when you're referencing the Molar Jack forehand against aces, he actually won the hand, according to Chat Pro 67, against Alex Foxen.
Foxen, right. And I remember, because I remember asking Foxen about that hand. I said, was that real? He said, yes.
For the Robbie. Oh, what's happening here? Chidwick is by himself with no chips in front of him, getting a massage.
He does not look like a man who is still playing this tournament, Randy.
No, because he got an ace-king against pocket aces of Roland Rokita, who's standing right there in front of you. But the massage must go on, I guess.
And what that means, Randy, is we have 42 players, and this tournament pays 41 spots.
That was such a funny graphic. Just to see Chidwick by himself. Everyone
great.
just left him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Playing by himself.
Finishing out his massage.
He won the opportunity to win $0.
So we will be hard hand for hand now. We'll wait for play to finish on all tables before dealing the next hand. The shortest stacks here, we have 3 5 big blinds and less. Stanley Choi, who we've seen at our feature table, Alex Kulev, the Bulgarian, and Alexander Zubov, the Russian.
So 42 remaining, 41 pay. Now, just to give you some extra stats, Kulev has actually bubbled the Triton series 7 times in his career. Stanley Choi bubbled 4 times. Zubov has bubbled before. Boyka as well. And, you know, that one time that Zubov did bubble was actually in that 250K Invitational in Paradise last year that we touched on briefly. So the chip counts in 3 of those shorties on our featured tables. Ensign Yu, Stanley Choi, Alex Kulev, Zubov on the outer. Must be good if you got a big stack right now, especially with Pedro Padilla. He's not the tournament chip leader, but he's the the table chip leader of his table.
And Kelvin Kerber is no longer the tournament chip leader either. It is Dang Pang at the top of the boards. But somebody else who has just seen a historic rise is Tony Lin.
Tony Lin.
Up to 4.2 million.
Well, guys, if you guys have time, please fill out the survey. You can do !survey in the chat. We do listen to your feedback. Tell us about what you like, what you don't like. Say great things about Alex Livingston if you want. Or me, if you're feeling good about that.
Or say terrible things about us.
No,
not
no, don't
encourage that.
It's actually not allowed. I will delete it. Just kidding. If you do have a negative experience, of course, you can tell us. But I'm sure you guys are having a great time, and you might as well thumbs up, subscribe, like. It's all free for you guys to watch.
Vote in our poll, particularly if you're voting for Canada.
Yeah.
Tell us where you're tuning in from. We've got a little bit of downtime here as we are waiting for play to conclude on all the tables.
Poll currently led by Brazil, 28%. But we have something happening here. Jamil Wakil is looking over at seat 1 intensely. It's a small blind versus big blind confrontation. We do see a flop of Queen 9-8 all hearts. Win Lee going to bet the minimum of 60K. Healthy stacks for both, 2.5 million plus. Looks like the Jack of Hearts, so the 10 of Hearts would make a straight flush. Which one of them has the 10 of Hearts?
Pretty deep both these players are, so neither one is incentivized to play a super big pot without good reason.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to play a really big pot with this run out. Even if you had the Ace of Hearts, you'd be a little bit worried that
For
10 of
sure.
Hearts is lurking.
That money card.
You wouldn't be like, ah, 2.5 million. But that card definitely changes things. Maybe Jamil had a random 8 or 9. He's not feeling good about it. Flush coming in. See a river card? Is that another heart?
Is that the 10 of
oh
hearts?
Oh my god, it's 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, all hearts. There's a straight flush on the board.
Straight flush on board, and only the King of Hearts can outright win the pot. This is a fun game of chicken if one of these players wants to make a 3 or 4x pot over bet and represent that they have that King of Hearts, trying to get their opponent off a chop or trying to get them call
Look
for
at
the
that.
chop.
Just look at it.
You don't see that every day, this straight flush on board.
That's a jackpot hand. And there is betting happening. 600,000. Jamil saying, I've got the King of Hearts. Ever seen anyone fold a straight flush?
This is pretty cool. I mean, Jamil definitely does not need to have the King of Hearts to make this play. In fact, if he thinks his opponent doesn't have the King of Hearts for whatever reason, the way the hand played out, he should do this at a high clip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not folding a straight flush. He calls. What has Jamil got? Those are black cards.
Chop it up. Respect Jamil for going for it. Yeah, all in. Someone was saying all in. You know, if you make that play, you have to also feel that you could face the shove yourself. We have people tuning in from Hawaii, Houston, California, New Zealand, Nice, Canada.
两个很深的马还打起来，我要反推到温印怎么办呢？
弃牌啊，还能怎么办？这个面被人推all in了。
他打了个几十万，包括锤子叫我让我推的时候，我一打打。
And if you're wondering how Tony Ren Lin got that big stack, he did get all in with Ace King against Gabriel Costa's Pocket Queens, El Clasico as we call it, and emerged victorious, dispatching Gabriel 2 off the money.
碰到 A 都没用了，8、9、10勾全会，就是所有人就是谁有谁赢。
So players, if you get an all-in call at the table, please keep the cards face down, freeze the action. Do not show your cards. If you do 2 players,
Ohio, Australia, Thailand, Estonia, India. Always a very international audience here at Triton.
Mm-hmm.
Players will, the player who started the hand with more chips will receive the higher play.
Malaysia, very important country here at Triton.
We do need all players to stay in your seats at this point.
It's very international out there.
All actions while we have all-in calls will be announced.
Michael Jang from the UK.
Thank you.
He's like, why aren't we dealing a hand? Because we are hand for hand. Stone Cold Bubble. You really do notice at events like this on how international poker really is. Players flying in from all over the world to sit down at the same table, and crypto has that same global nature. Jupiter Global is designed around moving digital assets across borders directly through blockchain networks. That's Jupiter. Also have the Jupe Predict. Use those instincts, real world outcomes. We move on. Pocket jacks for Xiang Yu. Actually, one of the better hands I've seen him be dealt.
Stanley Troy's got trays, but we are on the stone bubble, and there are actually 2 stacks shorter than him.
Yeah, so he pretty much needs to wait around for someone else to bust or get ultra premiums.
One thing to note is that these players, via the app, do have access to all the stacks at the other tables.
Chat's loving the straight flush hand. I've never seen it.
It was pretty cool, yeah.
Because the straight flush was on the board, not from
You
the
have an
hole.
over?
He didn't bet enough, Randy. He just goes all in, he wins the pot.
Well,
Ace Jack versus Pocket
he doesn't have
Kings.
an over. Oh my god.
O'Ganion.
That's so
Oh,
brutal.
wow. Just a blind
probably
on
going
blind
to
battle
gamble now.
here.
O'Ganion jammed the small blind of Ace Jack. Of course. He thinks he's got the best hand.
Yeah, you can't fault him for jamming Ace Jack, and you know, you can get Mendoza to fold plenty of pairs even, but not kings, of course.
Good call.
So we're not going to flip it up just yet until all hands on other tables are finished. Somehow O'Ganion's in good spirits despite being potentially the bubble boy.
And sometimes in these situations, Randy, the players will privately tell each other what they're up against. But of course, we do have to wait for all the play to conclude on the other tables before we flip them up.
Lights are so bright. Oh my god. The 2 kings.
O'Ganion would hate to have his first
so happy
bubble
now.
ever
Everyone is happy.
at a Triton Super High Roller
There are
Series.
41 people that are about to be happy. Maybe you never know.
Come on, Kulev.
Kulev's got a big smile on his face because not only is O'Ganion all in and at risk, but Mendoza doesn't cover him by much. So even if O'Ganion were to win the hand, Mendoza would now be the shortest stack.
Yeah, well, actually,
I feel like when it's normal
Mendoza
like
has
this,
800K
I
behind,
never
but
care,
I like
'cause
where
it's
your head's
like
at.
such a normal.
Does?
It's still normal.
I thought he had
You
890
know?
total.
So
Oh,
I feel
Don't worry,
like
buddy.
the ace can come
Don't
because
worry.
it's so normal.
But you know who's going to be happy?
okay.
Kulev will be very happy because he only has 4 big blinds and 235,000 if the Kings can hold. Pat on the back for Mendoza.
That's not good.
Maybe O'Ganion's going to need a pat on the back
Give him top
because
set,
he
I'm
needs an
sorry.
ace. Or he's going home with nothing.
Five. 3. 5. Queen is okay.
Queen's chill.
Oh.
5.
Nice.
Sweat.
7 outs. Does it burst?
Oh.
It's the ace
wow.
on the river. Aram. Couldn't let Kulev know, like, I'm still in the tournament.
James Mendoza surrendering about half his stack.
I mean,
That's how these stupid tournaments are. You get dealt an all-in, you get dealt a call, and one guy has to win and one guy has to fucking lose.
You're the guy that wins.
I wish I did it to someone else at this table. I'll tell you that.
Players in the 2 tournament, please retake your seats. And dealers, next hand, please.
They're checking out the Triton Poker Plus app and realize that they did not make it into the money.
Yeah. Only really one happy man after that exchange. Although you could say that the table chip leaders are happy too to keep this bubble going a little bit longer.
So maybe like 3 to 5
Yeah,
people are happy.
Exactly.
I don't think Kuei Song was happy, but he's got King Jack suited is enough to open.
And we've seen him get a little out of line. Not to say that this is out of line. We saw him open the King 7 offsuit earlier.
But not shy of getting involved.
Always a little scary when you've got that chip leader behind you at your table.
I wonder if Michael continues with ace-5 offsuit, and in which way?
Yeah,
Big blind.
You could actually go for 3-bet bluff even if you think your opponent is opening really wide. Flatting doesn't feel super comfortable.
I mean, he's supposed to often win with a 3-bet. I think it's crossing his mind.
Yeah, you could make it something like 350, 375.
Because you rarely get called, too, so you don't usually lose more chips. Either your opponent 4-bet jams or folds.
Looks like he's just going to let it go, but he was definitely thinking about it, Randy.
Yeah. He's just going to try to sneak into the money. Can't blame him. Okay. More outer table action. This one is a button open from Yai, 120K. Once again, it's Hernandez calling from the big blind. There was 100K on the flop. Queen 9, 4, 2 clubs. Turn card is the 7 of clubs, so pot now 530,000. Check, check. 4 of spades. So we try to get the camera in focus. Another check from Elias. And another check. Who's got the pair? Looks like it's Elias. Jack 9 for middle pair. He's been grinding upwards. He's got 2.1 million now.
Dealers, please deal the next hand.
That was the last hand to finish, so one more coming for all the tables here.
We have a question in the chat about the Triton Poker Plus app. Yes, it is also in sync with our stream, so you will not get spoiled if you use the Triton Poker Plus app. So download it. Enhance your viewing experience.
These two men, Stanley Choi and Anson Yu, both having to be very patient here with a couple stacks still shorter than theirs.
King 5 offsuit. This man would probably play with just one card. J&T's got the suited 2-gapper.
I just never know what J&T is going to do, Randy. He's a bit unpredictable.
Okay, he's going to fold. You know, Xiang Yu has actually defended a lot of big blinds against Kerber.
He has, and he's done okay. He had that one where he went for the bluff on the turn, rivered the king.
He had king 7 as well.
Look at this, Randy. Instead of a defense, he's coming with a very small 3-bet. Now, against Kerber's exact hand, I think this just works right here, perhaps. But the size is interesting to me because you're kind of inviting this big stack to come along for this price.
I guess he just realizes Kelvin has so many random hands that a small sizing just gets the job done too. And the fact that he sees the fold there gives him that much more confidence that, yeah, this guy has so much rubbish.
Yeah, you're certainly going to shed a lot of the offsuit combos for this size, but you know, I'd be a little worried giving such a compelling price to somebody as talented as Kerber with a covering stack in position.
Okay, so Nick Petrangelo, Nicky P. Haven't got to see him at all. And he's got a spot against Paulie V.
It's Nicky P versus Paulie V.
Nicky P versus Paulie V, that's right. It was a limp pot, bet and call 60K, 300K winning on the turn. So it's 10, Jack 5, 2 clubs, 8 of hearts, 6 of spades. Nicky P with 2 bets so far. Nicky P checks. Given Paul EV has not snap checked it back, maybe he's got a jack thinking about value betting or not. Or he's got busted hand. Check. That looks like
Queen high, or is there's a pair in there? Queen
six. Oh my god, it was Jack 10, 5, 8, 6, and Petrangelo double-barreled the flush draw, rivered the 6, and he's good.
And Paul EV does not look happy.
He's mashing away.
He's texting the group chat.
He's like, I made a good call of just a 5, probably, and I got rivered.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like he had a 5, right? Just given.
Yeah, I think based on the reaction, but it's not like Nick was just barreling some total air ball. He did have a gut shot and a flush draw. Stanley under the gun now, so the blinds will hit him next hand.
Anson Yu and Stanley Choi have like the same stack of 350K, but Stanley Choi has to eat the big blind first.
Kerber picks up the first real hand he's seen in a while.
Ooh, that's a real hand.
J&T. What are we going to see here?
I like the way you said that. J&T.
Yeah.
I think he's going to 3-bet.
And you expect a small 3-bet here, Randy?
I mean, he's got his own sizings that he likes to go with. Makes it 400K. This is not the first time J&T has 3-bet against Kerber.
So by going larger, you know, in some senses, it makes you want to go all in more. I'm not going to say that Kerber is going to go all in with 7s, but if you think your opponent has some 3-bet folds, the large size is actually quite compelling, but 7s just a little too weak.
It's actually been kind of a tough table for Kerber when he's got the table chip lead. Like,
yeah,
J&T's playing back, Xiang Yu's playing back, Wei Song's been playing back.
He hasn't really made any headway. He's sort of been around this 3.5 million mark for most of this table.
So we've got Igor Yarshevsky in the pot with a turn card. Jack 3, deuce 7, 2 spades. His opponent is Ren Lin. Ren Lin was the opener.
You could be a pilot with that vision, the way you're able to read these side table boards. I struggle to.
You telling me you cannot read that?
I might just need glasses. I can sort of see it. You're also a little closer to the TV than
Hey, no excuses, buddy.
Yeah.
So no 20/20 vision for you.
No, I did get the laser surgery.
Oh, me too. But a long time ago for me.
If I squint, maybe I can make it out.
It's blurrier when I squint. Okay, so 70K win on a flop, 125 on a turn. Ren Lin doing the betting both times. Queen of clubs. That card definitely changes the board. And he just announced all in. He's put Yarshevsky to the test for his remaining 450,000 in chips. Jack 3, deuce 7, queen, full rainbow.
And if you hold any type of one pair here as Yarashevsky, this is just a very uncomfortable spot. Your opponent can just be repping the queen as a scare card, saying, you know, I could have anything, buddy. Do you really want to bubble here with 3rd pair, 4th pair, even a jack?
I mean, Yarashevsky could have a jack potentially and just doesn't really know what to do.
It's a very awkward spot if you do have even a hand as strong as a jack, because from what I'm looking at in the chip counts, Randy, Alexander Zubov is down to 10,000 chips, which is less than well under one big blind. You've got Alex Kulev at 85K.
Wow, that makes me want to fold even if I have a jack right now. But what if the jack is good and you can just have a ton of chips and hero call your tournament life?
Yeah, if you call and you're correct, now all of a sudden you have a very workable stack for the next stage of the tournament. Yarashevsky mulling it over, trying to get some type of read on Ren Lin.
It's just a guessing game at this point. I mean, Ren Lin could even jam a jack himself, like a king jack, ace jack. The queen is not so within Yarashevsky's range.
Yeah, I think Ren can definitely jam a good jack for value here.
Obviously a rivered queen.
Ren went all in very quickly, and I'm wondering how Yarashevsky's going to interpret that.
I mean, Yarashevsky's a 2-time champion. Understands high pressure, but this is just a smile, and I don't know what to do. I'm almost certain Yarashevsky's got a jack now. He calls.
And he does call.
What is it? What is it? Come on. Oh, we can't expose yet? Are you serious? Don't do it to us like
We
that.
have one all-in call in our Jupiter event on table 3. We have a full board of 2 of hearts, 3 of diamonds, jack of spades, 7 of spades, and the queen of clubs. We have an all-in call on the river. Players, let's see your cards.
Is he slow rolling it? What's he got? Queen
River the
10, River the Queen.
Oh, and Yaroshevsky had ace jack, so
Ace jack.
he had a whole lot of hand. Very unlucky there. Ren may have just shoved unimproved as well.
Uh-huh. Ren Lin just got there, River Queen.
And that's Yaroshevsky's first stone bubble in a Triton event. And Randy, did you have a read on Ren sort of tapping the table there? You could interpret that either way, right? That could be nice hand, nice call, or that could be you're out, buddy, sorry.
No idea, but that man is out. He's letting Zubov know, like, this guy just got lucky against me. Yaroshevsky, 2-time champion, collecting $0. But you know what? The remaining 41, cashing for 38K.
And taking it in stride is Yaroshevsky. What a really uncomfortable spot where you think you're good so often, but of course when you're not, you pay the price.
So Zubov with 10,000 chips makes the money. Kulev with 85,000 chips, he makes the money. And look at the other stacks. There's 3 5 big blinds. They make the money. Stanley Choi, Shoko, Del Val, Anson Yu's in there.
And Tony Renlin
is getting delivered food.
Is the tournament chip leader, just knocked out the bubble boy, and now has a plate of food arriving. Life is good if you're Tony Lin right now.
Very good.
Is now in play again. So all dealers, please restart play.
In the money?
Yes.
妈妈，我给你们平掉了，不会关掉。
And dealers, a reminder, please continue now to announce all-in call and your table number.
Michael with the raise, because things are different. However, he's just stepped into pocket aces. And he's been very 3-bet happy. 310K.
And of course, once the bubble bursts, play really changes. It's such a drastic difference. Now that you're in the money, the pay jumps are quite small, so it actually starts to play a bit more like a cash game or an early stage tournament environment.
Told him.
Said he had aces.
可以看得到的东西，我就骗你干嘛？
King deuce suited, really not the kind of hand that wants to do much of anything facing 3-bet.
我不想对上，我想对上那个斜。
Besides, get out of the way.
他不开我，我也和上头我了。
他现在还敢开，你有病啊！他现在还拍，他妈几盘我都把他急死了。我敢嘞。
有张黑的 A。他不开，我感觉错过。
Kerber can't just run the table over anymore.
The landscape has changed. Ace-9 for Wu.
Man who has not been shy about putting chips into pots, and wow, just an all-in. Of course, he's shoving into 2 very short stacks, so it's not the 1.4 million effective that it looks like.
Yeah, these are 2 guys who are trying to make into the money. Now they've made the money, and Anson actually trying to think about gambling with 7-6 off suit.
Not really the hand you want to be calling off with.
You know it's bad when you gotta fold this.
S9 是 enough。倒是这个牌我都扣了。对，就足够了吧？这个是不是就20多万？大到迷逼了。对呀，4个 BB 我这个牌。 我没有的 four 了，让你们俩自己去打了。
先自己打进去不怕吗？
没，我都不上了，让你们俩自己去干。这个时候没得抢了，有什么好抢的？
Feel like floodgates have opened and we're going to see a flurry of bust outs or double up soon.
降6000块钱，知道吧？撳住了，再跳就跳不动了。他到39他一定退。
Just kind of scanning the leaderboard, seeing who's still in the tournament. Renlin, like you mentioned, tournament chip leader. Ander Valina, he's in third.
这时候有点牌都会拼了。
Nick Petrangelo, Jamil Wakil, Mario Mosbach, J&T, Ebony Kenny. Oh, Gagnon, he got lucky, right? He was at risk to be the Stone Cold Bubbler of Ace Jack versus Kings.
Yeah, Zhou Kuahn as well.
Mm-hmm.
Orpin.
Orpin's in there. Johannes Straver, Paulie V, Mendoza, Manuel Fritz. Didn't get to call his name yet in this tournament.
Lyran Poo,
Mm-hmm.
long-time regular.
Jimmy G. A lot of good names in there.
Thank you. Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party.
Just one. Oh.
You're going to need the side card, actually, Stanley, because you're up against Ace-Queen suited. Actually, it's a cooler.
Cooler announced, indeed. The 3 big blind cooler.
The 3 big blind cooler ranges on display.
My favorite color.
420 in the pot.
See? 8.
Oh, I see an 8. Enjoy, Stanley.
Favorite number as well.
Kerber requesting a heart on the turn.
Interesting.
It doesn't really work like that.
Picks up some chop outs.
So you're going to request a 5 now?
Ace.
Nope. Full double. And a little bit more for Stanley.
Yeah, when you're as short as Choi was, that overlay of the big blind ante and the small blind really feels like a lot.
That's what Kelvin says, 3 million in chips, but hasn't been able to get anything going pre or post bubble. Now seems like a good time to remind you guys about the poll, because we're inside the money. Things are a little bit different. You can check it out on the Triton Poker Plus app. Vote on which nation you think will end the day as the chip lead. Currently, Brazil's still at the top in terms of votes. China doing quite well, and USA. Majority of the votes for those 3 nations.
There is a rest of world category if you don't see your country listed.
So which countries would participate in rest of world? You want to do a little bit of a puzzle?
Yeah. So is it just those 11 categories, Randy, that I can see on the screen?
It would have to be. So Spain, I assume, is one of them.
Spain, yeah. Hong Kong. Stanley Choi is representing Hong Kong.
Vietnam.
We have, okay, I see Austria represented.
It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah. Perhaps Bulgaria.
You're like, oh. Netherlands, and Johannes Straver.
Yeah.
Greece. Or Georgios.
I mean, rest of world, you get a decent number of players, actually.
You got the edge, right? At least in terms of number of players, but not chips.
In terms of Brazilians, there are 3, and 2 of them are doing quite well in Pedro Padilla and Kelvin Kerber.
Well, that's probably why they're at the top of the votes.
The third being Felipe Ketzer.
And speaking of Brazil, Padilla is in this pot on the button with pocket 3s. There he is, rocking the new Triton hoodie. Beautiful drawstrings. Threes could get counterfeited, which makes me want to c-bet even more. Just 90K. I don't really see how ace-jack could fold, especially if there's small pocket pairs in there. You can counterfeit. You might
did
even
have a good
the
hand.
best hand.
Sorry. You did have
Ace
a
or
good hand.
jack are very clean.
Yes.
Yeah, seems like certainly a continue. Is he ever considering raising? Doesn't feel like the hand that wants to.
It seems like an odd line to check raise on a board that you're not supposed to have strong hands besides overpairs.
It might work well against specifically the threes that Padilla has. These small pairs facing a raise really have a hard time.
There's another way to counterfeit the threes. That's the 4.
And if Padilla is putting Aganian on a lot of ace-high hands, another bet makes a lot of sense.
I'd probably bet again, maybe about a third pot or a half with the threes. It needs protection. I like a third a little more, just because, yes, you could be up against a bigger pair. You can kind of pay a little bit less against that, but still charge the ace highs.
Do you think you can shed ace-high ever for just 1/3, Randy? I think if you go up to half, maybe you shed this hand. Maybe you can shed it for 1/3.
You're ahead, so maybe you don't mind if the ace high was to linger.
Very true.
He does check it. Gives a cheap river card for Aram.
And if Aram checks the river, can Padilla find a value bet here on a pretty clean run out for the trays?
Maybe. Not unreasonable to think the threes would be good if it gets checked to, and I think it will. I don't really see why ace-jack would want to bet. A pair is never folding with this run out. I think most people naturally react to checking back to threes here, but you can definitely consider it.
Nice pickup there for Padilla. The 30K no limit is underway by the right way, Randy, and we have 39 entries so far. A lot of big names there. I see Nacho Barbero second in chips.
Okay.
Ben Heath, Sean Winter, Alex Ponikovs, Sergio Aido, Artur Martirosian. A few of the names in that top 10 or so.
Almost.
El Conquistador? No, is that Mateos' nickname, or was that was that just Carlos Mortensen's nickname?
We've translated it over to Adrian Mateos.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so Adrian Mateos Diaz is indeed in that field as well.
Of course, everyone in this tournament probably would jump into the 30K, but they've got bigger problems, and that problem is a good problem. Trying to get to the final table of this 25K Jupiter event. That is our goal for tonight. Then play down to a champion tomorrow for day 3 of this event.
Saw Alex Kulev there for a second. He was short pretty much the entire way to start today and was able to make it into the money. Always feels like a big win when you're one of those short stacks. You're able to outlast some of the other players in your neighborhood.
It's kind of like winning, just making the money when you're sitting on 85K. This is also winning. Ace-King suited for Aram.
Yeah, such a strong combo that you can definitely raise non-all-in here. I think some of the maybe offsuit ace-X and pairs he might just want to rip, but with ace-king suited, you don't mind if your opponent comes along. So let's see what the Aganian comes with here.
Yeah, in general, suited, you raise to invite offsuit. You can jam a bit more.
Does just go 3x.
Looks good.
Georgios' hand pretty awkward facing this size, and he does just let it go.
He's gonna show him.
Big one. Maybe a little too big for him. Maybe one.
Where's the clock post?
Oh. They are breaking the table.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. You're like, oh, you're more now.
750.
How much?
750.
Now you do. 800.
Kulev only has blue chips remaining.
650.
Blue chips are 5K apiece.
740.
I'm wrong. It was not. Okay, somebody first of all is saying that Adrian hates being called El Conquistador, so I will refrain from that. And apparently, Carlos was the Matador, not the Conquistador.
Well, you were just wrong in multiple
ways. I
He was a
apologize
matador.
to my Spanish viewers, but yeah, Adrian, what an absolute boss he is. I first met Adrian when he was 18 years old, and I could tell right away he was going to be special.
You knew?
I knew.
You win some special tournaments at a very young age and a household name. Over at the Triton Super High Roller Series, you mentioned he's playing the 30K. That's on the side. But just surveying the chip counts in this tournament. Renlin has 5.6 million. Deng Peng's got 4.3. Then it's 2 Brazilians. And there's a 5th Spanish player with 3 million. I'm just still surprised that Zubov and Kulev haven't gotten it in yet. 10,000 and 85,000 chips.
Patience is a virtue.
Maybe they're trying to get a pay jump. Is there any pay jumps coming?
Not really. I mean, there may be some small pay jumps.
There is one.
Is there? Okay.
It's a 6K pay jump. If
Okay.
you get to top 39, actually,
Nothing to scoff at.
they are already there because Ho Bao Xiang busts in 41st for 38K. Frederick Del Val also out. So he eliminated in 40th. Del Val got in King 10 offsuit against Ace 9 suited of Li Yuen. Ace 9 held. And what about Ho Bao Xiang? Looks like he got in his last 600,000 with pocket 7s against Zhou Chuen. Ace on the flop.
And a little more on the Mateos nickname saga. I'm hearing that in Spain he's called El Prezi, which basically means the president. And
I
he
hope
likes
that's
that-
what it means.
He likes that nickname, so.
El Prezi. Maybe
El
we can
Prezi.
start that one.
Yeah.
Get it going. And then he's like, I hate that nickname too.
Yeah.
Guessing pay jump.
As we return to action here.
搞到6000啦，
搞到
到
屌啊錯咗。
下個批針好啲喎。
係屌你！
Oh, that's Del Val letting his buddy know that he was eliminated. That is J&T.
Yeah, maybe trying to schedule the Chinese poker game.
Yeah, so after you
If
make
you
it
bust-
to day, if you know, when you make it to day 3,
Yeah.
hopefully not bust, we're gonna play some Chinese, right?
But if you bust early, text me. I'll be ready for you.
Yeah, be ready. Hotel room.
Il fallait que je double, rediscuter à 5 blindes. C'est bien, j'allais être 2 blindes en plus. Et tout le monde fold, putain, je dirais les soirs à l'autre, il me paye As-9 de pique. Dommage.
So you see this table here? It's actually going to be our next featured table. The blue feature. See Nick Petrangelo, Roland Rokita, Zhou Chuen, Paulie V. All of them have won a Triton title. And Valinas, the reigning Triton 1 Player 1, runner-up in that main event. Took home 1.3 million, so he's having a very good week. And our red featured table is this one. Mario Mosbach, Triton Ambassador, made his debut in 2023 in Vietnam, ranks 10th overall in Money 1, that's 15 million, has 3 titles himself, a former student of Fedor Holtz.
And Mosbach was a very high-level soccer player prior to discovering poker, so somebody who clearly has what it takes to get the top of multiple crafts.
But why did you have to disrespect his game? Soccer?
I know. I had to say it the North American way. Football, excuse me, Randy.
I always call it soccer, though.
A footballer. And, you know, it does seem like there's a big correlation between the sport of football and poker. I know Neymar plays.
Mm-hmm.
I think some other big-name players for sure.
Look, I don't really follow the sports, so I wouldn't know who
Yeah.
those players are. But those two I know. You're thinking of more names, aren't you?
I'm thinking there's a German guy who I've played a lot with, and I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. Maybe someone in our audience will know. He plays a lot of PLO.
Okay. German PLO player. You've very narrowed it down.
He was a footballer, and he was pretty good in his heyday. I don't know if he still plays football, and I'm mad at myself for blanking on the name. Maybe somebody in our chat might know.
Maybe he will chime in.
Yeah,
Maybe
maybe he's tuning in.
He's like, all right, unfollow this guy, Alex Livingston, doesn't remember.
My medium to long-term memory is not what it should be, Randy. And getting worse with age.
You're younger than me, aren't you?
Yeah, somehow.
Somehow. All right, somehow we've got a flop. Sixes versus King Jack suited, 9-3-3. It was a Michael open and then a Kelvin Kerber small blind call. Not something you see that much.
I'm going to figure out. Oh, Max Cruz. Somebody just said it in the chat. Yeah, Max Cruz is who I was thinking of.
Finally
Thank
got
you,
there.
Morty Slayer 2796. And I've played so much poker with Max Cruz, it's a bit embarrassing that I forgot the name, but here we are, 9-3-3.
Hope he reminds you about this little tidbit. All right, 100K. Looks like it's getting called by King Jack of Diamonds. That's a jack on the turn.
Absolutely, just what the doctor ordered if you're Kerber.
Michael's probably in a confusing spot. Not sure if he's up against like sevens or eights that flat the small blind.
Yeah, it is quite awkward because your hand would want a little protection if it's behind. But at the same time, perhaps you just slow down here. Maybe your hand's a bit too middling.
I think I like check back.
I do
see
too.
What's up. Ace on the river.
Not the card you wanted to see as Kerber. Certainly going to be some ace high in Zhang's range that plays this way.
Yeah, better for Kerber to just check it on over to Zhang. It's not like you can really get called by worse if you bet out.
And Zhang probably still has some showdown value here on this run out. Could beat something like King Queen. A couple of lower pairs, maybe a pair of fives. Not a ton, certainly.
Not a ton, but the thing is, if there's some floats on the small blind check call, they probably just change their mind when they see the ace, given that's supposed to be in Michael's range.
Right. Ship it over to Kerber.
Ship it. Small little boat of chips, but he'll take it. Okay. Looks like, yeah, he got moved to this feature table. So Brazilian also a table captain at our feature. Kulev's in there. He's got a decision with 25,000. King Jack
Yeah.
offsuit. Oh, wow. Yifu. Ace-8 suited.
Nice play there from Yifu.
Yeah, isolating it.
Kulev picking up a well above average hand for this situation and also getting that dead money of the opener in there. Pretty nice spot despite being behind.
Very good for him. He is the big blind though, so you know, maybe a little bit less chips for him, but it is what it is. 60-40. He's happy. He's got 2 overs to the 8, which increases equity. And him having like a 7-6. Hey, fist bump. Good luck.
A lot of camaraderie here at Triton.
The worst that can happen is I lose a little pot to you.
Jack. Big lead now for Kulev.
Check Kulev, fist bump
And a
Ifu
diamond?
now.
It's a great TV card. That's not a good TV card.
It's not a good TV card. It's a good card for Kulev.
Take it down, Mr. Kulev.
135,000 he plays. That's 2 big blinds. Really should give him another fist bump. For the ultimate salt and wound.
Yeah.
All right, Stanley Choi gets it in. with pocket jacks against pocket sevens.
And, you know, Stanley was quite patient on the bubble, being rewarded now, at least for the moment, needing just to dodge the 7, paying with no other ways to win the pot.
We call these the hockey sticks.
Yeah, exactly right. Both players have a diamond.
I don't think he's going to hit a puck into the goal. Nope.
Really went out a limb on that one, did there, Randy?
I don't really watch hockey.
Didn't see the 2-outer coming.
All right, Choi actually up to 990,000 with that patience. SC cap.
Just thinking back to yesterday, some of the wild runouts we saw. The one that really stands out is when Seth Davies got it in with kings against the top pair king-queen. His opponent, RVK, I believe it was, turned trip queens, and then Seth was looking at the board and he said, king of diamonds? Noting that that was the only card left.
So just the king of
Boom.
diamonds.
Just the king of
Boom.
diamonds? There it is.
It's actually one of the hands that the Triton Poker Instagram account, they retweeted or shared on the story. So if you haven't seen that one, check it out. You can hear our voices once again. Different game, but it was a really cool run out.
And really stacked final table there in that 100K short deck event.
Eventually won by Daniel DeVorst against Jason Kuhn, denied Kuhn's 13th title.
But we have a stacked field here as well. A lot of potential interesting storylines as we work our way towards the final table. The goal for the day is to get to that final table, and then we will resume that coverage tomorrow. 3-day event. A little bit of a deeper structure than some of the other tournaments here at Triton.
Min raise from Choi. JNT's got a suited connector, and he's touching chips. And
Yeah.
that's more than 120.
He's touching raising chips, and this is the thing, you know, JNT has his own style. I think a lot of players would use a hand like 7-6 as a 3-betting hand, perhaps when stacks are much deeper, and then tend more to use high card hands at this depth. But if JNT just picks up that he thinks his opponent is, you know, raise folding too often or has the weaker part of his range, you can attack with anything. There are no rules in this game.
No rules, and should be picking up this pot. I don't think Stanley can really continue if King 10 suited, so he does fold very quickly.
And one nice thing about that 7-6 suited is if you do run into ace-king or ace-queen, you're not in terrible shape. Of course, if you run into overpairs, it's a bit precarious.
Or you just take it down pre and
你付
chip
慢
up
点啊
freely.
我准备付了上厕所了，那你想一想。
I'd have to report that one to the CIA.
对啊，
Uh,
我本来想直接
he's
走
part of
的
the
呀
CIA.
Excuse the dad joke.
挺好的，我
You're not even a dad.
I'm not a dad. I'm a dad of 2 dogs. Does that
3 小
count?
时牌，一次翻牌都没看
Not quite.
I don't know if that passes. Do you have to change their diapers?
No, no, I gotta pick up their poo though.
也是50上来的。
Sort of the same
一次翻牌都没看过。
boat.
Kind of, yeah. You use a bag.
Did you do a lot of diaper changing yourself, Randy, or what was the ratio between yourself and Selena?
It was supposed to be split.
Supposed to be, yeah.
It was not.
It's funny. My friend just had a kid, and he said at the beginning it was closer to 50-50, and now it's about 90-10 her direction.
Yeah, it's like aces versus kings.
Funny how that works out.
Ace Jack, 205,000. Anson also has been patient.
How much?
20万。
He has indeed.
Look at the
And
face.
Wookie Song says, "How much? Am I priced in with anything here?"
Like, oh my God, my hand is so bad. It's gonna give him a spin.
Doesn't want to do it, but he feels compelled.
哎，不冲突，还行。25你也来啊？
Hey, he's live.
我觉得你不看扣还可以，看了。
看了是，还不如先抠了再看。妈的！
Anson Yu standing up, awaiting his
妈
fate.
的，看了再抠显得好鱼啊，抠下去。哎，那你抠呀，你抠我就不去了。是啊，你不抠，我看着这个我也脑袋疼。
这几个大盲，这有三个多啊。
对呀，我不2个呀。多一点我都10万都不去了。
随便2张都可以抠了吧？应该。
还行，还有凹，
So gut shot for Wu.
有凹，哎，我全 K 什么都没凹了，看到没有？
They're very invested in this hand.
可以。
Most players already left the table.
Ooh, the wheel comes home, and that will do it. Anson Yu drawing dead.
Drawing dead, and he's going to have to settle for the $44,000 payout.
That's a 7-card straight, Randy. 1 through 7.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I just beat you a 5 deuce.
Smile on the face of Anson Yu.
He made the money. He was short stack. Can't really complain. And he's not. Just got to return that mic.
And with that, it appears we are heading for our first break of the day. It's been a long segment in the booth as the bubble dragged out a bit, Randy.
Yeah, because during hand-for-hand play, the clock is paused a bit, and they move forward with each additional hand. So that frame did take a bit longer. We are headed to a break. Tony Renlin's actually the tournament chip leader with 5.6 million, but Pedro did very good. 4.3, Deng Peng on 3.87 million in chips. Kerber dethroned in terms of being the table captain, but he's having an all right day. Welcome back to the booth. Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston. It's 1.3 up top. We made the money. Things are good.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun watching these players, seeing that JNT 7-6 suited 3-bet get through. A lot of different styles at work here, and it's going to be fun to see 2 new sets of tables as we return from this break.
Yeah, so 2 new featured tables, an 8-minute break. Go grab a coffee, and we'll resume action soon.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest. With GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Your chat. Give us a thumbs up, a subscribe, and Alex, I know you like to ask that question. Why don't you go ahead and do that?
Yeah, I always like to know, where are you tuning in from and what time is it where you're tuning in from? Because I know that, you know, back in North America, a lot of people are sleeping, but we have some poker enthusiasts, degenerates, maybe night shift workers among us. We have a whole range of people tuning into these broadcasts. So hit us with your locations, and I'll do my best to shout out a few of them as long as we have some dead time between hands.
Well, we got Pocket Kings versus Pocket Queens,
Ooh.
and Joe with Pocket Queens with 3-bet to 200K. He is looking to just get those chips in as soon as possible, but he is going to get bad news if Kings opts to 4-bet.
This feels like an inevitable confrontation here, Randy, and it's Going to be a very big pot.
Yeah, so action on Ignis. Is he going to 4-bet? Is he going to slow play?
I suppose the only thing that could perhaps save Ignace is that he opened from under the gun, so maybe he takes a more cautious approach here.
I wouldn't say it's cautious. Maybe it's more so he doesn't have as many 4-bet bluffs if he was to slow play pre, but whatever. That's
right.
That's his problem.
Sorry, for some reason, I had the hands backwards. I was thinking he had the queens. He's got the kings. Definitely going to go for the 4-bet.
No worry. Okay, so Joe Shoji, he's got queens. What does he do now? Because he's obviously a little bit worried about kings and aces.
Yeah, I think the old school play and he does just go with the all-in, and I think this is what people typically do, but you do see a little bit more flatting now sometimes from some of the top players, thinking that they can keep some bluffs in, they can fold ace-high boards.
Well, he went with the old school approach. 2.95 million is the pot, kings versus queens.
And truly, it really is just a cooler. I mean, there were 20, 40 big blinds, 35 big blinds. You certainly cannot fault anyone for getting all in with pocket queens. This is a very unfortunate development.
Unfortunate for Joe, but not so unfortunate for Ignace. He's only got 15K behind, actually. So, like, if Ignace does somehow lose to the queens, he'll have one small blind remaining.
It's okay. No, it's all right.
Oh, he looks practically dead on that flop.
Going to be difficult. Running straight cards the only way.
Jack or ace.
We're a 9.
Jack.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
Or 9.
Oh. We're a 9.
Or 9.
Looking for that fish hook
that would be
to
Jack.
bail him out of a pre-flop cooler here.
That's not it. That's a full house for Ignace. Joe Shoji had a very healthy stack and goes out on number 1 or number 2 of today, hands dealt. I'm going to get official count and realize
Can I get
he is eliminated.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, very unlucky there. Just a cooler. 8-handed table, 35 big blinds, kings versus queens. We do have people tuning in from around the world as expected. We've got Toronto, Kentucky, Vietnam, Calgary, Minneapolis, Brazil,
How much is it?
Rotterdam, Canberra, Vegas, Florida, Germany.
You had me going for a second when you said Rotterdam, but it's actually
just so unlikely you can ever be drawn out on.
Yeah, I think on the flip side, Kelvin's probably thinking, well, J&T might be too good to realize. If I bet like 80K, I'm just trying to milk him.
Yeah.
So he's like, well, if I'm bluffing, I would never use a 80K or 100K sizing. I would make it 150. But obviously there's a bit of both.
And to be clear, I like the way Kelvin played it. It's not like he bet big. He still went with that 20% pot sizing, but it's just it's an interesting one, isn't it, where that board is just so good for the aces.
Yeah, it's not like he went pot.
Right. And now he picks up pocket threes. Sometimes these smaller pocket pairs are not as good of hands due to their bad blocker value, but of course on the button, totally reasonable to open.
Got a spot here of ace-queen for Kelvin Kerber. He's second in chips.
So one thing Kerber wants to be aware of is the stack of the big blind, which in this case is JNT with about 40 big blinds. So he doesn't necessarily just want to open rip this hand, because if JNT were to wake up with a monster, he'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he makes it 225K.
Kelvin has the type of hand that against an aggressive Brazilian, you could consider jamming with, Randy, just because if your opponent has a lot of 3-bet folds, you do pick up quite a lot right now. Of course, the downside to that is when they do have a bigger pair, you're in dire straits.
I'm sure it's crossing his mind.
I think versus someone who is very aggressive and finds a lot of 3-bet bluffs, you can just jam all your pairs in this button versus small blind environment.
So Kelvin started the hand with 35 big blinds. I'm sure he's also wondering how small of a pair would his opponent 3-bet call it off. He's going all in like you suggested, Alex Livingston.
And this is just an easy call for Kelvin. He did not 3-bet with the intention of folding. Let's go to the races.
Yep. Slight advantage to Kelvin Lee, but practically a coin flip. I mean, when you get snapped off, you're very happy to see ace-queen.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a 2.8 million chip pot between Kelvin Kerber and Kelvin Lee.
Similar first names.
King 7-5. It's a brick. I see what you said there now. Kelvin and Kelvin.
Kelvin and Kelvin.
Got me. Okay, so just the ace or queen to end Kelvin's days. In regards to the ace, that just hurts every time. Ace on a river. Never feels good.
Yeah, it really is painful when you run out such a clean board with pocket threes, your opponent just drawing to the 6 outs they started with, and then boom, green stuff.
He needs no sponsors. He's Stanley Choi.
Touche.
有机会的，两个深马模的牌也要干的。
Brought to him, or sponsored by himself. Maybe that is the S.
All right. Yu Xiang Yu, Queen Jack of Clubs. Last time he had King Jack of Hearts when he puts in the min raise. Who's folding? Stanley Choi with Ace King.
It's go time. Let's activate.
Business time. He's frozen.
So somebody in chat is telling us that that is Stanley Choi's brand. And actually, if you look at that S, it's kind of an S with a C within the S. So that is his brand.
Ah.
Stanley Choi, SC.
Igor in there of Ace King. He woke up with an opportunity to chop it up with another Ace King.
And if you, Jingzhu, could see these hands, he would actually make the call with this Queen Jack of Clubs. But of course, he can't see them.
Or if he was playing short deck.
Right. He still looks tempted. Yaroshevsky is very short, but Stanley's choice shove is just a little too meaty here.
The nod and fold. Same hand? Yep. Same hand. Little chuckle.
啊，勾圈。
我操！
操，早知道是这个不是来了嘛？
勾圈都不用开，懒在这个位置，手开勾圈为什么开？
Believe I caught you sharing that he folded Queen Jack.
我想好接他的。
Sure, Choi and Yaroshevsky's happy to hear that, and it's a King 4-3 monotone. It's actually a situation where maybe Igor takes the full pot.
Indeed, free rolling.
It's a big free roll opportunity. 37% of the time, he takes it all. Cut that down to 21% now. We're gonna see a free roll, and we do. Igor Yaroshevsky to 825,000. Stanley Choi cannot believe it.
The most famous example of this free roll is probably when Connor Drynan got aces all in against Kerry Katz's aces in the $1 million buy-in in Las Vegas.
800K behind, but I like where your head's at.
Such a normal.
Does?
Well, it's so normal.
I thought he had 890 total. Oh.
Don't worry, buddy. Don't worry. But you know who's going to be happy? Okay. Kulev will be very happy because he only has 4 big blinds and 235,000 if the Kings can hold. Pat on the back for Mendoza. Maybe O'Ganion's going to need a pat on the back because he needs an ace. Or he's going home with nothing.
5. 3. Queen is okay. Queen is chill. Oh,
5.
Nice.
Sweat.
7 outs. Does it burst?
Oh!
It's the ace on the river. Aram. Couldn't let Kulev know, like, I'm still in the tournament.
James Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. The Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter here at the Jeju Shinhwa World. We do have the 25K Jupiter event, 36 remaining. Everyone is in the money, 44K locked up. First prize is $1.3 million. Of course, we are looking for that top prize, but we are going to play down to a final table. That final table should be 9 players. Ren Lin at the top of the chip counts. Alex, things are different.
Yeah, absolutely. Ren Lin at the top of the counts. You know, we're going to see a lot more action now that the bubble has burst. Notice those 2 Brazilian flags, Randy, in the top 5. We have a poll going on our Triton Poker Plus app, and the audience has voted Brazil as the country most likely to capture this title. I can see why with 2 flags in the top 5.
Yeah, they do have 25% of the votes. 22% of the votes belongs to China, with Ren Lin and Deng Peng holding a lot of chips there. You know, it makes sense that those two at the top in terms of those voting polls. We do have 2 new featured tables, a blue table that features Nick Petrangelo, Paulie V, Johannes Strauber. These are all super high roller series regs. Valinas had an amazing Triton 1 runner-up in the main event there. Joe Chuen, 1.5 million, 19 bigs, Roland Rokita, Manuel Fritz. I mean, you know every single player is star-studded.
Yeah, I just like that we get to say Nicky P and Paulie V at the same table, but what a star-studded table. Emmanuel Fritz, who made a run as well in that 15K Triton 1 event, Randy. So we're seeing a lot of the same faces making final tables here at Triton.
Yeah, of course, familiar faces also will be at that red table. We do have Ebony Kenny, one of the females, has made a big presence. You know, first showed up to the Triton Invitational. Phil Nagy invited her. She got the cash in the final table. Jimmy G will be joined over there, and Ren Lin.
Yeah, I believe she finished 4th in that Invitational, Randy. It was over a $2 million score, if memory serves.
I can tell you because I got the Triton Poker Plus app. It's a 5th place for 1.7 million. That was Cyprus of 2022.
Okay, just off.
Close enough.
36 players remain of 262. We did pay 41 spots in total as we work our way towards that final table, which will take place tomorrow. It is a 3-day event here, this 25K Jupiter event.
Chip counts, please. Paulie V, table captain. Petrangelo right behind him at the blue featured table. Short stack is Manuel Fritz. Just 9 big blinds, but we've been seeing him at our featured table quite a bit amongst all the different events out there. But Ren Lin, 70 big blinds, 5.6 million. Second in chips on that table, only has 25.
Yeah, but a lot of reshove stacks that Ren Lin has to worry about. You know, once the bubbles burst and the pay jumps are smaller, you can't go quite as crazy, but still, what a nice position for him to be in. He was short to medium stacked for a lot of the day, won a big flip with ace-king against queens, and then got pretty lucky rivering a queen to bust Igor Yaroshevsky, who flopped top pair, top kicker. Ren Lin barreled it off, hit that queen on the river, and Yaroshevsky was in a world of pain, but did eventually make the call.
Petrangelo got a great starting hand. Puts in a 2.5x open from under the gun.
This is interesting, Randy, and not something you see all the time, but I believe this is a function of the stack in the big blind. The idea is that big blinds can realize their equity quite well when they are short stacked. So by opening 2.5x, you make it a little bit more difficult for them to call and try that stop and go play that we've talked about.
And our Valinas, up and coming Spanish player.
Ace-Jack off feels like the type of hand that has options. It is often used as a 3-bet bluffing hand. Anders is not going to be able to call if he faces an all-in from Nick Petrangelo, and I think Petrangelo has the type of hand that does just want to put all the pressure in here.
Yeah, trying to pressure with Ace-Jack was Ander, but he's going to get some more resistance from the queens. Ander's got, what, 21 big blinds behind the 3-bet of 550.
Sometimes you'll see the suited ace-jack just calling in these situations. The offsuit hand doesn't play quite as well post-flop, can be used as a 3-bet bluff.
Disappointing, but has to fold ace-jack as played. All right, Anders got king 7 of clubs after 3-bet folding ace-jack. Not going to slow down. Joe Chuen, ace-jack suited. We're talking about the suited properties of this hand. Maybe that falls in as a call?
Indeed, and he agrees with you, Randy.
Mm-hmm. It's mainly because his hand has so much more playability, right?
Yeah, better playability, and you don't want to waste a hand that has a little bit higher equity in the 3-bet fold line, and maybe you feel that it's not quite good enough to 3-bet call.
Fritz has got an option of ace-5 offsuit. I don't know if he loves this multi-way. Would rather play heads up.
Yeah, I think he's going to get out of the way. Worth noting that, you know, these players are just playing the hijack and cutoff here, just around 20 big blinds. So ace-jack suited could have also considered all in, but call looks nice to me. You keep in some stuff you dominate. You avoid getting coolered.
Flop top pair, top kicker when your opponent needs to draw to the king. Pretty good development, isn't it?
Is indeed. Valinash also has the type of hand that could consider multi-barreling on some turns if he does start with a flop bet.
He needs to figure out what kind of range flats off of 20 big blinds against his open from the cutoff. Does it contain hands like queen jack, ace jack, king queen?
125.
He thinks there's enough dust, so he bets.
Yeah, in terms of offsuit combos, king queen off can be in there quite a bit. That's a hand that you can perhaps shed quickly. Of course, you do block that hand. You're going to see some medium pairs, some suited ace-x. It's a fairly condensed range.
In comes call. Turn card's the 5, so a gut shot acquired for Valinas.
And with just king high, no showdown value, maybe that gut shot enough that Valinish wants to continue telling a story, trying to target ace high to fold immediately.
Yeah, what else can he get to fold? Like a king queen?
Yeah, if king queen called the flop, it's going to fold now. You're not going to get pocket eights or pocket nines to fold yet, I don't believe, but you can definitely get ace and king high to fold.
200.
He's going to bet 200K, so a smallish bet, but designed to fold out unpaired hands.
And if you're Zhou Xuan, I like continuing to call here.
Usually you're not afraid of that 4-dish straight when the hijack opens, but this time would be a concern. But he does make the call.
Yeah, you keep your range a little bit wider this way with a hand that is willing to continue to invite barrels from your opponent. Is Andrew going to empty the clip here, Randy?
If he empties the clip here, that means he thinks that 9s, 8s would stick around, right? And he's trying to fold out those hands?
Yeah, or perhaps given the price he laid on the turn, could he think that even something like ace-queen would call twice?
Maybe, but then again, ace-queen might just play back pre. I don't know, we might be stretching a bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give up.
Let's just give it up.
It just seems so likely you're up against some kind of jack as played. And now Zhou Xuan can ask for a lot of chips against the worst jack. King jack, queen jack could be in Anders' range. Don't think he's expecting to ever get called by anything else with the action so far.
Goes for about half pot.
Didn't matter.
You'll note on this table, by the way, that Paulie V has a stack of 3.1 million. We had panned over to that table a little bit earlier, and Nick Petrangelo had gotten there with that combo draw, and Paulie V was kind of shaking his head. Shortly after that happened, Paulie V got pocket tens in against Andre Villeneuve's pocket kings and Felipe Ketzer's king queen of spades, and ran out a 4 flush to triple up and scoop that pot, eliminating Felipe Ketzer in the process. Valinash was the covering stack, so it's been a rough run for Valinash, who lost those kings to the 10s earlier, and now we've seen the first couple of hands on this feature table also not going his way.
Rough run this tournament, but not this week.
Yeah.
But yeah, Paulie V obviously rewarded with a little bit of luck there. 3-way all in with 10s. Yeah, it's got to feel pretty good, especially when someone's got an overpair. All right, rare N, queen 6. He actually opens into Ignaz's pocket 9s.
Not a rough run this week indeed, as you referenced. He won the Player of the Series for the Triton 1 tournaments, getting second in that Triton 1 main event and actually walking away with the most money after a deal was made heads up, in addition to 3 other cashes.
Let's see if he actually 3-bets induce with 9s or just outright rips. Rips is a simpler way to play it, but I think he is inducing 480K. I like this.
Yeah, this is interesting.
It's a really nice play because 9s smashes hands that are doing poorly that want to play back at you, like smaller pairs, like Ace-X.
It's a very good point. You know, a small pair might just fold to a shove, but could go for the 4-bet rip.
Yeah, I'm going to imagine that Ignas probably 3-bet bluffs this spot as well. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't make a play like that.
Yeah, the sizing also indicative that he has some bluffs in that range, leaving himself room to comfortably get away.
Yeah, small blind 4X, I mean 3X has got a lot of polar range too. So you don't have to 3-bet too big if your opponent's raising hands like Queen 6 off, so it doesn't really matter how much it is.
Good point.
Look at this outfit from Ebony Kenny.
Looking dapper. Did she change her? Maybe she took a jacket off or something? She's looking different than when we panned over to that table previously. She's TV ready.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy G, the Frenchman.
No. The one that was here? No. The syrup.
Okay, from pocket 9s to ace 9 of hearts. Another blind versus blind spot. Does have Mario Mosbach to his left.
220? 220? Yes.
Gonna make it 220. You know, from time to time, we actually see hands like this 3-bet bluff from the big blind against a small blind open because it has less playability. It's got, you know, a blocker to hands that can fight back. Curious to see if it's even crossing his mind.
Unblocking some of the middle card stuff, having the big little combo. I think if he were to go for it, Ignas's hand is strong enough just to move in, especially against somebody like Mario, who can certainly have bluffs.
I think if he does 3-bet, he makes it like 450.
480? He is going for it. Nice read, Randy. Nice prediction.
It's a repeat of the last hand.
And I think we expect ace-9 suited just to say, prove it.
Exactly. You know, they both speak the same language, clearly, from their 3-bet strategy from the big blind against the small blind open. So he knows there is some poor hands in Mario's range.
Worth noting, this is Ignas Yasenevikios. Okay, I'm not going to get that one well. This is Ignas's...
You butchered it somewhere.
I tried. I tried and failed. But this is his first Triton series. He played a full schedule at Triton 1. He did not cash in the 20K event.
Oh my God, he's clicking it back to induce. What are we doing here? Limit hold'em almost?
This is funny.
He's been trying to induce.
I mean, at this point, I think he's quite clearly committed, given Mario only has 1.48 total, but it's almost more annoying if you're Mario and you face this sizing versus just facing the all-in. You almost feel a bit more insulted, I would say.
Yeah. And also everyone's going to see, like, this man is going to fold for 320K more.
This is fun.
Poker's evolved.
Mario.
It's like, seriously, buddy?
Sizing up his opponent.
You can click it once more. 1.1 something. That would be insane. I don't think he'll ever do it.
All in.
Oh my God, he's gone all in. 5th floor all in with King 3 also.
Wow, Randy.
5-bet pot with these stacks. It's King 3 off versus ace-9 suited.
That is, I did not expect that to induce, Randy, because if he had just shoved, Mario is always folding. I thought the 800 was effectively the same thing.
He got max value. With ace-9 of hearts, your jaw has dropped, Alex. You're stunned.
This is amazing stuff from Ignas.
See a 9, a 7, and a 6. He's going to be rewarded.
Worth noting the King 3 was still plenty live. You don't normally see a hand as weak as ace-9 suited go for the induce here.
There are ways where Mario stays in. That is the 10 or the 5 to bring it straight on the board.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
a 5. All that hard work from Ignas.
And that doesn't quite seem fair. Mario offering the fist bump.
Mamma mia.
Brutal.
Randy, are you as surprised as I am when, 800K was in there already that Mario thought he had fold equity for 1.48?
Yeah, of course.
I tried really hard.
Yes, very professional, huh?
Renlin enjoying the show.
He got Mario to put it in. 5-bet jam with King 3 offsuit.
I mean, I get it if there's a little more wiggle room, but
like 4 more blinds.
Yeah.
Mario started that hand with 19 big blinds.
In any event,
Just the one card.
You have been game for so
Mario
much.
is still in the tournament. No harm, no foul.
Mario, you
Chop
think
it
he
up.
got a full equity?
Let's move on.
I thought he's gonna fold.
Super Mario.
I know you still want to talk about that hand. Any more thoughts, Alex?
Nothing more. Nothing further, Your Honor. I think enough has been said. As we shift over to our other table. Manuel Fritz, ace-4 of clubs in the hijack.
Super short stacked.
I think just go time, 7 bigs.
Jam and hope for the best. Almost jam, I mean. Oh, that is not what he wants to see.
No, and if you're Nicky P, I like just continuing with a call here. You're going to have some hands that want to call and fold to further action behind. His not being one of them, but you need to balance that range.
We've seen some crazy induction, so why not let players go crazy and just call, which he will. You guys are in the same camp. Strava doesn't take the bait.
Quite the outfit there from Johannes Straver. That was part of the Triton collection.
The new windbreaker. Under Valinas steps aside. We do take this one to a flop as there's still 90,000 in chips remaining. That's north of 1 big. Ace-4 actually has a pair.
And does Fritz just try to check this down? Is that part of the purpose of leaving the 90K behind?
I mean, it just
He
depends
decides
on
not
what
to.
happens. But here, I think worthy of a value bet with the 4 in case you're up against an ace that's unpaired. But surely the kings are looking good.
And the kings are looking very good.
Lock it up. Good game, Manuel Fritz. Rocking the PlayStation jacket. He's going to have to settle for $44,000 payout. Good game, sir. I'm sure we're going to see you at the feature table and plenty of future events.
Yeah, there is a 30K tournament going on right now. Wouldn't be surprised if Fritz jumps into that one.
Players stepping up briefly. Maybe a little pause. Roland probably grinding the Triton Poker Plus app. Oh, the music's on. Take a look at the leaderboard very quickly. Petrangelo, 4.1 million after knocking out Roland Rokita. Renlin's got 72 big blinds, 5.7 million chips. Just in a couple minutes, so we're gonna set down to a couple ads and we'll be back soon.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card. With crypto, No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today. You track your hands, you track your reads. Now track your crypto the same way. Jupiter Portfolio gives you a live view of all your crypto assets, your holdings, your returns, your rewards, all on one clean dashboard. No more jumping between apps. Just log in and see exactly where your crypto stands. Just use Jupiter Portfolio today at jupe.ag.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Back, Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. It's a 25K Jupiter event, 31 remaining, playing down to a final table. 1.3 million is the prize that they are all eyeing. Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston. How's it going?
Enjoying the show. I mean, I always like seeing Ran Lin always animated with a lot of chips. Will be fun to watch him navigate. Nikki P, longtime Triton High Roller regular, tons of experience, great player, is the chip leader on the other table, so it's going to be fun to watch these guys navigate.
Yeah, having that chip lead is always very helpful. More important, of course, is when they're at the final table or getting close to it, and of course, pre-bubble. Bubble has burst. All players guaranteed. Not 44K anymore, because Manuel Fritz got the last 44K payout with his elimination. 50K now locked up.
50K for the next 4 spots, and then it's going to be 56 for the 4 spots after that. Still relatively small jumps in relation to the size of the buy-in.
Yeah, I think it's important to realize the pay jumps in relation to the buy-in, because if it's only a quarter of a buy-in for a pay jump, it shouldn't change your strategy on tightening up tremendously.
Agreed, Randy. And by the way, Alex Kulev, we saw him down to crumbs earlier. Not to say he's totally out of the basement, but up to 470K and puts most of that in. Johannes Straver is going to make the call on the button. We talked about having some hands that call and fold to further action. This would be exactly one of them.
Yeah, so with the ace-7 suited, he knows he's beating a lot of unpaired hands.
But they're going to take a flop. Kulev is not all in as of yet, technically.
There's ways where they just check it down. 20K back. We'll see if anyone pairs up. Oh, I don't think it's going to be checking down because it's the flush draw versus top 2.
Monster flop for both players. Kulev wishing he had more money behind to try to fold equity against anything.
More than that.
Okay, I feel good about it.
What do you mean?
Kevin,
don't have king, queen of clubs, you meant, right?
You got to feel amazing about it because you got a flush draw against the top 2.
Flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Backdoor straight draw. Picks up the 9 as an out to go with the clubs.
Yep. 3 more outs.
10 of spades on the river.
GTO lab.
GTO lab, yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
What's the GTO river? 3 of hearts. That's a blank.
Have fun, gentlemen.
Good game, Kulev. Payout of $50,000. Remember, once upon a time, he only had 85,000 chips outside of the bubble, so he is very happy with his payout. Could have got nothing.
Does Straver not look in that jacket like he could be one of those guys that stands outside of a historical monument and guards it?
Think he's security?
Well, you know, those officers, those...
yeah, I know what you're trying to say.
Maybe that sort of military look.
Yeah, okay. And he's just a high roller on the side.
Or maybe a marching band. I don't know.
Marching band? You want to give him a baton?
You could go a lot of ways with this outfit. It's very official looking.
I mean, we can all pick up a windbreaker from the Triton merch shop and join the marching band.
They're running out of merch, man. It's getting bleak over there. If you're a double XL, there's definitely some hoodies still left for you, but...
you don't look like a double XL.
I'm not a double XL. Hopefully never will be.
Hopefully. As long as you keep going to the park.
The park, yeah.
But it's rainy outside. We got anything working here?
Well, we've got a flush draw versus... Oh, excuse me. I thought I saw 2 spades on that board. I'm hallucinating. Backdoor flush draw versus gut shot.
There's always backdoor flush draws when someone's suited.
Not always, Randy.
Okay,
you know?
Okay.
The heart combos.
The heart combos, yeah. Thanks for pointing this out. Point out the exact combo. All right, what's that?
I was hoping it was going to be a spade so I could just say that the flush draw was a premonition.
Mm-hmm.
This is a cutoff versus big blind battle.
Is that a double gutter?
It is. It is indeed. How astute. And does Ignas want to keep telling a story? No. Oh, that's Gutierrez checking. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I stood up and all of a sudden I can't see anything in front of me. I'm going to sit back down.
Don't worry. It's really hard for Ignas to keep trying to rep this board. I mean, he could try and rep it. It's just not recommended with his hand. So the Queen 9 does not get there, but is a board pairing 10, and that might be a good card for him to try to rep. He does have a lot of 10x. Ignas doesn't even bet all 10x's on the flop.
And after turn goes check, check, Ignas can definitely have a lot of ace highs that you can target to fold.
I also think strong king X is probably bet the turn for Ignas, so there's more reason for Elias to bluff at this, to shake out those ace highs.
Yeah, you have a decent number of possible value hands that can get here this way. Not a ton of natural bluffs. Now, oh, he goes big, so for this size, he's just saying I have 10x or nothing. And he's actually trying to shed some stronger hands.
Yeah, he might even think a king would fold.
Exactly, yeah. This size is doing something different. He could have also gone with a smaller size, repping that he could be value betting something like king 9 himself.
I think it's pretty good, especially when the king is so unlikely with the turn check through. It's like, let's just force this one through. Don't get some crying call out of like jacks or queens.
Yeah, I think this is cool.
He doesn't think it's cool.
Surely Ignas, who we saw make that amazing induce with the ace 9 of hearts. Is he going to make another spectacular play? No.
Elias Gutierrez Hernandez, also from Spain. His very first Triton stop is here. A lot of newcomers always showing up to these Triton Super High Roller Series. Fields are big, of course, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of the newcomers do choose Jeju as their first stop just based on the field sizes.
Yeah, Jeju known to have the biggest fields at our Triton Super High Roller Series. A lot of like newcomers trying to make a name for themselves, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to travel to Europe. It's a bit far, right? A lot of Asian players showing up.
And having Triton 1, you know, right before the Triton High Roller Series is really nice too, because some of those players, maybe they feel like just traveling for all these Triton High Rollers is a bit too big, as, excuse me, aces against ace-king here, Randy.
I know, right? I mean, Ignas just involved in every hand as of late. He's going to try to induce.
Of course. Oh, and he goes with
Oh
call. This
He's
is
a
actually
sneaky man.
This is the only way that Wyron Poo may be able to get away from this hand, because any sort of small 3-bet would have just been shoved on.
Wow. He might actually cost himself chips. It's not like he knew he was up against
No,
ace king
certainly
suited, of
not.
course. Just when you think there's a standard play, he finds a new option. Oh, but this flop is gonna get chips in regardless of runouts, I assume. Top pair, top kicker versus the disguised aces.
Yeah, this will work out well for Ignace. Who's starting with a check, Randy? Are you at all surprised?
It's probably more so that he doesn't want to have a large c-betting range, I guess, out of position. He certainly could have bet. Nothing wrong with that. If his opponent has a king, he'll put in chips for him. He's got 2 aces, though. He thinks he's trapping.
Yeah.
He might just check call, like, yeah, let me just keep your bluffs.
Exactly, yeah.
Especially with backdoor diamonds, that helps, too.
Both players kind of feel like they have the effective nuts at this point. I mean, Pooh could, of course, be behind pocket eights or king queen. Probably doesn't expect to see aces a ton.
Come on, he never expects aces.
Well, but if there's ever a big pair that flats
Yeah,
in
yeah.
any situation, it is aces, right?
is
But it's not something you really think about. And look, Pooh is just going with this check raise, trying to actually induce something from a hand like ace-jack.
Yeah, ace-jack, ace-10, you want them to pay off another 250K. Maybe Ignace decided to bet a queen, although I don't really expect that. But
And
if he did, you know,
yeah,
why
and
not?
If you're Ignace, I definitely like just calling here. You don't really have much to worry about. You have that ace of hearts in hand. You want to keep in your opponent if he's got ace-jack or ace-10.
Yeah, you want them to just blast off the turn.
Mm-hmm.
You just stack king-jack anyways. So he makes the call, and Ren is supposed to be pretty happy about this. That's what he wanted. He wanted to see his opponent put in more chips. That card's a queen. I really don't think that changes too much. I don't expect Ren to ever check raise a queen, and I don't think Ignace would be betting a queen.
And Ignace probably does a decent amount of jamming pre with ace-queen. May also check it back on the flop if he did flat it. I suppose the question here as Weiren Poo is, do you just move in here for 2/3 pot?
Well, if Ren had, I guess, a semi-bluff, what would you do with that? If he was a jam, then he should probably value jamming the ace-king himself, just for balance purposes.
Agreed.
All in.
All in and double check. Do I still have the slow played hand? I do. I call.
1, go, 4, 3.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think he expected to lose the king-queen normally.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's pocket aces. 2 kings left in the deck. Black kings. See what China's Ren can hold on. 7 of diamonds is a tap of the table. Ignace, slow played aces, rewarded.
哎呀，Kelvin 老师，我只能作罢了哈，我只能作罢了。
Renlin giving Ren some love. But he also will be taking home 50K. 29th, 28 remaining.
Indeed. $50,000, perhaps $30,000 of which could be employed to jump into that 30K buy-in event.
Nice time.
Yeah, that's your payday. Go over there.
Hello.
Collect it.
Hello.
Put that money to
How are you?
work.
Wonderful.
Oh, ace of fire. Whoa, three
Look at
aces.
those aces. All
Three
right.
aces, yeah.
That
Magic
sounds
dealer.
like Ebony Kenny.
How many aces in the deck?
Bigger blind.
5 8,
Yep.
5 8.
So what's happening on the leaderboard, Alex?
Let's have a little look, shall we?
28 remaining.
Tony Lin still at the top. Pedro Padilla in second place. Nikki P, they've been there for a little while. Deng Peng has also been one of the big stacks. And Ignace, I won't try to pronounce his last name. He's just moved into 5th position there on the virtue of that aces versus ace-king cooler.
We
where
should
he slow
try.
played.
We should try. Try it again.
Should I give it one more try?
Go.
Yazanevicius.
It's much better than whatever you spat out last time.
Yazanevicius. I need a Lithuanian to tell me how poorly I'm doing.
We can also rely on YouTube.
Yeah, any Lithuanians in the chat? Or anyone who is familiar with this last name?
Anyone who's not Canadian and can pronounce it better?
I'm assuming the J is silent.
I don't know.
But I don't know. It could be a hard J. It could be Yazanevicius. Let's see. The hard thing is that even if someone in the chat knows how to pronounce it, it might be difficult to display it. They can try to sort of phonetically write it out. If we have any Lithuanians in the chat, please make yourselves known to us.
I'm nice for her, so he give me a very nice flap.
We're hearing it's Yesenevicic. Yechenevicic. I still might have messed that up. Producer Lee was in my ear giving me his best rendition.
Just let you know, there's someone in the chat saying, very bad pronouncing of that word.
Yeah, well, I'm not shocked, Mr. Kostas.
Never for calling station. No future.
Calling station? That's what he's calling Pedro? He's got the best hand. King 8 versus 4 deuce. But Ren Lin could make a flush with the 4 of spades.
I thought he had 1.6. Yeah. I think with the ante, then I was like.
Bit of showdown value with the deuce. Spade to go along with it.
It's one of those cards that tends to freeze up the action, the ace.
Yeah, Pedro's certainly not going to want to bet here.
I feel like if it was a small card, Pedro would be value betting his King 8 because his kicker is very relevant. But now, so much harder to get called by worse. But let's see.
Maybe he's still going to consider a value bet.
Maybe he's going to treat the ace as a scary card, therefore I'm trying to rep it, and he may get called by worse. Look at that, 100K.
And Renlin has a hand that can definitely bluff catch. Unblocking all the potential straight draws that would have check called one big blind.
Maybe he's not giving Pedro credit to value bet an 8 in this manner on this board.
I don't recall, like, maybe,
But we can see the 8 is actually betting.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense the more I think about it. It does look like Ren has some sort of marginal showdown value when he checks back the turn. Of course, it could be some ace highs, but it can also be a lot of 5x, deuce x. He does let it go. Nice fold. Getting a very good price.
He wants to
you
see.
You see on TV. Hit his hand like this.
I call 2 pair. Typo.
I'm being told,
Queen high?
I don't know if this is directed at me, but I assume it is, your Finnish name butchering is worse, to be fair.
Very comfortable. I don't think that you bluff me.
Who's Finnish in the field? When have I been pronouncing Finnish names?
Pretty sure you got Patrick Antonius right if you ever
Yeah,
saw
I
him.
mean, there's Elis Parsonen.
Yeah, that's
But
pretty good.
He's not in the field right now.
You're getting trolled.
I must have botched a Finn at some other point.
Okay, Pedro Padilla.
Pedro Padilla has a really nice presence at the table, doesn't he, Randy? He's kind of an intimidating looking guy.
He's got that don't mess with me look.
As does Jimmy Guerrero.
Yeah, Jimmy G. Decked out in some chains.
Okay.
Gonna be a single raise pot between these two.
An 8 would be a bit of a disaster for Jimmy G.
Yeah, Jimmy's still got 780K back, so if an 8 does come, he likely could find ways to get the rest of the chips in there. However, both players do not pair. Let's see if a small c-bet comes in from Pedro.
Indeed, does go for quarter pot. Jimmy has a whole lot of nothing here.
Yeah, he's got nothing. He's just going to fold within 5 seconds.
Randy, he has not folded within 5 seconds.
I know. Feel bad. Feel bad.
He did finish 9th in a previous Triton main event.
Oh. Well, you know, Pedro Padilla actually finished 2nd in a Triton main event. Paradise of 2025 for $3 million. So much better than Jimmy G.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is Pedro's 2nd stop. Pedro, when he got that 2nd place in the 100K main, he played one other event in Paradise. That was 125K, where he got 10th for 254,000. So he's journeyed all the way over to Asia here in Jeju. I mean, I guess he's just going to travel to every Triton stop at this point. He's going to keep putting in results like that.
Absolutely, and why would you not?
It's free money, right?
Yeah, we take a look, and Pedro Padilla has taken the chip lead over at the red table from Ren Lin. Has the tournament chip lead as well. So the 2 biggest stacks in the entire tournament, Randy, are at that featured red table.
160.
Ebony Kenny's been pretty card dead since we got here, sitting on just over 10 big blinds as we see Mazbach open it up from under the gun, the hockey sticks.
Somehow he's still in this tournament after 5-bet jamming King 3 offsuit for 19 bigs.
Indeed, yes, and this was the player he was up against.
They're going to fight again?
Ignace.
They're going to try to find a way to get 5 bets in previous
Yeah.
hands too, under the gun versus big blind. I don't think so.
I don't think this is the hand. The offsuit variety in these positions is much different.
It'd be funny. He goes 240.
Right.
And 320. Oh, what's he doing?
He's putting some type of scarf on, it appears.
It's usually a hoodie that he uses instead of a scarf, but that might be a scarf. I'm not sure.
Scarf adjacent if it's not a scarf.
Mario pocket 7s.
I think Mario can definitely just bet this board. He does check it back. His hand makes some sense to check back, but I felt that he could just bet quite wide with his range on this board.
I guess these middling pairs, they hate to get resistance, and they don't mind checking down. I imagine he checks back some of the stronger aces that maybe could show down. That's unclear.
Yeah, definitely don't need to range bet this board.
He's got 2 checks in front of him. If he got this far of 7s, I probably would just keep checking it down to not value own yourself against an 8 or a jack.
Yeah, the only merit to betting is just to get protection against overcards.
You'd have to be careful doing that too, because when you check back a board that you're expected to see bet with a king, you do open the door to get check raised because you tend to have like a weakish pair. Overcard to 10 of spades, so another overcard to the 7s, but they're still best.
They are, and does Ignace ever want to make a stab at this pot? Mario can definitely still have some ace-queen as played with this line. He does have a spade blocker and 2 straight blockers, but, I mean, you wouldn't really be...
Does he beat anything, I guess, is the first question of ace-9.
Yeah, maybe you can beat some suited ace-x.
Ace-4, ace-3 suited. But then maybe they stab. Maybe it's just one of those spots where, whatever. If I bet, you're going to call 1 pair. But he probably could have got the 7s down, but then a random jack or 10.
Yeah, not quite as exciting as the last pot between those two.
Do we lose this man? Looks like he is eliminated.
That was Du Zhao.
Yeah, Du Xiao got it. Got out in 28th. He got an ace-queen versus ace-king of a Ram. He actually turned to queen, but the river card was the 10 that brought out Broadway.
Trying to get some free info.
27 now.
Range was that I didn't want to raise that big.
Anders Vilnius has just 650K facing this hijack open of Nick Petrangelo. And yes, he is indeed all in. So we're going to see a flip here, Randy.
It's been a downward spiral for Valinas. He would love to turn it around.
He will need to wait an hour.
It's all right. It's a coin flip against pocket jacks.
And I love my sizes.
Much better than being up against ace king or ace queen. Ooh, that's a queen. Not bad for under.
Have the tines turned a little bit for the Spaniard here. Nicky P needs to find a jack.
One more chance to hook it in.
We gambled last time.
Okay, Triton 1, main event runner-up with the full double.
So rough couple hours for Vilnius prior to that hand, but now doubles back up to just under 20 bigs.
I mean, he's up the most money at this table so far this week. Can we hard to top a 1.3 score?
It's hard to complain if you're Ander winning that player of the series in Triton. And not only did he get 1.3 million in that tournament, Randy, but because he was the player of the series, he also got $66,000 worth of buy-ins that he can use over the next year in future Triton series. I believe, is it in Triton 1 series? Or?
I don't know if it's specifically Triton 1. Oh, it seems like it is for both Triton 1.
Sounds like, yeah, he can use them in both.
So did he use it in his 25K or did he just use
maybe you
straight
keep
up
it
cash?
maybe you just keep it in the pocket, right? You know, you got that 1.3 flowing. Just play the cash, and if you hit a rainy day, you've got some buy-ins in your pocket.
Is that how it works?
I don't know. Valinas here with King Queen off facing this cutoff open for Johannes Strasser. What are your thoughts here, Randy? He does just move in.
He spoke before I could. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. It's once again kind of that theme about flatting the suited one and re-raising with the offsuit one.
Yeah, one nice thing here is you can definitely shed a lot of ace-x hands.
You know, we were actually talking about Valinas during Triton 1 when he's making his deep run in. He used to be a kitchen porter, and he earned his money and bought a Mustang with it.
Okay.
And we're talking about the car, not the horse, by the way.
I assumed as much.
It was funny because we were kind of debating that a bit, and eventually had our producer go ask him. He's like, yeah, the car.
The car, obviously, yeah.
It's always cool to see, like, the working man kind of transition over to poker.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about poker is you really have people who appear in the poker scene from all walks of life, both on the recreational and the professional side.
Yeah, like the footballer, Mario Mosbach.
Roland Rokita looks like a guy who's just been playing poker for a long time.
Very bad.
Speaking of Roland Rokita, he's actually a student of Fedor Holtz.
Tracks.
Member of the famed Vienna crew, alongside Mario Mosbach, Tom Fuchs, Samuel Muller. He studied chemistry at the University of Innsbruck. He's actually also a pro ski jumper.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Roland Rokita.
That's very cool.
Before falling in love with poker, of course.
Pro ski jumper. I wonder if he ever competed in the Olympics.
It said pro. Didn't say recreational ski jumper.
Do a little bit of research into this, Randy.
Do you think he was up in the recent Winter Olympics? Was trying to battle Eileen Gu or something like that?
Let's just see.
160.
You're looking him up, right? Let me know.
I'm looking him up.
Okay. Roland Rokita.
Roland Rokita, athlete biography. It says he migrated to the poker tables after a former career as a ski jumper in the Austrian national team. So I don't know that he ever made the Olympics, but just to make the Austrian national team sounds very strong, because I would imagine Austria certainly would be one of the better skiing countries. He competed back in around 2015 when he was 20. He's born in 1995, is Roland Rakita. And certainly not the only Austrian to make that crossover from sports to poker, as we know Mosbach did as well.
Let's see Tian Hao standing, because he's all in for 1,000,000 chips against Aram. He's got ace-10 suited on 9-8 deuce king king, and the little video blogger here on the iPhone is following his man because he's eliminated out against the pocket queens of Aram.
And with that elimination, we're down to 26 players as we work our way towards that final table today. Final table will take place tomorrow. Jimmy Guerrero here with effectively an all-in, and Pedro Padilla has the 5s in the big blind. Now this was a shove from the low jack. How do you feel about 5s if you're Padilla?
Not good, but then again, maybe he's thinking there can only be one alpha. Let me just take him out.
It feels kind of close, but it feels like maybe is Jimmy G just in slightly too early of a position, but no, he does decide it's enough hand.
The super coin flip. 5s versus Jack 10 suited.
And Pedro also has such a big stack that he can withstand this hit if he were to lose this flip. Note that the Jack 10 suited actually a small favorite against the 5s.
It's true. The 5s can get counterfeited a lot more than bigger pocket pairs.
But is J10 favor or pocket 5 favor?
Jack 10.
Whoa.
Ooh, and what a sweaty flop, too. I don't think the equities have changed much indeed. Jimmy G stays ahead with 51%, 2 overs in spades versus the parent open-ender of Padilla.
Yeah. How about 5 space?
That's a jack, so Jimmy G pulls ahead. Now he needs to dodge the 7, the deuce, or the 5.
But no spade.
The 5 of spades.
How many outs?
7 outs.
Oh, no.
Jimmy G.
940, yeah.
Doubling up.
40.
940,000.
Just a bit of a flesh wound for Padilla, who still is second in chips behind Renlin after that hit.
I think J10.
More life now for Jimmy G.
Ace king, pocket 5 ahead. J10 ahead, I think.
Against 2-2, it's check 10.
Yeah,
But
I
pocket
mean,
5s
if
maybe.
pocket 5 with
still
ace
check.
king, should it?
Still check 10?
Huh?
Check 10.
Yeah, and with ace king, should it? I think a pocket 5 ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very professional.
Yeah, I think it's against check them off. Like I had check them off. Against
The little things
like
matter.
How far ahead? Must be really close. But I think it's like 1% to be ahead. It's like powerful against those pocket pairs.
Players discussing those equities. And on the heels of that dispatching of Tian Hao, Ara Magani in third in chips now on our leaderboard.
Do you know what time is it? It's mystery hand time. Pedro Padilla will start things off against Renlin in the small blind with a limp and a quick check.
Tiger so scared.
Always enjoy these mystery hands.
Ace Queen 4. That's a lovely flop for Renlin.
Yeah, now of course Ren can have some ace-x checking back pre-flop, and notice he quickly checks back the flop too, Randy.
The casual try to induce my opponent.
Yeah, kind of trying to set a trap, I suppose.
Yep.
You could call it a form of pot control, but I would
don't
not
really
be
think he's
too
pot
worried.
controlling.
It's not really pot control. It's,
Yeah.
But you know, you do want to start putting chips in the pot at some point. You've checked pre-flop, you checked back the flop. Surely now 2 flush draws out there.
Yeah, needs to start building that pot, puts in the min bet. The absolute minimum is
So
80K.
quite under-repped, I would say, is Ren Lin, checking the first 2 streets and now just betting the min.
Gets called for the min. 400K now. River card is to 7. Okay, so looks like a clear value bet for me with ace-9.
Absolutely, and I don't mind using kind of a big sizing here, just given the line you've taken. You could look like you were stabbing the turn with plenty of draws.
You could see like a worse ace calling, even a queen
Yeah,
might linger,
I mean,
even
a jack could definitely call a big bet, I think. He does go pretty big.
3/4 pot. Now it's on Pedro. And they are the big stacks of the tournament, right? 5 million chips apiece.
Yeah, and dare I say, Randy,
probably will be raising. I suppose we should talk
ammunition.
about that opportunity.
I guess I shouldn't.
No need to presume, but I know where your head's at.
Assume. Now, if you were to have a raising range here as Padilla, what type of size do you like? Of course, might depend a bit on your hand, but if you assume you have pretty polar raising range.
I'm glad I don't have to figure this out because he's already cutting out chips.
He's cutting out chips. I think you want to go at least 3.5 to 4x here.
So you're
if
thinking
you're
like
going to be polar.
1.2?
1.2-ish, yeah.
What did he cut out? 1.1 million. All right, break it down, Alex, while you can. And if you're in the chat, break it down as well. Can you figure out what Pedro Padilla's got?
So the first thing I would think is, what is the bottom of his value range to play this way? I think it's aces up.
Okay, so never ace king. Hard to say.
Hard to say.
Okay. So you think it's 2 pair plus?
You would maybe expect ace king to just bet the turn a lot.
He just check called, right?
Check called.
A min bet.
Interesting.
It is interesting.
King high, king high, king high, king high, king high. 2 pair, really.
I'm going to say this is a bluff, just on Ren's line being a little weird. I'm going to say this is some type of...
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. What is it? It is not Merry
No,
it
it's
is Merry
Queen's
Christmas
up.
for Pedro. River the 7. It makes sense.
That hand makes a lot of sense. Because I was thinking, the stronger 2 pair hands would have probably played differently earlier in the hand. So some sort of rivered 7 2 pair makes sense.
Right, because if he had the bigger 2 pair or the big ace, he probably would have did the betting himself or check raise the turn. The fact that it went check call, then 7 he opts to check raise. It is 2 pair. Well, unfortunately, Alex, you thought it was a bluff.
I think as Ren Lin there, though, I can completely, I did. I was wrong.
But go
Thank
on.
you for reminding me. No, but I think as Ren Lin, you can really understand the call there. When you've taken this line, right? You've taken a line that's intentionally a little bit deceptive. You checked back a hand pre-flop that I think is a very reasonable check back, but you don't have a ton of ace-x in your range. Some of them are going to ISO, and then you check back the flop, which I think is maybe the most unusual play. Your sizing on the turn was very small, so you might think you're getting bluffed a lot there. And you let your opponent get to the river with a wide range that he may feel he needs to turn into a bluff.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when you take a passive deceptive line, you kind of start making excuses to yourself that, I under-rep my hand. They don't think I'm this strong, and then maybe they're trying to make a move against me. And, Pedro took advantage of that. Raised the queen 7. Wasn't even aces up.
But look at this, Randy.
Queens versus 10s. Mario in a lot of trouble. Unlikely to be able to get away.
Gutierrez's hand is quite strong. Does he just use a small 3-bet sizing? Indeed, 2.5x raise on top of the 160, making it 400. And against a player whose game you respect, who you believe can have some bluffs, pocket 10s. It's a lot of hand here.
Yeah, it's pretty impossible to get away off of these stacks. We've seen players do some very light 3-betting.
All in.
He jams, he calls. 10s versus queens. Can Mario find another way to stay in this tournament.
Maybe it'll come 8-7-6-5-4, Randy.
Last time he had the king 3 offsuit and turned out to be a straight against ace 9.
Yeah, he has me covered. I'm on it.
This hand, much more standard affair.
Not much for pocket 10s.
Wouldn't actually mind seeing a queen as he would go from 2 outs to 4.
Talking about that queen? From 2 outs to 4?
I promise I didn't know that was coming.
Trade into 2 10s for 4 jacks.
Wow.
It's a jack of
Mario.
spades and
My
Mario
goodness.
Mosback. He did it again.
This cat has at least 2 lives.
At least 2 lives.
Maybe up to 9.
What a lucky man.
As Kevin Rabichow is visiting our booth and offering us some type of snack, Randy. What is that?
Did he offer it, or is he just putting it here for himself? What
Yes, one
is this?
I think he was offering it to us. Kevin, what is that?
Tteokbokki, almond. Do you know what tteokbokki is?
I do not.
They're going to be spicy rice cake type almonds.
I'm being told I need to add this to my snacking repertoire.
Oh my God, what is this other? He gave us hand sanitizer. Wow, you want me to consume that?
I'll pass on the hand sanitizer, but I might try one of these honey roasted almonds.
Looks like you. A protein bar.
Yeah.
Henry Kilbane also visiting us in the booth. Those two will be taking over in a little while here, Randy.
Well, just 2 big blinds. Mario Mosbach, dare I say, the luckiest man in this tournament right now. I mean, 10s versus queens.
That was wild. The Queen Jack run out there. The flop looked grim.
Hello, how are you?
Good luck.
Then he gets king 3 offsuit, 5-bet rips into ace 9. Also makes a straight to chop it. Elias is just fuming there with 2 big blinds induced. I mean, it doesn't really induce, but they're going to get in anyways.
Yeah,
Versus 10.
you know, you can't feel too bad about that one, just given it's such a standard cooler. Maybe with the ace-9 suited, you feel a bit more cheated, where you got your guy to put it in with the king 3-0.
Look at Pedro Padilla. He's got 81 big, 6.4 million in chips, courtesy of taking a lot from Ren Lin. Ren Lin's got 50 big blinds still, so he shouldn't feel, you know, maybe just a little upstuck, right? He's got 4 million in chips.
He's still very healthy.
How much is like 50 for me?
Look at those chips. Only whites remaining and not very many.
200,000.
He does pass this hand, Elias.
Why didn't they pass the cup?
Another mystery hand? What did we do to deserve this?
Almost back-to-back.
Who's involved
here,
again?
yeah, facing. The blinds have gone up, by the way, Randy, so 5,100K now.
Okay, good eye. Pedro opens in the cutoff. Mario's in the big blind. 30 big blinds roughly to start this hand.
700.
And it's actually a 3-bet from Mario to 700K. We've seen him be aggressive from the big blind.
Yeah, pretty healthy size. You do expect these 3-bets from the big blind to be a little bit more polar maybe than what you would see from the small blind, so there could be some very weak hands here.
When you say very weak, we talking like ace X offsuit, king X offsuit?
Exactly those, yeah, some like low ace and king X offsuit hands perhaps.
So if it's king X offsuit a little bit, then king 9 suited might actually be playable.
Yeah, and Pedro agrees with you. I think this is a very theoretically sound call, actually, but one that some players might find very uncomfortable to make.
Because I actually think that Mario doesn't 3-bet king, queen, king, jack, king 10 here.
It's a good point.
But
yeah.
he has ace, king.
So you can actually dominate some of those weaker king X hands. Of course, you are going to be losing to ace, king, aces.
I would say this is a good board, though, for Pedro. He's got top pair, and if we don't think king 10, king jack, and king queen are 3-betting, Then there's king rags. And the king rags are usually the 5 and lower, so I actually don't think Mosbach has hands like king 7 or king 6 as much, but maybe a little bit of king 6.
I think the fact that Pedro is calling here shows you that he's very confident in his post-flop game and well-studied. I think a lot of players may have just let this one go.
I agree. Well, it's a 550K bet. Is Mario c-betting range on king high boards? Maybe.
Let's try to go 0 for 2 on the mystery hand here. I'm going to say Mario's got the goods this time. I'm going to say
You're already going to guess now?
Why not?
Okay, so in goods means ace-king, right?
Aces or ace-king.
Okay. But are you in agreement that king-queen unlikely to 3-bet?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. We're a team.
We're a team.
We're going to go down together or win this.
We're going to go down with flames. I mean, what do you think? Do you think he's bluffing? Does he have his bluff face on or his value bet face on?
Look, I like to see more action before making that decision. Turn card's the jack.
So if you have ace-king, if you have aces, or if you have one of those bluffs, stacks are a little weird. Do you just go all in now, or do you try to turn this into a 3-street hand?
I could see 3 streets, right? If your opponent has a king, you just stack it anyways. Maybe we can allow, I don't know.
Pocket 9s, pocket 8s. You want to maybe
excuse to call.
Yeah,
Who
because
knows?
those hands might just fold to a turn all in, but if you bet small, perhaps they continue.
All in.
He's going to jam.
Count.
Pedro needs to count.
I can't imagine Pedro's going to get all this way just to fold top pair, Randy.
Okay, so value for Mario, ace, king, aces. We don't think it's king, queen, and lower. I don't think it's king 5 and lower anymore because I don't think those hands would want to value jam if they were just bluffing. Queens and jacks makes, not jacks, but queens and 10s makes no sense to turn into a bluff, right?
Ace queen can definitely be in there, big blind versus cutoff, as a hand that could be bluffing here.
Ace queen, yep.
Yeah, ace queen could be in there.
Ace 10?
Could be some ace 10, in fact. Could be some, maybe some flush draws. I think a lot of the suited aces would prefer just to call pre.
Yeah, also hands like 8-9 suited, they probably just call pre rather than 3-bet off of 30 bigs.
I think so too, but I think that Pedro's just going to see the king blocker as so relevant here. Now your opponent only has 8 combos of ace-king, but can still have 16 of ace-queen, 16 of ace-10.
Get your guess in while you can, chat. And you too, Livingston, what's he got?
Of course, it's not like he's going to pure 3-bet those ace-queen, ace-10 combos necessarily. I don't know. I'm putting him on the aces here.
Ace-king for me.
Okay, so
Same
we're
thing,
in the same
basically.
neighborhood, yeah.
Want to show us something sick. But decision is on Pedro.
What would be the most shocking hand we could realistically see here?
I don't know about shocking, but weakest hand is probably like an ace-10 offsuit. Even then, I don't really know if it 3-bets. Probably doesn't. Ace-queen.
I just think with this price, with the king in hand, it's going to be very difficult for Pedro to get away.
I feel like the main semi-bluffs for Mario right now really is ace-5 of diamonds, ace-4 of diamonds, ace-3 of diamonds. He's going to fold
Wow.
king 9. Mario had ace-deuce of diamonds.
So I'm wrong again. There's a reason I'm in the booth and not out playing with these guys, I suppose. He did have the flush draw. We thought some of those suited combos would just call pre. Ace-2 suited does make sense to 3-bet because you can fold out so many ace-X hands that you dominate.
Ace of diamond.
Mario Mosbach on the spin
Oh, another
But I am a little surprised by that fold, Randy, because if you're going to call the king 9 suited pre-flop, it seems to me you have to get a bit sticky there on that run out.
Yeah, that was
dangerous.
Very interesting hand. Pedro been playing some really good poker. Folds
50,
the
Mario.
best hand.
50. Yeah.
Mario gets away again.
Well, this one he earned,
He
you know?
earned it,
he
right?
earned this one. So Mario Mosbach with that pot all the way up to $4.5 million. He's in second place now, Randy, and he was one river card away from being out of this tournament with that king tray against the ace-9 suited.
And he might be able to take the rest of Elias's chips here. Ace-7,
Yeah.
hitting the ace-6.
Elias in for just 1.5 bigs. Mario shoves into Ebony Kenny's big blind to dispatch her, and we'll get heads up with the superior kicker.
Chop. 90%.
Chop, chop.
Okay, onto a flop. Oh, this chops a lot, right?
Does indeed. 3 cards above the 7. Maybe not. Deuce 4 or 5, and that 7 will still play. Or just hit the 7.
Just hit the 7. Man, that just feels so dirty for Elias. Loses queens versus 10s against Mario Mosbach. Then doesn't get to chop it. Rivers the 7.
You're getting my chip and also.
And we're down to 24 players remaining. Alex, do you know what that means? That means we have
Redraw?
a redraw because it's an 8-handed tournament.
Redraw, yeah.
3 tables remaining. And Mario inching closer to the chip lead. Still a little bit behind Pedro Padilla. Elias going to finish 25th for 56K. Letting his rail know of all the bad beats he took against Mario Mosbach.
What you do, Tony?
Huh?
Comme ça? Like that? Allez, on peut aller faire des comptes là. Allez, push-up. Allez, some push-up.
Push up. Like, come on, push up. Yeah, yes.
Okay, apparently Renlin's going to go do some push-ups.
This is not the first time I've seen him do this mid-tournament.
Ebony Kenny jams King 6 offsuit for 5 big blinds. Pedro's asking for a count with 7-6 suited.
This is very close. I think this is a call for 7-6 suited against a 5 big blind jam. You're never in that bad of shape.
He doesn't know that he's dominated.
You're almost always behind, but you almost always have competitive equity. In this case, he is, of course, dominated.
Is it enough competitive equity?
You've got that overlay of the big blind ante as well, so.
And you can afford it?
Yeah. You're calling 4 big blinds into an 11 big blind pot.
Those are the fastest pushes I've ever seen.
Is he going all the way down, Randy?
No, he's not. He's kind of cheating there, isn't he?
Are those 3/4 push-ups?
Yeah, that's for every 3, he does 1.
I'm going to have to needle Ren about that if I see him in the hallway. Pedro does come to the same conclusion. He calls. Ebony Kenny's going to like seeing that she is a 65-32 favorite. 3% of the time they'll chop.
She got it in very good.
Ooh, double gutter, though, for Padilla. Both players have a backdoor flush draw.
8s, 4s, or 7 required for Pedro. Ace of clubs. That's really good for Ebony Kenny because that reduces some outs for Pedro.
4, 7, or 8 that doesn't bring a club is what he needs. And the 5 is innocuous. Ebony Kenny will double up to just over $1 million.
Calm down.
Okay, so up to about 10 big blinds is Ebony.
Oh my goodness.
Is Renlin still doing push-ups? Nope. Racks are being delivered because that means officially 24 remaining. We need to do 3-table redraw. Mario Mosbach, obviously the biggest benefactor of that last hour. He's actually the tournament chip leader with 4.98 million. That's 50 big blinds. Pedro slightly dethroned. Welcome back to the booth. Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston. I mean, that mystery hand was sick, dude.
That was pretty cool. I mean, I'm pretty surprised that Pedro Padilla defended preflop only to fold top pair on that run out, but credit to Mario Mosbach. Found the 3-bet with the small suited ace, flopped a flush draw, and was able to get his opponent off the hand with 2 barrels.
Yeah, so we need a few minutes to consolidate the 3 tables, do that table redraw. Perhaps Pedro can kind of discuss with some mates like, do you think I should have folded to King 9? Who knows, but he's got time to do that, so we'll go ahead and take that break now.
Hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. Not knowing where you stand, what you're up, or what you actually walk away with. Jupiter Predict changes that. With Jupiter Predict, you see everything clearly. Focus on your strategy while we handle the execution. Fast, fair, and fully decentralized. So you're not predicting on hope, you're predicting with clarity. Just use Jupiter Predict today at jupe.ag.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Look at this outfit from Ebony Kenny.
Looking dapper. Did she change her? Maybe she took a jacket off or something? She's looking different than when we panned over to that
know,
table
right?
previously. She's TV ready.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy G, the Frenchman.
No. The one that was here? No. The syrup.
Okay, from pocket nines to ace nine of hearts. Another blind versus blind spot. Does have Mario Mosbach to his left.
I just wanted to make sure. No.
220?
220?
Yes.
Gonna make it 220. You know, from time to time, we actually see hands like this 3-bet bluff from the big blind against the small blind open because it has less playability. It's got, a blocker to hands that can fight back. Curious to see if it's even crossing his mind.
Unblocking some of the middle card stuff, having the big little combo. I think if he were to go for it, Ignaz's hand is strong enough just to move in, especially against somebody like Mario, who can certainly have bluffs.
I think if he does 3-bet, he makes it like 450.
480?
He is going for it. Nice read, Randy. Nice prediction.
It's a repeat of the last hand.
And I think we expect ace-9 suited just to say, prove it.
Exactly. They both speak the same language, clearly, from their 3-bet strategy from the big blind against the small blind open. So he knows there is some poor hands in Mario's range.
Worth noting, this is Ignaz Yasenevičius. Okay, I'm not going to get that one well. This is Ignaz's...
You butchered it somewhere.
I tried. I tried and failed. But this is his first Triton series. He played a full schedule at Triton 1. He did not cash in the 20K event.
Oh my God, he's clicking it back to induce. What are we doing here? Limit hold'em almost?
This is funny.
He's been trying to induce.
I mean, at this point, I think he's quite clearly committed, given Mario only has 1.48 total, but it's almost more annoying if you're Mario and you face this sizing versus just facing the all-in. You almost feel a bit more insulted, I would say.
Yeah. And also everyone's going to see, like, this man is going to fold for 320K more.
This is fun.
Poker's evolved.
Mario.
It's like, seriously, buddy?
Sizing up his opponent.
You can click it once more. 1.1 something. That would be insane. I don't think he'll ever do it.
All in.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
and
he's
he
going
did- he
all in.
induced.
5th floor all in with King 3 offsuit.
Wow,
and a call.
Randy.
5-bet pot with these stacks. It's King 3 off versus Ace 9
That
suited.
is, I did not expect that to induce, Randy, because if he had just shoved, Mario is always folding. I thought the 800 was effectively the same thing.
He got max value. With Ace 9 of hearts, your jaw has dropped, Alex. You're stunned.
This is amazing stuff from Ignas.
See a 9, a 7, and a 6. He's going to be rewarded.
Worth noting the King 3 was still plenty live. You don't normally see a hand as weak as Ace 9 suited go for the induce here.
There are ways where Mario stays in. That is the 10 or the 5 to bring it straight on the board.
Okay. Full side.
It's a 5. Wow. All that hard work from Ignas.
And that doesn't quite seem fair. Mario offering the fist bump.
Mamma mia.
Brutal.
Randy, are you as surprised as I am when, 800K was in there already? As we shift over to our other table. Manuel Fritz, ace-4 of clubs in the hijack.
Super short stacked.
I think just go time, 7 bigs.
Jam and hope for the best. Almost jam, I mean. Oh, that is not what he wants to see.
No, and if you're Nicky P, I like just continuing with a call here. You're going to have some hands that want to call and fold to further action behind. His not being one of them, but you need to balance that range.
We've seen some crazy induction, so why not let players go crazy and just call, which he will. You guys are in the same camp. Straver doesn't take the bait.
Quite the outfit there from Johannes Straver. That was part of the Triton collection.
The new windbreaker. Under Valinas. Steps aside. We do take this one to a flop as there's still 90,000 in chips remaining. That's north of 1 big. Ace-4 actually has a pair.
And does Fritz just try to check this down? Is that part of the purpose of leaving the 90K behind?
I mean, it just
he
depends
decides
on
not
what
to.
happens. But here, I think worthy of a value bet with the 4 in case you're up against an ace that's unpaired. But surely the kings are looking good.
And the kings are looking very good.
Lock it up. Good game, Manuel Fritz. Rocking the PlayStation jacket. He's going to have to settle for $44,000 payout. Hello, more Triton Super High Roller Series action powered by Jupiter. It is the 25K Jupiter event, 24 remaining, eyeballing that top prize of $1.3 million, of course. We're going to plan to play down to the final table, but we might as well just get into the app immediately because there's 3 tables remaining and we can actually see all the tables on the screen because you can do that with the Triton Poker Plus app, just like that.
24 players left, I guess. Actually, yeah, 24 full players left.
Yeah, 8 times 3 is
yeah,
20.
no, I thought there might have been an
Struggling, buddy.
elimination right before there, but Ebony Kenny doubled up. We see JNT still in the mix.
Yeah, JNT is one of the most experienced players, going into this final 24. He's got 25 big blinds. He does have Wakil to his right. Ren Lin, 4.1 million, struggled a bit against Pedro. And just looking around at who else is remaining. Anyone else catch your eye?
Well, Mario Mosbach, tons, 15.7 million in earnings. We see Nicky P still involved. He's down to 14 big blinds, Randy, so definitely took a bit of a hit. Paulius Vaticunas has $4.2 million in earnings with 5 final tables, so definitely some top guns still here left in the field.
You know who's got the most? Not chips, but it's time. It's actually Stanley Choi. He's got 7 minutes and 12 seconds of that Triton tempo, also like a shot clock, I suppose. Who else has got a lot
That's
of
a
time?
fun thing to look at, actually,
Oh, actually,
Randy. JNT.
JNT's got more time.
JNT actually has more time. But a fun thing to look at to see exactly who plays fast and who plays slow. It can almost be like a bragging rights thing. Like, yeah, I won the tournament and I also had the most time bank on my clock the whole way or something like that. Like, it's cool that you can actually go in the app and look at who is playing slow, who's playing fast, who are the serial time wasters. I think it's a very, very interesting addition here to Triton.
You're saying time wasters. Now I kind of want to look. Who's wasting time
Who's
in that?
wasting time?
Alex Boyka actually is the only player with less than 1 minute. He has 50 seconds remaining.
I
But
wish-
I don't want to call it wasting time.
Yeah.
Just using time.
I wish they showed you these stats in other sports. Like, I'd like to see on the golf course who's standing there over the ball for 30 seconds before swinging. It's not Ludwig Auberg, I'll tell you that.
We're going back to the golfer instances. Well, you are my caddy then.
It's a running theme. I would gladly caddy for you, Randy.
Yeah, just watch me double
I would
bogey, triple
enjoy.
bogey.
I would enjoy watching you swing a golf club. Maybe we'll go out in Jeju if we ever work the night shift. We'll go play a day round.
Yeah. Well, hopefully. Can I drive the golfing cart?
Absolutely.
Crash it into the bunker?
Ideally, no.
Well, it's a good time to actually check out the Triton Poker Plus app and vote in the poll. Who, or not who, but which nation is going to end the day as the chip lead?
And Randy, for a while, the poll results were indicating it would be Brazil, but we now see China on the top of the board.
29% of the votes go to China. Deng Peng with a ton of chips. Ren Lin. Brazil still 21% of the votes. Pedro Padilla.
And I do count 6 Chinese flags to 2 Brazilian flags. So from a numbers perspective, making sense that they have leapfrogged into that #1 position on the poll.
Ander Von Linus. He actually, if you want to vote for him, rest of the world, you can go for that. He's sitting in 3rd. Petrangelo versus James Mendoza in this one. 200K, jam. A little weird spot.
Yeah, but the price, just too good. King, queen. Sucks that he has to put, a decent chunk of his stack in.
I haven't met you there.
No, I don't think so. I think we played here and maybe at the studio and all that.
Rio, yeah, probably.
Only 8.7 BBs. And then he already invested 2, so he makes the call. If Petrangelo does happen to lose with King Queen, he will have $500,000 remaining.
A little dangerous these days.
10-10-6. That looks like he's going to lose with King Queen.
Hollywood, actually. Like right by the Hollywood Bowl. In Pasadena. I grew up in North
And by the way, as he turns 4 outs, Randy.
Yeah.
We've seen this story before, have we not? Turning the 4 jacks as an out, but not this time.
Queen no good.
Queen no good. If you're wondering how Nick Petrangelo got this low on chips to begin with, because we did see him for the most part as one of our big stacks, he ran pocket kings into Ander Valinesh's, I very much botched that last name, but into Valinash's pocket aces. So it's been a very unfortunate run of events as the kings lost to the aces and now the king-queen to the ace-10.
Yeah, because Ander, at one point, when we first saw him not too long ago, had about 2 million. He made a move with ace-jack, folded, lost some more chips. All of a sudden, he sees himself 3rd on the overall leaderboard, courtesy, of course, that aces versus kings that you mentioned.
Yeah, the highs and lows of tournament poker. At one point, Anders was looking quite despondent, now finding himself 3rd in chips of the 24 remaining players.
You got too much shit on him. You gotta take some of that shit off. You got too much shit on you.
Even Triton, they made. Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, I know. You can't have them on tap.
No Triton one?
Yeah, I mean, they should do like you can.
I guess they said you gotta pay. They gotta make sure that they're paying.
Well,
people.
I have a Triton one, but.
To the connector, 5 big blinds. Is he going to take his shot at this one? He's the big blind next. He's got fold equity still with 5 bigs, but not a lot. And Stanley Choi still sitting in the same seat.
And the issue for Choi here is, you know, maybe he thinks he's ahead of this shoving range, but he's still got a lot of players behind him, and if he were to lose, it would be most of his chips this hand, though. Ace-queen, far too strong.
Yeah, never folding. Is it better to call or click it?
So it always depends on the stacks behind you. In this case, who does he have behind him? He's got some very big stacks in the blinds. So maybe it makes sense to call, although it's going to be awkward, right, if you do face a rejam anyway. But I think when you have 2 stacks that are as deep as those in the blinds, you just want to play this as a call.
Don't have to worry about that anymore as everyone else folded. Ace-queen versus 7-6 suited.
So the 2 Americans going at it here. Petrangelo live suited connectors against the ace-queen.
Another promising window card, the 5 of diamonds, but still does pick up a gut shot. Pairs are still live.
Still over 40% equity.
That's a 7 of hearts. Take the lead, Petrangelo.
Nick never shows a ton of emotion. You see there, hit that 7. Maintain that stoic composure. Yeah. Even there.
Where's the reaction, sir?
The 8 completes the board and just absolutely no reaction.
Is he not happy that he's doubled up? 24 remaining in the 25K?
I think he might still be thinking about that aces versus kings and the 3.5 million he had, but back over $1 million is Petrangelo.
He's up stuck. Okay. Ander Valinas, the man who took Petrangelo's chips, has ace-8 open-ended. He raised it to 200K. Li Yuwen called the big blind and then check called 150K on the flop. That's an amazing turn card for Li Yuwen. Is there a double barrel for Ander? Okay. That's a flush for Li Yuwen. Just got there.
Ander does have the ace of spades.
Are you trying to say that he should make a play if there's a bet that comes out?
He certainly could. I mean, he's got that type of hand.
Well, first we gotta see what sizing Li Yuwen's.
Now, versus a big bet, it's maybe a little more scary to do this.
590.
590 is quite healthy.
590,000.
What are we thinking about when we consider making a move of this hand?
You're thinking about what do you represent, how wide is your opponent going for value, the player profile of your opponent, are they someone who's capable of making a big fold? These are all the sort of things I'd be thinking about, the price your opponent will be getting.
So when it's a big ask from the opponent, then it's less likely some king rag, right? So then you're up against a stronger range, maybe less likely to hero fold.
Yeah, I think you're up. The value hands that you're up against are definitely stronger when you face that big size, so it's a little bit less compelling to go for the bluff. Indeed, he does come to the same conclusion.
Well, guys, time to share some love to Jacob and Co., official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series, renowned for its iconic high complication designs. Jacob & Co. continuously pushes the limits of ultra luxury watchmaking. They create timepieces that are truly inspired by the impossible. And just look at that, a beauty.
Are you a watch guy, Randy?
Let me look at my wrist real fast. No, but I might be after I go check out the Jacob & Co.
Check out the Jacob & Co. stock.
There's another way to get one of those Jacob & Co.'s. You know what that is?
Which tournaments?
The main events.
I was going to say it was probably only the main event. So the PLO main as well, though?
PLO main, no limit hold'em main. Pretty sure at least. I know no limit for sure, but it's 100K buy-in.
100K buy-in. That
But
watch
not
is a
only-
nice perk.
You get the watch, you get the Triton trophy, extra large, and you get a lot of money.
Recognition from your peers. You get it all, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
One mini soda.
And I can't imagine that Wen Li is really contemplating this with Jack 7 suited, but asking for a count. Roland Rakita all in on the button, 14 bigs.
He's the ski jumper.
Bit of posturing there from the big blind.
Switching 1-4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting some love from the YouTube chat. Basketball tutor saying, back for more great poker and commentary. Let's go.
Let's go indeed.
That must mean that you're enjoying my caddy, Alex Livingston.
Somebody said, I know that's Randy, but who's the other dude? And the first response was Rotterdam. We are not in Triton 1 anymore. Do I sound Dutch, Randy?
No,
Do I?
you know, you do
I don't.
not.
I love Rotterdam's Dutch accent, by the way. It adds a certain flavor to the broadcast.
Okay, ace 10 for Li Wen. Comes in with call. We've seen this from the suited versions of a lot of hands that consider a 3-bet. It's actually going to work out quite nicely as it does retain 10-9 of hearts, which he dominates.
Yeah, ace 10 suited is a really ideal calling candidate here. If you 3-bet and face a shove, you don't like either decision. You don't really want to 3-bet fold that much equity, and you don't really want to get it in. So let's see a flop.
Second, Jimmy G folds his hand, so we will see that flop. A toque, that's what you call it, right?
A toque, yes. A term that I only recently learned is not popular outside of Canada.
And we call this a bad flop for 10-9 suited.
Certainly, and you know, we've seen a fair amount of checking out of position when you face these in-position raises. Kerber agrees. No interaction to this board. It's okay to just check fold some hands sometimes. What does Li Yuan want to do here?
Unclear. Probably seen a lot of checking from his opponents out of position when he's been flatting.
Check back and small bet both seem reasonable.
He's going to start with betting. And he's got a lot of king X's in his range and decent pocket pairs that can really put in some resistance. Now he's trying to fold out random equity.
Yeah, he can probably have all the pairs from 6s or 7s up to 10s.
I think so. 10s maybe 3-bets, but 9s for sure would be in the flatting.
He can have all the combos of king queen off. He could have all the combos of king queen suited.
Even like king jacks and king 10s.
Yeah, the suited varieties of those.
What happened here from Kerber?
So Kerber is taking this bottom of range hand and turning it into a bluff. I'm trying to think about the properties of this hand as a bluff. He doesn't have very many nice natural turn and river barrels.
This is just I think you don't got a king, therefore you're going to fold.
Yeah, just targeting something like ace-10 or ace-jack, no back door.
Here's a problem for me. If Kerber had a hand like a pocket pair, would he really inflate right now? But it doesn't matter. He takes down the ace-10.
Does work, and I think in theory, ace-10 there with backdoor clubs versus this price, you're supposed to continue, but perhaps Kerber correctly felt that he could over-generate folds against those ace-high type holdings, Randy.
Brazilians, they're aggro.
They are aggressive. And a nice little pickup there from Kelvin Kerber, showing a bit of finesse.
That's beautiful. He was like, I don't need to have cards that interact with turns. If I can just win it now, why not? And he got a really cheap bluff through. 180 to 380.
Yeah, going so small, you have to be a little concerned you're going to get floated wide.
I think he probably just blind bets turn almost.
Yeah.
Like, maybe he just thinks ace highs might call with backdoor flush draw, and then I'll just blow them out, assuming they don't pick up the flush draw. Maybe 6s, 7s, they feel compelled to call 200K more, but then they just fold down because they fear ace-king. Maybe something like that.
Yeah, no, I could see it. I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. When you go small, you're not going to generate as many immediate folds, but then there's more money for you to win later if you just decide to keep bluffing at it, right?
Exactly. All right, his turn to make a move with 10-9 of hearts.
We've got some people in chat waking up to play poker, or waking up to watch poker, I should say. 5:45 a.m. in Florida. Love the early morning poker.
I thought you waking up to play poker. They're like, 7 a.m., gotta go. Gotta go to work.
There's probably also some people waking up to play poker. You know, those overnight games, if you're a cash game grinder and you get to bed early and you wake up and it's 5:30 in the morning and you check the whatever app you use to see if you see a nice game running, those can be some of the best, juiciest spots because you come in fresh and those guys have been playing all night.
They've been
drinking.
buried. Someone's buried, right?
They reek. Someone's buried for sure. And, you know, you walk in all fresh and confident and they just give you that scowl, that dirty look. Those can be some really nice opportunities as a cash game player. I've spent a lot of years in the live cash game streets.
You a vulture or what?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I'm an opportunist.
All right, ace-10 suited for Aram. This is the same guy who almost bubbled the tournament. Ace-jack into kings.
Indeed, and ace-10 suited here. First position opens for just over min. Ebony has the blackjack hand.
Yeah, but he's up against blackjack, or she is.
Up against blackjack, indeed.
Yeah.
Not the matchup you want with the 9-deuce.
Would you like to buy insurance?
Yeah.
No, come on, man. Trade me. It's bad luck if you leave it out there. It's a dead end. You gotta put it in your stack.
So Alex, did you know that when you make it to the final 3 tables of this tournament, that all players got an additional 50 seconds?
Okay, I did not know that. So additional time at the final 3 tables, probably even more additional time at the final table.
Additional 100 seconds if you can get to the final table. That is time that J&T would love to accumulate because he's never using it.
Yeah, and Ebony, ace-4 offsuit here in the cutoff. 9 bigs, moves in, but Paulie V is not going to fold this one.
No, 8s is amazing, especially against an 8.8 big blind jam. Is that a sign?
Now, I was just going to say that. He's up against the 880. Is this bad news for the 8s?
You think it's karma or it's bad news?
Well, I don't know. It's a message of some sort.
Shall we find out what this
Don't
message
know how to
means?
decipher it.
All in and call on 2.
All in and call. 8's looking.
You really hate to get called as Ebony. You feel like you're always going to be in this type of shape, either up against a pair or a bigger ace.
Still has that chance, right?
Still has 30%.
Okay, there's another way to victory. That's the deuce.
Can she find an ace or a deuce?
Just a 5 at the moment. One more shot at it. Or she's going to be out in 24th. That's a 3, and ace-4 is no good. GG, Ebony Kenny.
Kenny, the second winningest Triton female player, only behind Kristen Foxen.
Yeah. Would certainly love to make it a bit deeper, but what can you do with 8.8 big blinds against pocket eights? Just destiny to lose there, and she is de-miking, has to settle for $56,000.
Pauly V back up to 3 million, 30 big blinds.
Yeah, Pauly V.
That's true.
He's actually a drone show
agreed to be
business
like,
owner,
not unlike
believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, I know, right? You just thought he was a professional poker
Yeah,
player.
that's pretty cool.
But
he can do it all, this guy.
He did study business.
What's with all
economics.
these show-offs, with
I
all
know.
their extra skills, the ski jumpers and the drone show owners?
I'm just a poker player.
Yeah.
Myself. It is amazing.
You're also a broadcaster, Randy.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
And a damn good one at that.
Yes.
Can I? Oh, okay.
The save.
I didn't, because they told you to take it out.
Yeah, Pauly V studied business economics and finance at Lancaster University in the UK, and a student of Alex Ponikov's.
Not a bad coach to have.
Not a bad coach. It's above average.
There's a question from the YouTube chat asking for our thoughts on the new clock system. I'm a big fan of it. You know, the old system was a bit distracting. You'd have these clocks and these time chips, and it was a bit clunky. This feels a lot more streamlined to me, Randy.
I also think it's more fair.
Yeah. You can use the time just as you need it.
And I believe I recall seeing a tweet from Mustafa Kanat, you know, praising the new chess system. Even like Daniel Negreanu thinking like this is just a great thing to see. And you know, we're always tinkering with it. Maybe we adjust it a little bit more. Like, oh, are people? Do they need more time? Do they need less time? And we go from there.
Yeah, but it's nice to see Triton implement this concept that people have been talking about for a few years. And I think maybe there was some thought that it's difficult to implement. Triton always finds a way to get it done to make the playing experience better for everybody. Mendoza here, second pair against the fourth pair of Aura Mongolian.
Yeah, so no bets until now on the turn. Looks like he's getting looked up.
There's a question about the highest buy-in of this series. That will be 150K.
Highest pair on this board would be a king, but neither player has it.
Just to fill our viewers in on exactly how the time system works, you get a block of time to start the tournament. You have a designated amount of time, I believe 20 seconds or so, before your clock starts running on each decision.
Roughly.
And then after that 20 seconds or so, your clock starts ticking down. And once you run out of extra time, then your hand would be dead. But as you mentioned, Randy, the players received 50 extra seconds on their clocks for making this final three tables, and they'll get another 100 seconds at the final table.
Yeah, you can see that black box there. I believe there's one on both sides. That displays the name of the player whose turn to act and how much time they have. So the players are very aware of how much time is remaining in each player's tempo clock.
Place 200,000.
Queen Jack from Ignas.
And pocket aces in the hijack for Paulius Varkunas. We saw aces slow play earlier in this tournament, Randy, but I don't think that's going to be on Pauly V's mind. He is cutting out raising chips, going with not the smallest of sizings, almost 3x.
Yeah, trying to make it look like he's making a move. And who's going to make move? It's Mendoza. He's got ace-king, and there is no chance he is not losing all of his chips here.
Well, there is a chance that he doesn't lose all of his chips. He could make Broadway. He could.
But he's getting it in, right?
Yeah, the chips are going in, absolutely.
It doesn't matter that it's under gun open and hijack 3
I mean,
bet.
even against two tight, straightforward players, I think this is just a routine shove. Ace-king, 22 bigs. If you got me, you got me.
You got me, you got me. But hopefully they just fold.
1.1.
He's actually clicking it to 1.1, half of his stack.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't change that much either way. He's not really looking to half stack and fold, I would think. But here, you got to think the aces is got the man committed when he puts in half his stack, right?
Yeah, you have to wonder because we saw some stuff earlier where you'd think that Mario thought that his opponent was committed. Here, you know, my first instinct was just stick it in here as Pauly V. But if you think your opponent ever has any raised folds, you have those raised folds so crushed. Maybe you just flat and hope that they could. He just does stick it in, though.
If Mendoza was a little deeper, I think there's merit. But once
For sure.
it's 1.1, 1.1 back, it's...
I would think so, too, but we thought that earlier.
We thought that earlier. It's going to be a 4.8 million chip pot. Mendoza is a Triton champ. He needs a lot of help if he wants to try to pick up a second title.
Oh, what am I saying? That'd be a king.
It's going to be tough. He needs running kings or 10 queen.
Yeah. 10-8 would chop it, too.
10-8 would chop it. Heart's no good. Paulius covers them.
If the Lithuanian can hold of aces. Looks like he will. GG, James Mendoza. Another deep run for him. Newer to the Triton series with one Triton title. Have to settle for cash here. Actually, his third ever cash at a Triton series, but like I said, only been to Jeju of since 2025.
Double check. Yeah, I still have ace.
Let's see if the aces are ace 4. Need to double check it.
See their aces for ace 4. Yeah, it was aces that time. I know some people joke that the 4 looks like an ace.
Have you ever made that mistake?
No. Come on.
Huh?
When you think you've got aces, you make sure,
Yeah.
all right?
I really am your lucky charm. I really am your lucky charm.
This seat again.
Okay, there's already 1.35 million in this pot. Lee Yuen has Jack 10 offsuit. It went raised from Jimmy G with pocket aces. Lee Yuen called and went check on 865. Then Lee Yuen represents the straight. That's 375. Jimmy G calls. It's a 4-liner. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, Jimmy G checking back the flop. It's a bit deceptive. And because of that, may feel he's quite under-repped. Though once he calls the turn, you know, ace is really just a bluff catcher, of course.
This is a guessing game, right? If a bet comes in from Lee Yuen. Or did he check it over? Okay, he's checking it now. Has to be good news for Jimmy G, right?
And Jimmy G is considering going for value here with aces and 5s.
It's interesting because the thing is, if Lee Yuen did have the 9, he probably would just keep betting.
I think so too.
But then what do you get called by?
Exactly. Are you just hoping that your opponent randomly bet an 8 or a 7 and is now going to check call? Because you have to have something pretty reasonable to call to. What are Jimmy G's natural bluffs? They'd be the heart combinations, I suppose, but he does just eventually check back.
Doesn't hurt to think about it. Realize, what's going to call me? Jack high? I don't think so.
And I think that hand was played fine by both players. Lee Wen could definitely consider bluffing the river. But the turn bet seems nice with that combo, and Jimmy G checking back aces. A little bit of deception. Don't mind it off of such shallow stacks. Aces, of course, don't need as much protection as a hand like 10s. So you'd be more likely to slow play the aces than the 10s on that flop.
Maybe. I think 5% flat. Yeah, 5%.
River 5 is no good. 攻对掉的不好。
Lines are up.
他都没有。
50K, 125K.
我觉得蛮好，有可能推掉。
Battle of the suited queens. Not with great kickers, though.
Gagnon opened the button. Ignace defended the big blind. Goes check, check.
No c-bet. King of hearts on the turn.
Longer window.
Still the same gut shot for Ignace.
Like if you have one 30-minute break, that's fine.
And does he want to activate here and try to target some weak ace-x to fold right away?
He thinks not. People are so sticky these days that even ace-x might not fold.
Completely agree. So many draws out there.
I feel like the tables we played, we always waited. Like we never.
Ram probably thinking he has some showdown value here with queen high.
Almost need to just be like what we're saying. It's like fuck it. If somebody gets us by stalling out of under the gun.
Could go for delayed c-bet.
Yeah, it's fuck it. Just do it. I mean,
take your $40 or whatever. Yeah, because it's not that big of a.
Yeah.
No, and then you have people stalling at fast action that don't realize that they're not gaining anything. Yeah. Yeah. We should also tell them that, like public service announcement.
And I feel like the final two tables, they could do just hand for hand from the final two tables and just not track hand.
But we just all sign a gentleman's agreement to not be dickheads.
No.
No, there's always going to be a dickhead.
Everyone's sometimes a dickhead.
Nice conversation on the side.
No, but actually you're right. I mean, if someone's just gaining small amount, it's just nothing comparing with the frustration people get for waiting.
Nice call from the queen nine.
Is that how they make? They don't make their money by playing poker hands? Like, why don't they want to play any hands? If anything, they win something back or lose less.
I'm on Nick's side on this one. I've always hated people who take advantage of the rules to try to waste time.
I would stall. But since everyone doesn't have it,
Oh, Aram is betting again in the middle of this conversation that table mates are having.
And he's going big, Randy. So Ignace made a nice call on the turn, as you mentioned, with queen nine. He's improved to a pair of nines, but against the range that Aram is representing.
I mean, he's repping a king?
Yeah.
Right, because a 10, maybe it's there, but it check back flops a little bit less likely because you might want to build a pot against a 20-some-odd big blind stack.
He could check back some 10x on the flop, and this gets through.
Well played.
Creative bet size there from Aram. Going for the slight overbet.
Whenever they start at a new blind level, small blind 50,000, big blind empty 425,000. Dealers restart play fees.
Blinds are up. We're playing 50, 125 now, if I heard that correctly.
Yes, you did. So the small blind has a little bit less incentive, given it's actually less than half of the big blind. Theoretically, you're supposed to defend a little bit less when it folds over to you.
Very true. And it's kind of interesting that it's not a... There's no consistency. Sometimes you'll see the big blind be... Sometimes it'll be 75, 125 in these situations. Sometimes it'll be 50, 125.
Yeah. I don't know how they figure it out.
I don't know how they determine it, but...
You think they just roll a dice?
Perhaps. I've seen it both ways at almost every stop, so I don't totally know how they come to those conclusions.
At least the blind structure is out there before you register, so you won't get confused if you're doing your homework.
Quickly checking in on the 30K No Limit Hold'em that started today and is running concurrently with this tournament. It is Julian Lozano at the top of the counts.
I'm complaining about being slow, but I feel like we just
The
started.
Colombian.
Wait, it's 7 o'clock?
Dan Devoris, fresh off of that 100K short deck win in second place. And
So we played
Ben
5 hours.
Heath also in the top 5. Ebony Kenny has jumped right into that event. Adrian Mateos is also doing well.
First 2 levels we played till 3 p.m. Till 4 p.m. First, yeah.
That's why, because the ball, we were sitting around, yeah.
So I think it's 4 p.m.
Looks like Ebony has jumped right in and doubled up quickly.
Using the host earnings from this event.
Stanley Choi still here. He's been short stacked all day, Randy, but he's got a nice disposition, does Choi.
As long as you never get eliminated, it's okay. You can get the heads up with like 5 blinds.
Absolutely. There are more than one way to skin a cat.
Is there?
I'm not sure. I've never tried skinning a cat.
Please don't.
Speaking of cats with multiple lives, Mario Mosbach.
I wouldn't mess with him. He's unbeatable. Yeah, you are dangerous, says Renlin.
Renlin, who at one point was the tournament chip leader, has slipped down a little bit, down to 24 big blinds.
Yeah, Ren had like 7 million, didn't he? Or something like that. Looks like he lost a bunch of chips. Maybe I was misreading. It was more like 70 big blinds.
He yeah, I believe he got up to about 5.5 million
Okay.
at his peak.
Apologize.
You're fired, Randy.
Yeah, fired. See ya. You can handle this hand if you like.
Yeah, I'll take over the rest of the segment solo. Pocket aces,
Oh,
Mosbach.
can I come back in?
Yeah. Why don't you call this one?
He just raised, what, the king 5 offsuit?
He did. This hand is just a touch better.
A little bit. Holy B's got 5-4 offsuit. I think he will toss in the additional 125. He's got a big stack.
Yeah, usually nice live cards here. In this case, up against the big overpair. Ooh, what a flop, Randy.
There are ways where Paulie V gets a full double.
Yeah, specifically an ace on the turn.
Yeah, and the ace on the turn actually wouldn't bring another spade.
Right.
So, I could see it happen.
Ace on the turn could be some major fireworks. But let's start with the flop. What is Paulie V going to do in the face of a Mosbach bet? Is he ever going to go for check raise, or is he just going to play it as a call?
I mean, he might. They're so deep that it doesn't really hurt to potentially build a pot or just take it down on the flop.
Yeah, so
Oh,
sometimes,
you check.
okay, it goes check, check. So
But go on.
Mosbach playing it a bit sneaky. I was going to say that sometimes you'll see gut shots more likely to raise flops than open-enders because you don't want to raise fold your equity with the open-ender. But here where they're this deep, I don't expect Mosbach to have a ton of bet 3-bets on the flop. So you could go either way, but he doesn't get that option.
Yeah, I think that rule applies more when they're shallow, right? The 20 big blind
Right.
where some people are like, I've got an overpair or I've got top pair. I just jam it in and you just fold out open-ended.
Exactly right. And Paulie V checking twice with the open-ender. He still reserves the right to go for a delayed check raise if he does face a bet.
And he should be facing a bet. Don't know why Mario would check once more.
Yeah, Mario comes with about half pot here. No, a little bit more, 2/3.
Yeah, he's gone polarized where it's queen or nothing is what he's trying to say. Jack wouldn't make sense. Check back flop, bet big on turn on an overcard.
And raising is an intriguing option for Paulius, as check calling 2/3 pot with 5 high is not the most appetizing play.
Yeah, I don't think check call is really an option because then you're forced to hit your hand. Check raise or fold. If you check raise, that means you think that your opponent might be barreling like an ace-10, an ace-king. That's not going to call a raise.
He does just let it go.
Yep.
So it would have been very interesting to see what happened if Mosbach had bet the flop there. And certainly we know Paulie V wouldn't have folded.
Yeah. Can we live in an alternate universe where we replay that hand? I would love to see it. Well, in tournament poker, you don't always push every chip into the middle. Sometimes keeping part of your stack steady is part of the strategy. In the crypto space, stablecoins often play that kind of role. Jupe USD is designed as a digital dollar that tracks the value of the US dollar while operating within the Jupiter ecosystem. I feel like we got scammed by Mario not betting that flop with aces. I want to see Pauly V get aggressive.
Do you think he would have faced the check raise there, Randy?
I don't know.
Yeah. It's really hard to say. No spade in hand for the 5-4 there. But nonetheless, Mosbach up over 5 million. It's been an exciting tournament for him. Running out that straight with the king 3 off.
The main
Rivering a
is
straight
the
with the
face
pocket
believable.
10s against the queens.
Raising face is always.
And then getting that nice semi-bluff through. Folding Pedro off of top pair in a 3-bet pot.
Okay.
Ball's in action. I'm just going to presume there's someone lagging outside. Okay, we're going outside. Looks like it's Joe Chuen on the button. No, is it actually J&T? Oh, J&T's got cards hidden. Didn't see him. He opened raises. 250. Deng Peng, he's going to fold. Kuei Song in the big blind.
We've seen Kuei Song kind of get after it in the past, Randy. He is coming in with a relatively small 3-bet out of the big blind here to 600K.
600K. J&T plays 3.6 million back after opening at 250. So we know J&T's a fighter.
Yeah, potential for fireworks here with the 2 big stacks and an opponent who doesn't love folding the 3-bets.
Okay, so this is going to be 1.4 in the middle. 3-bet pot, deep stacked. Board reads Jack 5-3 Rainbow. Wu is the pre-flop 3-better from the big blind. There's a cutoff open from J&T. Maybe a range bet. 550 is the price. And a quick fold from J&T. Must have had nothing. But yeah, pocket aces.
Pocket aces indeed.
So you might be wondering how Wu Kuei Song has all the chips he does because he's a tournament chip leader. He got in a 6 million chip pot against Deng Peng, who's seated right next to him, where Wu Kuei Song opened King 10 offsuit, Queen 8 of diamonds defended for Deng Peng, Queen Jack 5, Kuei Song bet 180. He turned a straight on the turn, bet 270, jammed the river for 2.1 million into a pot of 1.6. And Deng Peng hero called with top pair on Queen Jack 595 and lost to the King 10.
Yeah, big river bet there. Probably the biggest pot of the tournament. As Deng Peng was one of the chip leaders not too long ago and now finds himself as the shortest stack in the tournament.
How much you playing, sir? All right, let's put the shades on. Yeah, wait, J&T. Because chip leader's interested. Hold on. That's not a little bit of chips, is it?
That is a lot of black chips, Randy.
Cold 4-bet.
No.
You just consider this one, right? Okay. So it's raised 1,550,000 fold.
1.55 from Wu Kui Song here.
Okay.
J&T gets away.
Okay, Joe Chuen, he made it 750K 3-betting J&T. Now he's facing a cold 4-bet to 1.6. I don't think he expects to ever have fold equity given the stack he's got behind against Kueh Song, so he needs to just decide, does he have a hand that can fight?
All in.
He's all in for 2.6 million. He's getting called.
This must be two big hands, Randy.
Yeah, I want to see it. Okay, that is
Ace-King.
Ace-King versus, is it Ace-King?
Ace-King, I believe. How anticlimactic. We were taken over to this table for this?
Boring. Wow, the top pair.
Chop it up, gentlemen.
Top pair, no good.
All players in the Jupiter, please return to
I'm
your
really
seats.
sad.
Yeah, I was hoping to see some fireworks
I
there.
wanted to see someone angry. Tilted, busted. Ay, ay, ay.
We did see Ace-King beat Ace-King earlier in this event as Igor Yaroshevsky was able to run off that 4 flush.
Oh, yeah, that was dirty.
Unfortunately,
and
didn't lead to any money as he was the bubble boy.
That is right. He bubbled the tournament. And you know, the man who lost that hand was Stanley Choi. He's still in the tournament.
Very true.
That's why Stanley Choi is so short. It's all Yaroshevsky, but he got the last laugh.
Yeah, he's been sticking around, kind of hovering 10 big blinds and less for a good chunk of this tournament, Randy.
Does his best work at the bottom of the leaderboard.
As long as you win every time you get all in and you're covered, you know, you win the tournament eventually.
That's
right.
With, the most famous soccer player right now that plays poker.
Neymar?
Yeah, Neymar.
Oh,
and there's like all these cameras and shit. And I'm like, man, are all these cameras here for me? Because I got 2 seconds in the World Series.
Nicky P all in, ace-9 off.
like, you guys gotta
Not going to receive any
I don't know
customers.
what's going on, man. I'm so blind to this stuff.
I thought I heard Aram say that he thought the cameras were on him at some WSOP,
Yeah,
but they're
they were on
filming
Neymar.
Neymar.
That's pretty good.
It's like, wow, I'm really that famous? Nah, that guy. I'm going to give some love to YouTube. You know why? Because I like reading their chat. You like reading their chat.
Do it. Give us some love.
Give us some love. I mean, if you guys are enjoying the stream, give us a thumbs up, a subscribe, a like, comment in the chat. Me and Alex Livingston both love reading it, assuming they're good questions or comments, but you know, we do read it. Thank you.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of praise in here. I've been avoiding stroking our own egos, but we do appreciate it, guys.
In comes bad comments.
The basketball tutor said that he watched me at one of the bracelets I won in Vegas. He was there watching. It was a long heads-up match.
You stuck it out with whole cards down?
Yeah, apparently.
That's a true fan. I wouldn't do that for you.
I wouldn't blame you. It went pretty late.
I mean, we're bonding, but I don't think we're that close
we're not
yet.
on that level yet. Yeah.
No.
What if it was the main event?
And then drink.
No, I'm sorry,
No?
buddy. Okay, but can I go to the after party? Because then I've got incentive.
Well, you can go to the after party, but not if you're already threatening to not be there for the rail. I mean, you got to have a little bit of
Just random team
commitment.
simulation. Let's start drinking.
Good. That's good.
Okay, so actually that last hand, Petrangelo did not jam, perhaps because he had a few more bigs and he opted to just min-raise the ace-6 offsuit.
There is a question in the chat. If I plan to go to WSOP Paradise, I've gone the last 3 years, so I'd say there's a good choice, a good chance, excuse me.
It's actually funny that you mentioned that because my previous mate, Kevin Vanderkoy, was saying that he's got a star on you, was watching you in that Paradise where you donked off your big stack. You told me you had like 10 million or something, didn't you?
I did have. I was chip leader of that big 25K. In the money, pretty deep.
Welcome to the party.
Let's pause the story for 1 second because Stanley Choi's at risk of ace-queen.
Enough about me. Mazbach, king 10 off here versus this size jam. Easy call.
Way better.
Thank you. Sorry, I gave you. Don't ever listen to me, dude.
Show me one ace.
Ace Queen, feeling good? As long as Stanley Choi never busts, he does not mind.
No conflict.
Huh?
No conflict.
No conflict.
Live cards for
I didn't
Mosbach,
interact
who's
with you
run
guys.
pretty well in these all-ins so far today, Randy.
Ace, 10,
Yeah.
6.
Fair.
Fair.
Not so fair.
5 outs. Is that fair?
I don't even know what's a fair turn.
King.
King?
That's not fair.
I don't know how fair that is, although still a host of outs for Choi. Ace, Queen, Jack, or 6.
Mm-hmm. 27% of the time he can stick around.
How is that fair, really?
Ding, 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 ding. You have to do ding, 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 ding before the river comes.
I don't hear any bells.
What is it? Oh, GG.
GG to Stanley Choi, who
Good luck, guys.
held tough for a long time. Picked up some pay jumps along the way.
Just asks and gets it.
And Randy, there's a question directed towards you as well in the YouTube here, asking, since you quit poker, I don't know that you completely
Did I
quit
quit
poker,
poker?
but
If you want to say that,
it
okay.
says, since you quit poker, what else do you do for a living apart from commentating?
I mean, for a living,
Super Mario.
nothing really. I do recreationally play pickleball, but that's about it.
There you go. He's
But I'm not making money from it.
No, but you're trying to get on the pickleball circuit.
I'm spending money right
Eventually,
now.
Randy's going to be making so much money playing pickleball that he's going to have to turn down these Triton broadcasting gigs.
But if you're going to be there, maybe I'll still
You're welcome
stick
again.
around for it.
You should have said.
So Stanley cashes for $63,000. I mean, I feel like he would have won that all-in against anyone else. Against Mario Mosbach, he's drawing dead.
Mosbach has been very fortunate in these pre-flop all-ins.
All right, Mosbach, who do you want to hurt next? Jack 4 offsuit. He's eyeballing that stack like, what can I raise to steal it? Apparently it's no size, so he makes it 125 as a limp. This is the same guy who had ace-9.
Yeah, and I've really enjoyed watching Ignace play. He's played quite well.
Like, you know he's super sharp. Like, he's going for every chip possible, induction.
Yeah, just seems very locked in to me.
Ace, King 3. You saw Mario go for his hoodie and wrap it around his neck very quickly once he realized he was seeing a flop.
This board should be a little better for Mario. He's going to have some traps facing a somewhat capped range that checks back. 10-6. Not a lot of prospects on this board.
Mm-hmm. Gonna unravel that hoodie on his neck. Why is he standing up? Where's he going? He still needs an operator for his chips. They're so messy. They're not in 20 stacks. There was like 6 blues randomly on the side. I don't know if you caught that.
I didn't.
Not those blues. It was someone else.
I see them there now, yeah. To Petrangelo's right, yeah?
No, there's more blues next to Mario. Okay, well, you'll see. Just wait. Yeah, do you see him now?
Okay, yeah. Why does he have those blues over in their own area? It's not like previously when we had this beautifully built red tower that Michael Zhang unfortunately caused the destruction of.
I don't know if they just like.
I mean, everyone's doing
is
some
he counting
weird
how many
things with-
eliminations he's done? Those are souls.
Petrangelo's also got his chips in 2 different piles. Oh no, that's just one pile. He's just.
Yeah, but like the whites are really crisp in one single file line, but not the rest.
Yeah.
This is disturbing for me. What's wrong with these people? Can't they stack their chips nicer?
This is the stuff we
This is why
start talking about when we've been in the booth for too long, Randy. as our substitutes.
Look, the black chips there are not even straight. Looks like the leaning tower. Come on,
So
Paulie.
you have some chip stacking OCD, and it seems that almost every player at this table is getting on your nerves in some fashion or another.
I know.
I mean, look at those blue chips there by Ignas.
Look at this. Yeah, I know.
On the rail there.
It makes no sense. He also has 6 chips of
He's
blues
got
on the side.
6 chips just on the rail there.
Mario has 6 blues. What does it mean?
Mario's is a stack at least, no? Or
No,
Mario's
he's
got
got
them on the
6
rail
blues
too.
on the side too.
Are
It's
they
ridiculous.
indicating that they're teammates? They are
Yeah.
both representing coin poker.
They're just trying to attack each other. They were doing some ridiculous stuff.
No, it's interesting. Both of them have 6 right on the rail.
It makes no sense. It literally makes no sense.
Could it be a coin poker directive? You put the chips under the logo?
I have no idea.
Do you know how many hands we are ahead? No?
10 minutes.
Huh?
10 minutes, you can go.
I like our Moganian. He's got a very relaxed disposition at the table, but make no mistake, he's a killer, Randy.
I've heard he's really good. I believe he's newer to our Triton tour, but let's take a look outside. Quay Song's involved. He folds. And that one was actually a raise from Joe Twen to 260. Quay Song to 3-bet to 660, and Joe Twen 4-bet to 1.3. So they got a little 4-bet game going on at this table.
So someone is saying in the chat, I don't know if there's anything to this, that it's an anti-card reflection? So that the cards don't... Are they wearing glasses, these guys? I don't know. You're looking at me with a very confused look.
You believe everything you read in the internet? Anti-card reflection,
Well,
like how?
I don't know. Like
I just
something
wanted
with
to
the
be explained
glasses?
to me.
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me either. Maybe I just am too gullible.
You are gullible.
But I'm trying to figure it out because both of them are doing it.
Gullible Livingston. My partner.
Livingston.
Livingston. Well, it's actually Johannes Strauber opening. He's rocking the same windbreaker that Mario Mosbach is sporting. But his is buttoned up.
Yeah, he just got off of his shift guarding Buckingham Palace.
Buckingham Palace, the Dutchman. Over in the UK. Yeah, that's what he's doing. You just gotta put, I don't know what that thing is called, but you know the thing they put on their head?
Yeah.
The big, tall, black thing?
I can picture it well.
Yeah.
He's on the next flight to London.
Spending the wages here in Jeju. This man's grinding the Triton Poker Plus app. He's like, why? Am I not the chip leader?
How do you know he's not just grinding Tinder?
Because I can see. Didn't you see the different names? Is that how Tinder looks these days?
I missed the zoom in on the app.
I didn't see him swipe left and right. It was up and down to see who's at the top of the leaderboard and the bottom.
Jamil Wakil was one of the chip leaders coming into the day. Now finds himself as one of the shorter stacks, the Canadian.
Man, how behind is this table? We're going to stay here for more hands? They weren't wrong at the feature table saying maybe it'll take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Jamil's hat's pretty cool. It's
Should
like
we
a leather hat.
Figure out who the culprits are?
Should we? I mean, you can take a peek while we wait for this action to unfold.
Something we do have access to.
Hey, it's your fellow Canadian. He's all in for $1.5 million. And Roland Rokita wants a count.
Actually, a lot of these players have used most of the time. Jamil Wakil and Pedro Padilla are the two biggest culprits. No surprises that JNT has used the least amount of time at this table.
It's a confident man. 1,485,000, I believe, was said by the dealer to Roland Rokita, the ski jumper, national Austria team.
Ski jumper, high stakes poker player. What can't he do?
No, he can't call.
He cannot. Take it down, Jamil.
Yeah. For Canada. You know which part he's from? Which territory?
Province? I mean, we do have territories as well, but most likely he's from one of the provinces. I want to say he's from Toronto, which would be in Ontario.
I don't know any other provinces. British Columbia.
There you go. You've got 2. Can you name a third?
Newfoundland.
Yeah,
because you said it before.
Okay. Which one am I from?
Alberta.
No, I'm not from Alberta, but that is the 4th province you've named correctly. Nova Scotia is where I hail from.
Yeah, he's Canadian.
So how does taxes work on that part?
You still have to pay taxes wherever you're a citizen as well.
It seems unreal.
What would the alternative be, that you get to pick and choose what laws you... I don't understand.
Okay, pocket kings for Aram.
It's like whatever, like we have to follow the laws.
Holy V, Queen 10 off.
That's true, right? So we can't just
Gonna
like,
see a
smoke
flop,
weed.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
How much do you have? I'll wait the screen to show up.
So we're doing
3.5.
all blue versus all green in terms of outfits.
And look at this, Pauly V flopping the higher equity open-ender, flush draw. Terrible looking flop if you're a Ramaganian. On the one hand, I suppose you feel like you want to get protection, but I think your hand is just too weak to put chips in here.
That's why he's checking. Ace on the turn. Kind of a weird spot now for Pauly V because Undergun has a lot of ace-X with a check back here.
They do, but if you go big, can you get a lot of those ace-X hands to fold by the river? Or do you think that Aram would think there's too many semi-bluffs available? I don't mind starting with a big bet here as Pauly V. He has the type of hand that mimics some of the value bets he would go, but instead he chooses a small size.
But it's still a bet. Puts a lot of pressure on kings immediately.
Yeah, Ram's hand is already uncomfortable here.
Right, he could be up against flushes, 2 pairs.
And bad visibility with this hand. Meaning if he faces another bet on any river that's not the king of clubs, he just doesn't know where he's at all.
Calls for now with caution. 6 of diamonds is a flush for Pauly V.
So 3rd nut flush, but really kind of 5th nut flush because the 5 or the 10 would be a straight flush. What do you like here, Randy?
I probably would still go for value. I mean, checking what does it do? Hoping an ace-X turn itself into a bluff? Don't really know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think some people
check
in this spot to avoid that tough decision of betting and facing a raise. Also, you do allow some bluffs. Perhaps Oganyan here is just at the stone bottom of his range and will feel compelled to bluff this hand. Hard to imagine you get here with a worse hand than kings, no diamond. Besides, you know, jacks or queens, which are the same thing. Yeah.
Same exact thing. Yeah, maybe he does need to bluff this, actually.
I think he does. I mean, you really just can't get here with any worse hands, and you need to have some bluffs on every run out.
I mean, when's the last time you've turned pocket kings into a bluff? But he's actually betting 175,000.
This is cool. You know, he's going. I think he's just targeting ace-X for this size.
Like, but then why would your opponent bet a naked ace-X
on the turn?
Yeah, because doesn't Undergun hit the ace-X a lot? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
they do. They also have some pairs.
Yeah, it's weird. Kind of felt like he burnt the 175, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if
think
Pauly
if you
had
bluff,
ace-4, does he bet the turn?
Right. Maybe you're right. So if you're bluffing, maybe you just have to go bigger there.
I was happy to see that bet. I was happy to see that bet as well.
I thought I grabbed the 500.
Is a value bet? Look like a value bet.
What do you think of me if it's a value bet?
I think it's a value bet.
Yeah.
That value bet. I tried.
Too thin.
575.
Trying to get called by. I don't know what it is. But this is going to be our next blue featured table, J&T. It's got a huge iPad with the Triton Poker Plus app. See what's going on? He's like, yeah, I'm still in the tournament with a lot of chips. It's kind of funny because he's looking at his exact table. Jamil will kill.
I guess 800
Johannes
would have been better.
Strava. Pedro Padilla.
Honest is not 40.
My full for
On the
800.
feature coming up.
And of
Over,
course,
but I would
we're already
start
down to
thinking
20
about it.
players, Randy. Once we get down to 16,
2 straight flushes.
you'll really see everybody
Yeah,
between
one
those
is not,
two
one,
feature
one
tables.
is not a range, really.
Yeah, redraw at
Love me,
16. We did the redraw at 24 already. We'd have Kerber
Whoa.
jamming the small blind with 9-8 offsuit into Alex Boyka's ace king. He has 2.5 million. That's a
This is a
20 big blind jam. Is it excessive?
Big jam, Randy. I can't say that I've studied these spots recently by any means, but 980 for 20 bigs?
Probably not, but the thing is, Kelvin likes to press the variance from Brazil. Maybe he can get lucky 35% of the time. He beats ace king. 5 million chip
I
pot.
can see it suited.
I see a 9,
Whoa.
a 6, and a 4. Grim for Boyka. I mean, table is just silent. It's just brutal, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel fair, but this is the way of poker. 9-8 offsuit, 2 live cards, still going to win plenty of the time.
Queen on the river, and Boyka will have a bad beat story to tell his mates. Officially eliminated in 20th. 20th is $70,000 for Boyka.
And Kelvin Kerber with that pot will retake the chip lead he once held over Paulie V. Ren Lin here, pocket 7s against Petrangelo 6s, and look, Ren Lin 3-bet calling, inducing the shove from Petrangelo.
Out pip by 1. That one hurts.
What happened this time? Open 3-bet?
It was a great induction from Ren Lin with 7s.
Cutoff
4.5
versus
million.
button.
Yeah,
Tony, you're a professional.
he is a professional. Okay, so another all in. Queen 10-8.
Not anymore.
What's a better card? A queen, a 10-8, or a 9 or jack?
There are some chop possibilities here. That's not going to be one of them. Nick needs a 6. And will his expression change if he hits one here, Randy?
We'll find out. 2 black 6s, river card,
Line 'em up.
deuce, fist bump, top of the table, deep run. Now officially over for Nick Petrangelo, also collecting $70,000.
Yes.
Should be down to 18 players now.
175. What a fucking.
Ren Lin on a huge roller coaster.
Yeah, he was chip leader at one point. Back down to 3 million, back up.
And guys, you have a new dinner with your
Thank you. Thank you.
Nick Petrangelo,
Gamble too much.
one of the
Tony, you are top,
best
top
players from
top
the
player.
USA. One title, 7.2 million in Triton
Let's
earnings.
do 300. I want the
That title was actually in a 50K Turbo in Montenegro for 775,000. Just gonna have to wait for the next one. We want to give some love to GTO Wizard, because if you want to play like a Triton champion, GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. And now you can win a new GTO Wizard Ultra subscription. Sharpen your skills and crush the competition. You can follow GTO Wizard on X, on Instagram, for your chance to win.
No gamble, no future.
No gamble, no future. One of Renlin's pet lines.
Has he ever gone through a tournament where he hasn't set that line?
Probably not. I haven't heard him say Lady Gaga yet, though, Randy. I guess he hasn't had the pocket queens.
Yeah, you need to have the pocket queen. If
Well,
he had it,
sometimes if he just has a queen, though, maybe. Like, he could have said it when he eliminated our Bubble Boy, Igor Yaroshevsky. He could have pointed to the queen and said Lady Gaga, but perhaps decided that would have been a little bit tactless.
A little more.
Lady Gaga eliminate you?
Yeah. Now, Aram Moganian limping here with the 4s has a very nice candidate to go for limp jam if Mosbach did isolate.
Yeah, Mario did not take the bait, felt his opponent was a bit too deep to want to raise ace-7, and also helped strengthen his check-back range on ace-high boards.
And if he did raise, he probably would have to fold to that limp jam, so...
That's why he didn't raise.
Yeah.
Pocket fours is betting.
Min bet. Maybe just trying to clear out a couple overcards.
Kind of weird hand. It's like, I kind of want to bet to protect, but then if I bet and get called, I have no idea where I'm at.
Right. And a bit of an awkward spot for Mazbak, but the price is very good versus this small of a bet.
I mean, there's random stabs, right? Blind versus blind. Wider ranges, more air to keep honest. Turn card is the 5 of diamonds. Aram actually picks up a flush draw. Not that he needs it against ace-7, but he doesn't know it.
So he has some showdown value with the 4s. Wouldn't be surprised if he just plays this as a check. If he does bet, perhaps his plan is to fire 3. But he just checks, which feels like the more comfortable option.
Yeah, betting was just to try to blow out a 6, and you probably need 3 streets to blow out the jack.
The jack, yeah.
Kerber. And then no future.
And does Mazbak feel he has enough showdown value just to check this?
I think so. You kind of want some additional backup, like a 7 of diamonds to want to consider betting. Okay, so 5 overs to the 4s, but the 4s are still good.
Now I don't really see any reason to bet the 4s. Your opponent can still have plenty of ace high, maybe some king high.
He's basically trying to sell the story. I've got a pair. I'm really unsure if I should value bet. Then he's going to check and hope Mario just takes the free showdown. No, he's actually reaching for chips, so he's turning the 4s into a bluff.
What size did he go with there?
475.
475, interesting. So I guess targeting
the 6.
6x.
And he thought a jack would maybe fold sometimes too.
Huh?
Yeah, I suppose. I
What'd you have?
feel like a jack would keep him honest a lot, but it's
high?
possible.
I was value betting a bluff.
You were value betting?
A bluff.
So guys,
Red
can we get
forward.
your attention, guys, for 1 second? We have a new player coming up to the table. Player requires to be in the middle seat. He's drawn seat number 7. Fortunately, everybody's going to have to move around
guarantee.
1 seat to their right.
My sugar daddy.
So
Shouldn't tell you this.
Me too. I don't even.
Shouldn't tell you this, what I had.
I told you what I had to.
Yeah, red forward.
Yeah. I had
I
I
wasn't
did
sure if
hear
I was diamonds.
the tournament director let
we
the
need to change
table
the
know
microphone.
that
Make you
there's a
fold the
new
6.
player coming.
I mean, I had.
I have a little. I thought I could beat some ace high.
That's going to take a little bit of time. So why don't we go ahead and send on a short little couple-minute break, and we'll get back to the action soon.
Best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Randy Liu alongside Alex Livingston, as there's still 18 players remaining. That's 3 tables of 6. We do have a redraw at 16 players, so we need 2 more eliminations to get there. Top of the leaderboard is Kelvin Kerber, when he did jam that 9-8 offsuit for about 20 big blinds effective and down to ace-king.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the 9-8-0 there. I know some of the suited connectors end up jamming for quite a few big blinds, but in any event,
he got it.
He wasn't in terrible shape against the ace-king. Flopped a 9, and that was all she wrote.
So Boyka did get punished with ace-king. And Petrangelo actually went out too, when he did not believe Ren Lin and reshoved 6s into 7s. Tournament short stack is actually Xiang Yu Yu, who's got 7 bigs, but then the next shortest has 15. So not sure if we'll get to the final 16 quickly or not. No runaway chip leader yet. Paulie V in second.
Why did they move?
Just check, right?
A big stack.
Probably
here,
just
Lin.
20.
Speaking of chip leaders, in the 30K no limit event that's running today, Dan Dvoris, fresh off that victory, Randy, is at the top of the counts.
Looks like it. 4 favor.
A lot of other stars in that field. Ben Heath, Sean Winter, Mustafa Kanit, Alex Kulev hopped in, Bryn Kenny, all in the top 10. Kayan Mokri in the field as well.
Yeah, registration's still open over there.
CIA. He usually wears FBI, but today's CIA. That's so fucking. I love it.
J&T, ace-6 of clubs.
Where did
He's
he
going to
get
raise
these
into
beautiful hats
Ignaz's Jack-9, who defends.
Nice flop for J&T, nut flush draw. Taking a peer at the board, confirming those are in fact clovers over there.
Yeah, J&T's got a little bit of eyesight issues, so that's why he's got that light to help him see his whole cards, and sometimes he does lean over to check the flop, make sure the suits are what he thinks it is.
Comes with a nice small bet, and Ignaz, 2 overs and the jack of clubs. Certainly can't see him folding for this size.
Well, that's why he's calling.
Five of spades. Ignaz hasn't checked yet. There is a principle where sometimes Middle pair after check calling flop will lead the turn, but not this time.
He's hoping for a check through and he can steal.
I should say when the middle card pairs. See that sometimes. It does go check, check.
King on the river. What does Ignace do now? Because it's not really his type of card to represent.
No, it's not. And, you know, he could bet something small and just represent that he could be value betting some deuce X and 8X. But the problem is with all those straight draws, ace high might just call anyway.
So he bets 350K. Let's see if that ace high might just call anyways.
So the 6 of clubs is kind of a bad card for JNT to have there because he wants his opponent to have draws and he blocks both straight and flush draws. So from a theory perspective, I don't mind. If you're going to fold some ace highs, that seems like a good one to fold.
Right, so he blocks 6-7, 6-4, busted clubs. Makes sense. He knows his combos.
But nicely done from Ignace to get that one through. Lithuanian continuing to play well.
He got a full house.
He tried to tell JNT he had a
He
full
tried
house.
to say he had a full house. Sometimes, you know, I love Ren Lin, but sometimes you just have to take the things he says with a big grain of salt. Sometimes he just says things to say things.
Yeah, unnecessary comments.
Just
comes out
kind
of that
of
man.
random, nonsensical babble. But
yeah, babble is a good word to use.
I love the guy nonetheless.
Not everything that comes out of his mouth is gold.
Ace Jack, Paulie V.
Mario's got ace 10. Similar stack sizes, over 5 million apiece.
Yeah, I think he can consider flatting or 3-betting. Does elect just to flat this one.
He's just always playing, right?
I think so, yeah. I think the hand versus hijack a little too good to fold. You could consider folding ace 9 off for sure, but ace 10 wants to get in.
Yeah, at least ace 10 can make a straight.
And the scarf is coming back on, Randy.
It's a hoodie.
Yeah, well.
Hoodie scarf, what do we call it?
It's some sort of combination.
That's a combination of a couple tens for the ace 10. With
yeah.
the nut heart, too.
What a flop for Mosbach. Such a good flop that if Paulius checks, does Mosbach ever check back, or are they so deep that he just wants to start building a pot, maybe something like quarter pot?
I still think he bets just to build the pot. He probably expects Paulius to even check over ace highs and pocket pairs that would continue.
Oh, we're on a break.
But we've seen Mosbach be sneaky. Remember when he had aces on Jack 3 deuce and he checked it back?
We've definitely seen some sneak.
One more hand.
From the Austrian former pro footballer.
One more hand.
He does, in fact,
Hey, one more hand.
opt for the check back.
Sneaky, man. And now he's got the nut flush draw. Not that he needed it. But still, maybe with the flop check through, there's more things that Paulie could continue with the third heart. What do you do now? Because your opponent has checked you twice, and you're sitting there with a hand that you want to build a pot with, but then you have so much hand.
I mean, at some point you need to start putting chips in the middle, right? I mean, this would be, it just feels like you're missing out on too much potential value to check this twice, although I can understand why you'd want to with the ace of hearts in hand. But surely your opponent has plenty of single heart hands that will feel compelled to call. Just 250, 300, you don't need to go big here. Does go 375. Paulie V with ace jack, bit of an awkward hand. No heart in hand, maybe he just lets this one go.
Yeah, I feel like he needs the jack of hearts to at least consider continue. Here, if he calls this, maybe he's calling a bit too much.
I think so. He does agree with you, Randy.
Super Mario.
Super Mario.
He's been saying that a lot.
Why'd you chuck?
Probably flop the flush. King Jack of Hearts.
No. Ace 10.
Could be.
You may remove the scarf now, sir. My hand is over.
It's always interesting. You have some players who will rock the scarf or the sunglasses throughout, and then you have other players who maybe will put the sunglasses on every time they get involved in a big hand, but take them off in between hands.
I would want some kind of automated system if I had to keep taking off my
An
sunglasses.
automated system.
You know, like shades on, shades off.
What about just a personal assistant who brings them over to you?
Yeah.
Players are getting up. I believe after this hand, we are going to be on a break, Randy, which means we'll be turning the reins over to our other team, Henry Kilbane and Kevin Rabichow.
But maybe we got a little bit more action as Mario opens in the cutoff. He didn't take off the scarf because he knew he was going to raise the next hand.
Perhaps you're right. JNT, pocket fours in the small blind. Could consider just ripping this versus cutoff open.
So grab some black chips, and he's actually grabbed more than 250. Playing the pocket fours very aggressively.
Yeah, goes with non-all-in 3-bet, and decent chance this just works against the offsuit Broadway combination that Mosbach has.
Like that he's taking matters into his own hands and not just calling and trying to see if he flops a set to continue, because that doesn't happen too often. But now he can just maybe take it down pre.
Mosbach's going to get a little sticky here.
It's a big call of King Jack. Cutoff versus small blind. He just doesn't believe.
These two probably have a fair bit of experience playing against each other, Randy.
Of course. 10-9-9. Mosbach's got 2 overs.
And what do you do now with the fours? Stack to pot ratio is just 1. If you're ahead, you really want to get protection.
It's a weird spot. They're actually pure coin flipping too, if you can see.
And a small bet doesn't really get you that much protection because you don't expect to get many folds. And he does just move in.
Can he deny the equity?
And
He
Mosbach
does.
folds quickly. Well done, JNT, as he's got a bit of a smile on his face.
JNT. Mr. Main Event getting it done in a side event. Nice. Gotta love that. Val's on the side, like, hey, you want to play some Chinese?
Yeah, he's trying to get a little bit of action in on the break, perhaps, Randy.
Just a little bit. But those are the chip counts, and yeah, we're down to 18 still. Very close between Pauly V and Kelvin Kerber. Mario Mosbach was the chip leader, but just lost that pot, so he slips down to 3rd on the overall leaderboard. Welcome back to the booth, Randy Liu, Alex Livingston, and we do have to cede the desk to Kevin Rabichow and Henry Kilbane, but any last thoughts before we go?
Well, that was fun to see JNT pick that one up against Mosbach, and he's built his stack up a little bit, so hopefully he keeps it going. JNT is one of my favorites to watch, Randy, but that was a fun couple of frames.
Yeah, fun couple of frames. Our plan still is to play down to a final table. That final table is 9 players, 18 remaining, so half of the people will not make that final. We're going to send it down to about a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume shortly.
You hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations, all in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You don't have to 3-bet too big if your opponent's raising hands like queen 6 off, so it doesn't really matter how much it is.
Good point.
Look at this outfit from Ebony Kenny.
Looking dapper. Did she change her? Maybe she took a jacket off or something? She's looking different than when we panned over to that table previously. She's TV ready.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy G, the Frenchman.
No. The one that was here? No. The stirrup.
Okay, from pocket nines to ace 9 of hearts. Another blind versus blind spot. Does have Mario Mosbach to his left.
I just wanted to make sure. No.
220?
220?
Yes.
Gonna make it 220. You know, from time to time, we actually see hands like this 3-bet bluff from the big blind against the small blind open because it has less playability. It's got, a blocker to hands that can fight back. Curious to see if it's even crossing his mind.
Unblocking some of the middle card stuff, having the big little combo. I think if he were to go for it, Ignace's hand is strong enough just to move in, especially against somebody like Mario, who can certainly have bluffs.
I think if he does 3-bet, he makes it like 450.
480?
He is going for it. Nice read, Randy. Nice prediction.
It's a repeat of the last hand.
And I think we expect ace-9 suited just to say, prove it.
Exactly. They both speak the same language, clearly, from their 3-bet strategy from the big blind against the small blind open. So he knows there is some poor hands in Mario's range.
Worth noting, this is Ignace Yasenevičius. Okay, I'm not going to get that one well. This is Ignace's...
You butchered it somewhere.
I tried. I tried and failed. But this is his first Triton series. He played a full schedule at Triton 1. He did not cash in the 20K event.
Oh my god, he's clicking it back to induce. What are we doing here? Limit hold'em almost?
This is funny.
He's been trying to induce.
I mean, at this point, I think he's quite clearly committed, given Mario only has 1.48 total, but it's almost more annoying if you're Mario and you face this sizing versus just facing the all-in. You almost feel a bit more insulted, I would say.
Yeah. And also everyone's going to see, like, this man is going to fold for 320K more.
This is fun.
Poker's evolved.
Mario.
It's like, seriously, buddy?
Sizing up his opponent.
You can click it once more. 1.1 something. That would be insane. I don't think he'll ever do it.
All in.
Oh my god, he's going all in. 5th floor all in with king 3 off.
Wow, Randy.
5-bet pot with these stacks. It's king 3 off versus ace-9 suited.
That is... I did not expect that to induce, Randy, because if he had just shoved, Mario is always folding. I thought the 800 was effectively the same thing.
He got max value. With ace-9 of hearts, your jaw has dropped, Alex. You're stunned.
This is amazing stuff from Ignace.
See a 9, a 7, and a 6. He's going to be rewarded.
Worth noting the king 3 was still plenty live. You don't normally see a hand as weak as ace-9 suited go for the induce here.
There are ways where Mario stays in. That is the 10 or the 5 to bring it straight on the board.
change, okay. Full stack.
It's a 5. All that hard work from Ignas.
And that doesn't quite seem fair. Mario offering the fist bump.
Mamma mia.
Brutal.
Randy, are you as surprised as I am when, you know, 800K was in there
Same
already?
company,
That as we shift over to our other table. Manuel Fritz, ace-4 of clubs in the hijack.
Super short stacked.
I think just go time, 7 bigs.
Jam and hope for the best. Almost jam, I mean. Oh, that is not what he wants to see.
No, and if you're Nicky P, I like just continuing with a call here. You're going to have some hands that want to call and fold to further action behind. His not being one of them, but you need to balance that range.
We've seen some crazy induction, so why not let players go crazy and just call, which he will. You guys are in the same camp. Strava doesn't take the bait.
Quite the outfit there from Johannes Straver. That was part of the Triton collection.
The new windbreaker. Under Valinas steps aside. We do take this one to a flop as there's still 90,000 in chips remaining. That's north of 1 big. Ace-4 actually has a pair.
And does Fritz just try to check this down? Is that part of the purpose of leaving the 90K behind?
I mean, it just
he
depends
decides
on
not
what
to.
happens. But here, I think worthy of a value bet with the 4 in case you're up against an ace that's unpaired. But surely the kings are looking good.
And the kings are looking very good.
Lock it up. Good game, Manuel Fritz. Rocking the PlayStation jacket. He's going to have to settle for $44,000 payout. Good game, sir. I'm sure we're going to see you at the feature table and plenty of future events.
Yeah, there is a 30K tournament going on right now. Wouldn't be surprised if Fritz jumps into that one.
Players stepping up. Make a name for themselves, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to travel to Europe. It's a bit far, right? A lot of Asian players showing up.
And having Triton 1, you know, right before the Triton High Roller Series is really nice too, because some of those players, maybe they feel like just traveling for all these Triton High Rollers is a bit too big, as, excuse me, aces against Ace King here, Randy.
I know, right? I mean, Ignas just involved in every hand as of late. He's going to try to induce.
Of course. Oh, and he goes with
Oh
call. This
He's
is
a
actually
sneaky man.
This is the only way that Wyron Poo may be able to get away from this hand, because any sort of small 3-bet would have just been shoved on.
Wow. He might actually cost himself chips. It's not like he knew he was up against
No,
Ace
certainly
suited
not.
force. Just when you think there's a standard play, he finds a new option. Oh, but this flop is going to get chips in regardless of runouts, I assume. Top pair, top kicker versus the disguised aces.
Yeah, this will work out well for Ignas. Who's starting with a check, Randy? Are you at all surprised?
It's probably more so that he doesn't want to have a large C-betting range, I guess. Out of position. He certainly could have bet. Nothing wrong with that. If his opponent has a king, he'll put in chip for him. He's got 2 aces, though. He thinks he's trapping.
Yeah.
He might just check call, like, yeah, let me just keep your bluffs.
Exactly, yeah.
Especially with backdoor diamonds, that helps too.
Both players kind of feel like they have the effective nuts at this point. I mean, Pooh could, of course, be behind pocket eights or king queen. Probably doesn't expect to see aces a ton.
Come on, he never expects aces.
Well, but if there's ever a big pair that flats in
Yeah.
any situation, it is aces, right? But it's not something you really think about. And look, Pooh is just going with this check raise, trying to actually induce something from a hand like ace-jack.
Yeah, ace-jack, ace-10, you want them to pay off another 250K. Maybe Ignace decided to bet a queen, although I don't really expect that. But
And
if he did, you know,
yeah,
why
and
not?
If you're Ignace, I definitely like just calling here. You don't really have much to worry about. You have that ace of hearts in hand. You want to keep in your opponent if he's got ace-jack or ace-10.
Yeah, you want them to just blast off the turn.
Mm-hmm.
You just stack king-jack anyways. So he makes the call, and Ren is supposed to be pretty happy about this. That's what he wanted. He wanted to see his opponent put in more chips. That card's a queen. I really don't think that changes too much. I don't expect Ren to ever check raise a queen, and I don't think Ignace would be betting a queen.
And Ignace probably does a decent amount of jamming pre with ace-queen. May also check it back on the flop if he did flat it. I suppose the question here as Weiren Pooh is, do you just move in here for 2/3 pot?
Well, if Ren had, I guess, a semi-bluff, what would you do with that? If he was a jam, then he should probably value jamming the ace-king himself, just for balance purposes.
Agreed.
All in.
All in and double check. Do I still have the slow played hand? I do. I call.
Go 4, 3. Whoa.
Yeah, I think he expected to lose the king-queen normally.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's pocket aces. 2 kings left in the deck. Black kings. See if China's Ren can hold on. 7 of diamonds is a tap of the table. Ignace, slow played aces, rewarded.
哎呀，Kelvin 老师，我只能夺冠了哈，我只能夺冠了。
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of this 25K Jupiter event here live at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Kevin Rabichow, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for Randy and Alex as they worked our way through the bubble today. A nice no-limit hold'em bubble. You just get to really feel the pain out there, Kev, you know?
You love to see it. I mean, not that we didn't love to see short deck for a couple of days. That was a great treat to start this series, but I am very much looking forward to this Jupiter event.
Me too. 25K with 262 runners. We're down to 18, and it is Paulie V leading the field with 18 left. Average stack of 24 big blinds and short stack duties belonging to Roland Rakita, who's currently on 11 bigs. And I want to take your attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, where you can pull up all 3 tables just like this. And Kevin, I want you to tell me, mate, who's got the bad end of the stick here in terms of table draw, in your opinion?
I mean, I'm looking at the blue table first, our feature on table 3, and I'm just seeing some big stacks locked up next to each other, right? This is unfortunate. Kuisong Wu, 5 million chips. He's got Pedro Padilla to his left. He's got Johannes Straver 2 to his left. That's such a bad draw for someone who's top 5 in chips this deep in an event to not really be able to run the table himself.
Yeah, and very solid players as well. Padilla, Wakil, and Straver, all very aware of, you know, ICM and especially this stack depth, the 20 to 40 big blind stack depth. Table 1, looking at some new names for me personally, which always kind of excites me at Triton. It's always great seeing some of the OGs, but when you come out to Jeju, we get a lot of, you know, mainland Chinese players that we're not familiar with, some other Asian countries that we're not too familiar with. So always exciting to just see how some of these newer players who perhaps don't have as much live experience, especially on the Triton stage, I don't care who you are, you know, it gets to you. You've got the bright lights, the cameras, the entire poker world watching, and there's always that doubt in your mind, like, what if I make a massive blunder in front of tens of thousands of people? Like, that's a natural human kind of element to this game. So let's see how some of these newcomers navigate their way down to this final table. 3 tables of 6. Kelvin, Kerber leading the red table. Yu-Song Wu leading the blue table. And tournament chip leader, only just by a fraction of a big blind, Paulie V. He's got Mario Mosbach, Ren Lin.
That outer table also stacked with chips.
Yeah. I was just looking at that. Ren Lin, Aram's over there, JNT, #1 on France's all-time money list. Fresh off that second place run, man, in Harvest in Paradise.
Just a ridiculous human, JNT. Mr. Main Event, under the big lights at the Triton Super High Roller Series. He loves it.
He really does. So we're going to have a 2-table redraw once we're down to 16. Could be there in the flash of an eye. Could take us an hour and a half, who knows? Depends how these shorter stacks play this out. 6-handed, blinds coming around a lot quicker. So not as much, you can't really hide 6-handed. One of my favorite humans in the poker world, Jamil Wakil, the very healthy 3.3 million.
Yeah, it looked like Jamil picked up a fortunate double deep in this event against Pedro Padilla not long ago. He's sitting comfortably over 3 million chips now. I think he had a nasty run in the 20K the other day.
Yeah.
Saw him sharing some gross spots that he lost.
He had a nasty run in this late last night. He was just like chip leading almost wire to wire. And then I want to say 2 of the final 15 hands, he just gets like...
Was that this event?
That was
Maybe I mixed up with the
yesterday,
20K because it was yesterday, but that was bullet 1 on this one.
It was pretty insane.
Oh boy.
That was late last night, but still managed to bag a very healthy stack. Let's see how this one plays out. Excited to see Strava here, by the way. Haven't seen much of him, actually.
These two have probably played a ton against each other online, both exceptionally decorated online tournament players.
Oh, yeah.
Padilla, one of the all-time grinders from Brazil.
Strava's one of those online wizards that we've been waiting almost in anticipation for a big score from him. He has a brutal Triton track record.
Yeah.
Not to harp on about it, but Paradise bricked everything. Jeju last time round bricked everything. Montenegro bricked everything he played. Jeju 2024 bricked everything he played. Monte Carlo 2023, 2 cashes out of 9 tournaments played.
Yeah.
And it's not because he's not good enough. It's just variance in this game, in this format, is brutal. Really excited to see him make a run at this, hopefully. Floats in position, correctly so. Picks up a nut flush draw on the turn.
Yeah, Padilla led out on this flop from the big blind. All low cards, generally favoring the big blind. You don't open a lot of 8x or lower from the hijack. So Pedro just taking this total dust, queen 10, and bluffing at the flop. But he's going to slow down. Perhaps fortunately for him, Strava picking up the nut flush draw was not going to back away from any bet.
And in Johannes' shoes, are we ever concerned about getting denied? Should we reopen the action and face a check raise from Pedro?
I think there's definitely a risk of that. I think Pedro could have trips and check it over. Wow, that's a nasty card for Pedro.
All right, dealer. Straight into the action. So Pedro bluffing on the flop. Backing into top pair. Strava going runner, nut flush. 1.3 out there.
Let's see if Padilla can limit the damage here. I don't think he has a mandatory value bet. There's some risk that Strava has king-queen or queen-jack in this line as well. And it's kind of hard for him to have a weak pair in the hijack, but what is this, quarter pot? Little bit,
like it, yeah.
little bit more. I think this is aiming to get called by ace high.
350 into 1.275.
Oh, these spots are so tough. I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. The raise has not been put in yet, but Strava's going to size something up here.
What do you like 900? 850?
Well, yeah, there's kind of two hand classes Strava could choose to rep. He could say, I've got ace-queen, king-queen, like thin value type hands, and put in a small raise like you just suggested. Or he could just pure polarize to a big flush and go for, I don't know, almost all of it. Probably not literally all in, but something in the neighborhood of 2.5 million is definitely a possibility.
Interesting. I was leaning towards a smaller size just because of the paired board nature. Are we just always assuming that Pedro continues with 5-4 pocket fours?
It would be unusual for him to check the turn. I think this line matches a lot better to an 8, a rivered queen, just some kind of one pair hand. That looks like 2. Yeah, just about 2 million.
Strava agreeing with you. Goes big. Now for Pedro, 2 pair, nothing but a bluff catcher.
Recheck for hearts. 10 of diamonds under there.
Tough spot, especially given who we're up against. We're going to bounce over to an outer table real quick. We'll ping pong back to that action, but there is a big pot going down here. How is there 5.7 in the middle?
Cut off for a small blind. Jimmy Guerrero at risk with ace-jack offsuit.
This is a chip lead pot. If Ander can just hold, which he has on the flop, successfully so on the turn, just needs to fade an ace or a jack on the river, which he does.
Wow.
He's up to 7 million, and we're down to 17.
That one just an open raise from Jimmy Guerrero. Ander Vainas 3-bet piles from the small blind with pocket 9s, and Jimmy called it off with that flip. Doesn't go his way.
They were both battling in the Triton 1 main. Here they are battling in the Super High Roller Series.
And Vainas getting the better. Once again, he took home the lion's share of that Triton 1 main prize pool.
Yeah, he's had a very solid trip so far. 4th in the 10K Triton 1 for 227, 2nd in the main for 1.33. He's chilling on the hunt for his first Triton trophy. And I'm just seeing as well.
Does appear that Pedro folded to Strava's raise while we were sweating that all in. Now another chance for those two to get entangled.
I'm just seeing that JNT has taken the chip lead. He's playing 8 million in an absurd pot. When JNT open from the hijack to 300K, Ren Lin 3-bet to 800K with aces. JNT called. The flop came 7-6-4 rainbow, 2 million in the middle. JNT check raised to 1.3 million after Ren Lin continued for 500K. Ren then jammed over the top with aces. JNT called off with pocket 3s.
Oh my god.
So an underpair and a gut shot, and it came 4-3 with the run out. As back over here, Strava is getting the best of Pedro.
Sneaky little check back from Strava. Flops the king high straight. Absolute nuts. Checks behind under the gun versus small blind. Just kind of ranging Pedro all over this flop.
100%.
Small blind call going to interact really well with queen jack 9, so as an overall idea, he's trying to play more checks. See if it gets him some action. Have to think that he's going to bet now in the delayed line.
Would love to see him check once more. Just really extend the rope, you know.
I would like it too. I think it's underused in general. Like trapping flops, I think we see a lot. We don't see a lot of players checking back multiple streets with their traps. I think it, you know, should be mixed in from time to time.
Agreed. Let's come with the delayed C-bet. 2/3 the price. Pedro with an uncomfortable one. I mean, rainbow turn texture. Feels like a case of, you know, way ahead or way behind.
Yeah.
Is Strava now setting off with like 6s?
Yeah, hard to fold this pair plus the good gut shot, but maybe there was an escape path there on the turn. Pedro really needs to just be running into, yeah, like under pairs, ragged suited ace, some hopeless hand that runs this bluff, which is totally possible for Strava, of course.
Some like delayed ace-4, ace-5.
Yeah, I could see him checking back flop with ace high nothing and then just deciding against a second check he's going to run a bluff. Oh, just goes for all of it on the end.
Pretty gangster line. On Strava, going for the jugular. And Pedro chewing on this one. Ultimately lets it go. Great start to this frame for the Dutchman. 7.1 million in his stack now. He went 24-0 before finishing 12th in that 20K yesterday. Talk about a rough stretch.
24 events, 0 cashes.
24 events, 0 cashes.
Yikes.
28 years old, loves the Dallas Mavericks and Ajax. Friends and family call him Jesper. I'm going to stick with Strava until he gives me permission. Maybe I'll get upgraded to the Jesper Club. First job for him. Do you know what it was? 13 years old. Worked on a strawberry farm. Do you think that's where he learned how to...
Strawberry farm?
Yeah. Just like after the day shift, you know, just playing some 1 cent, 2 cent no limit hold'em with the rest of the crew on the farm.
I don't think I've ever imagined a poker game taking place on a farm before right now. Now I'm fully picturing it. Somehow it's on a blanket. There's no table, right? You're just sitting cross-legged.
No, see, I'm thinking more of just like a big industrial barn, and there's just like a blanket on some wood carving table. Everyone's just washed their hands in some like bucket. There's a massive pile of freshly picked strawberries, and yeah, shuffle up and dealer, you know.
Is that what they're wagering? The fresh strawberries?
Hey, listen, do you know how much we paid for that box of strawberries the other day?
I never asked.
That's some high stakes.
Yeah, I believe it.
BVB. Jamil will kill. Limping in from the small. Strava obliging. Now the big just checks back the 9-5.
Has he?
Pre-flop.
Ah, pre-flop.
It's all right.
Yeah. I was like, pretty sure action's still on him. Jamil checked the flop, and it might look a bit suspicious even to Strava to see Wakil checking on ace-king 4. Pretty heavy range advantage for the limper on this board because Strava's rarely going to check pre with a king or an ace in his hand.
And yet here he is blasting.
Yeah, sometimes that dynamic can go up a level, and it's like, well, I know that checking looks strong on this board, so I'm going to start bluffing, and that's going to look strong. Jamil just has a perfectly reasonable check calling hand, though.
Well, the pot has doubled. 900K out there now. This dealer needs to get a pay rise.
Just action.
Just every card right now is bringing the action. Strava with just 9 high on the flop has picked up a flush draw on the turn.
Somewhat valuable to block the backdoor flush draw. Jamil would float this flop with some, queen high spades, king X of spades. It's going to be a lot of his turn calling range if Strava continues to barrel. I also don't think there's much risk of facing a check raise on this turn. Jamil probably just playing check call or check fold with almost everything. I like this barrel.
What's the story being told here, though? Like, he's checked back out of the big. How credible is this bet?
It's a fair point. I mean, that's part of why betting in the first place on the flop is dicey, because you're representing a pretty thin range from the beginning. There's some suited aces you might check pre. Like if Strava has ace-6 of hearts or something, he's probably not going to raise against the limp.
Okay.
So there's some of those types of hands, and then there's the rare just 2-pair hand strength that, you just happen to have king 4, you happen to have, I don't know, king 10 even. Queen Jack a very real possibility also, but I'm skeptical of Strava betting the flop with Queen Jack.
Jamil correctly digging his heels in. Strava bricking the flush draw, but does river a pair of 5s.
Yeah, he's going to show that down. The 5 should be good now and then.
Huge pickup for Jamil, up to 4.3 million. Good for 29 big blinds. Brings him to above average. Yeah, we got some online legends in the mix here. Kelvin, Kerber, Strava, Paulie V, Mosbach, of course.
Yeah, more and more these decorated online players showing up to the Triton Tour.
Pedro, Roland Rakita.
Yeah.
What did his title come in? It was here, right? Yeah, 20K, Jeju 2024. 904,000. Career best score for him at the Triton series.
That was when Poker Code was really having a field day out here.
That was right. I think they picked
Just an
up like
absolute
4
tear.
titles and
Mosbach.
$10 million.
Was that the year that Mueller made his debut too, maybe?
I think so. Strava thinking he's picked up on something. Sensing a light open here, perhaps. It does opt to fold.
Also-
Chewed on that one.
Yeah, just someone who wants to play as many hands as possible, I think. And King Jack off with a good price in the small blind. It was worth consideration. Joe Schwan kind of light here. Ace-7 off. What are we, 6-handed?
Yeah, super light, trying to make something happen.
I do like it with the short average stack opening these kind of hands. He's also opening into Roland's big blind, who's sub 10. So it does work well to have a trashy offsuit ace like this. If he does c-bet this flop, I suspect it's going to be 875 headed his way.
C-bet and take it. Surely.
Yeah, I mean, I know Roland's got backdoor clubs here, but facing under the gun, no backdoor straight draw, it would be very ambitious to continue this hand. Nice pickup from Joe. Nice jacket, too.
That's a strong jacket.
Always stylish.
One of the freshest in the business. He's got a new haircut as well, man. I mean, this guy always he shows up to the FTs with that white blazer.
Yeah.
Big Joe Trent fan. One title, 5.3 million Triton earnings. Came second in this event last year for 1.2 million.
The same event?
Yeah, in the 25K.
Wow.
Where, I don't remember him winning a title though. Oh, there we go. I wasn't here, that's why. Jeju 2024, 25K PLO. Here he is again. This time against his fellow countryman, Kuahn Wu, who's flopped best on the 7-4-4. We're getting some speculative opens here, and I'm loving it. I'm all for it.
Yeah, is Under the Gun the new cutoff? It's out here with 9-7 suited.
Okay, I thought Joe looked a little bit suspicious there, but
Understandably on 7-4-4 Rainbow. Your guy splashes out one big blind after raising Under the Gun. It doesn't exactly look like he has anything.
you're just like, oh, that old chestnut, eh? Really? You got a one big blind c-bet against me, pal?
People talk about it like it really matters. Like that your opponent will take it personal if you bet one big blind.
I'm petty like that.
Which is why you need to bet one big blind plus the smallest denomination chip.
To really tilt them.
As to not offend. No, that's like a respectable size.
What if you're trying to offend them?
Then one big blind.
Nice. Here we go, Joe. Not going to get any action, unfortunately. Strava with an open and then fold to aggression, which he will face. I'm trying to recall whether or not there's someone that has more airtime sleeping at a poker table than Joe Trent. The only other person that I could think that probably is up there that comes close is Tan Xuan.
Yeah, I thought that was who came to mind for me.
Yeah, that's the only person. And I'm not just talking like a little 30-second shut the eyes, do a little meditation. I'm talking full-on airplane mode, arms crossed, drool coming out one side of the mouth.
Tap him on the shoulder so he
Kind
knows
of
that
like-
he's got
yeah,
cards in front of him.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Just pure Joe. Sleepy Joe. Enough of that nonsense. All right.
No, that was a good segue.
Thank you, mate. Massive shout out to our title sponsor. The sponsor who this very event is named after. Of course, I'm talking about Jupiter Exchange. You can head on over there. You can trade on real world events. Or you could just be like me and just use Jupiter for exchanging. That's what I do I use, maybe I shouldn't dox myself in terms of the exchanges that I use live on there, but you know, I'm a fan, let's put it that way. I've used it many times.
Keeping all your meme coins.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Tony.
I need a flop of
Tony need a Lady Gaga, ladies.
You need a straight.
JNT with the 10.
Lady Gaga. Okay. Hold it. What's that?
I think Ren won the pot.
Called in the queen. It came on the turn. He is short stacked, and even after doubling.
1.325.
Short, but
I never win with him. Never. Bahama, 28, he take all my chippers. So he got
I'm
second.
going to give
Bahama
1.4,
may
so I
win
give you
27.
75 change.
And then he changed it. I was lucky see, and he come and change my seat, and I lose all today again. Okay, little bit friend, now JNT.
JNT was chip leader before that hand went down. 10's no good against Tony's king-queen. Queen on the turn. A little bit of revenge for Renlin there after having his aces cracked in an 8 million chip pot not too long ago. So, remain 3 tables. Current on-tap payout, 79,500. Next ladder coming once we get down to 15.
Big
This
hand here
close.
for Padilla. Yeah, you're thinking ahead to King 10 suited's decision here, right? Padilla puts it in for 15 big blinds, just a bit more.
Yeah, 15 and a half. Kuahn Woo's got 2 invested.
It's definitely close. Wu has chips to spare. This wouldn't ruin his stack by any means if he called and lost, and you expect Pedro to just have like any pocket pair.
Queen 10.
Some dominated
10.
broadways. Yeah. Some like ace rag hands that you're very live against. I think it's a clear fold with King 9 suited. I think this is very marginal, but I would probably be putting the chips in.
Wow, you can just see how pained he is by this spot, but he does let it go. It is the correct laydown, preserving his stack. Pedro bouncing back up to 2.9 million and just shy of 20 big. So we're going to cut to a very short 2.5 minute break. Don't go too far. When we return, continuing coverage of this 25K Jupiter event.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card. With crypto, no waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
We are back, ladies and gents, live from Jeju. 17 left in this 25K Jupiter event. Event number 2 of the series. And our first real glimpse at, what was it Doyle Brunson called? The great game of No Limit Hold'em. Just the purest form of poker, the Cadillac of poker, if you will.
The Cadillac. That's the one.
It is the game. 17 left out of 262 runners, 1.3 million up top.
All in?
Looks like it's go time for Rakita. Just north of 9 bigs, 6-handed ace-queen. Absolute powerhouse. And he's going to pick up the blinds.
Been waiting a long time for that.
And the big blind ante.
3 minutes, you were waiting to shove.
A long time to think.
So elsewhere in the room, runner-up, the Triton 1 main event, and Valinas is currently chip leader. Just behind him, Mr. Main Event himself, J&T. He's chilling on 45 bigs. Paulie V in third. So got our very own Triton Poker ambassador, Mario Mosbach. Currently sat in 6th place.
I was just watching his latest YouTube video about his run in the 150K event, September,
That's
here
right.
in Jeju,
Yeah, the
is
one
that
he
right?
lost to Kuahn. That was the most absurd three-handed. It was very similar to the short deck three-handed. It was just super shallow. Chip lead was exchanged on multiple occasions. It was like 9 big blind average or something ridiculous like that, if I recall correctly. I remember Kuahn getting insanely lucky. I remember Mario getting insanely lucky. I remember whoever else it was also getting lucky in just like multiple spots. Was it Huang Wenji that was battling with them four-handed or three-handed?
Kind of ugly one here for Jamil. It's going to be tough to fold a suited ace, even against big blind shove. Rakita is going to have some semi-bluffs in this spot that ace high is ahead of. It's just
1.625.
11 blinds. Even if it's almost pure value, it's hard to fold at this price.
Just feels like sometimes you're dealt a hand that you're destined to lose chips with.
Fold.
Not this man.
Finds the fold.
That is a huge fold.
I do wonder in spots like that what element, like how much the live element plays into their decision. You know you've got a bad calling hand. It's not worth much. And maybe if it looked like that was a clear shove and not, you know, some kind of marginal hand that maybe was going to shove and maybe wasn't, you can find that fold a little easier. Nice one.
No, that's a big fold. I think I could pick out 10 players left in this field who would almost snap call once they receive the official count. Jamil Wakil, 35 years old. So only started playing poker professionally in 2022.
We all believed it.
So just 4 years ago. Before that, he was an investment banker. Has a poker coach and a mindset coach. First job, car washer. At 14 years old. They'll wax on, wax off Mr. Miyagi, you know?
It's just I was just thinking of like a high school fundraiser. Is that a job? Or he was actually like at a gas station doing that kind of car washing.
I feel like in most places in the Western world, that would be illegal at the age of 14. But what do I know?
Yeah, you can work. It's fine.
Yeah? What we got going on over here? Is this blind v blind?
Aram's got some chips in front of him.
It looks like Aram's limped in. Aram's just ripped it in and back to the main tables. Top right-hand corner of your screen, scan that QR code, download the Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't already, you can sweat all of the tables left in this one, all 3, while having the YouTube stream up, obviously. And then elsewhere in the room, we've got that 30K running as well, so can sweat some of your favorite players that are playing in that one. So staying over here, J&T's out there, round to Paulie V. He's also going to pitch it. Arin on the button, short stack. He's out there. Mosbok, 5.1 in the small. Ignace playing 1.9 million, which is 13 bigs. Looks like Mosbok's jammed, and we'll get back to you, because over here we've got an all-in as well. Button versus big blind. Assuming this went open, jam, call.
Does look like it. Kerber well over the 12 big blind stack. Winlay. Actually looks like just an open jam from Kerber on the button. Juan Lee was in the small blind here, also very short. So this just 13, 14 big blinds effective for Kelvin. Flop already out. Winlay stays ahead here with ace-9 of spades. Just a king or a 10 can ruin his day. Safe run out. Winlay's going to get a full double there.
It's nice to win on that board with this hand, you know?
If you
four flush out there, and somehow, you know, ace-9's good.
If we hadn't started revealing cards early in tournament poker, and this was still, you know, like the cash game where it's like, no, you show. No, no, I don't have a winner. You show. No. We'd still be here with cards down.
Man.
Neither player would have revealed their whole cards yet.
That's so good. It's so good. So many times, bro, where you just never expect to see the pot pushed your way.
Yeah.
And somehow your hand is good. That's a really pure feeling.
It's the best. Love to get a double with a hand that doesn't deserve it. But ace-9 was good the whole way.
It kind of brings us back to, you know, what's better, getting a walk with aces or losing a big pot with aces. Remember that conversation?
You mean what's worse?
Yeah,
like what's a worse feeling? I mean, it wasn't much of a conversation.
No?
I thought it was pretty clear that getting stacked is worse than winning the blinds. But, you know, I guess some might disagree. Some prefer to just be out of the tournament in 17th instead of winning the blinds. Sure. Very reasonable take.
Suited Doyle here for Mr. Rolls Royce. Complete from the small. Joe's going to take a sneak peek. He's got... Oh, okay. All right, I didn't even get a chance to call his hand. Joe's just in.
I feel like I just got deja vu to the tournament he finished second in a year ago. I'm sure there was some flashes of that. He's got serious aggression, blind versus blind. Just no nonsense. Nice try on the limp.
Yeah, he just
I'll
knows.
be taking that.
He knows the first one's never a trap, bro. He's read the same book as me.
I remember that.
He knows that the first one, people just aren't balanced enough.
There's some wisdom in that. I used to run with similar assumptions. First time somebody limps, always weak.
Yeah.
First time somebody 4-bets,
Always
always a
weak.
bluff.
Yeah.
What else you got?
No, there are definitely just some like general pop reads that are just valid in 99% of spots, I feel like.
Another one is like if on the previous hand somebody used a certain bet size.
Yeah.
And then on the next hand, they deviate. They use a different one. It's like never, it's never a trick. You know,
It's never a bluff.
It's never like deceptive. Because if they had a good hand, they would just match their previous bet. You never like open raise min, and then the very next hand get aces and open raise 2.5x. You know?
Wait, I'm confused. So what are you saying? So the second one.
Second one, if it was strong, would just match the previous bet size. Because it'd be like you don't want to raise suspicion, right?
Okay.
You never want to like, oh, here's a new bet size I've never used before when you have the nuts. That's
okay.
Yeah, that's no good.
So what you're saying is you should deviate and throw people off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every time you get aces, just 5x open. That's
Fair.
the play.
Fair. I'm writing all of this down. I hope the viewers around the world. This is Kevin Rabichow, by the way, ladies and gents. A world-renowned poker coach, GTO Wizard ambassador.
Just revealing my bag of tricks.
Just giving away free alpha to the world. Wait, hang on a minute.
We've got...
Hang on. Q-Song Woo is just
we've got
in
a float.
here.
We talked about the disrespect felt against a one big blind c-bet. He's just floated Jack 8 high.
That is insane.
And he gets there.
What an absurd spot. Is he thinking of leading? He's checked. Looks
Oh,
like
they've both
Roland's
checked.
back as well.
I mean,
Deuce on the river and now value on Q-Song's mind, surely. I mean,
yeah, Jack 8 almost certain to be the best hand right now. Roland going to value bet any queen on the turn. Probably pocket nines as well.
375.
Scrolled down right
Wow.
when you said it. He
Wow.
had 375 in his hand, and he's like, no.
He's just
You know what?
literally, he's just like that English twat in the booth.
Take this. He smirks as he does it.
Yeah, exactly.
Little wink to the camera. Oh, you
He's
thought
like,
it was going to be 375.
Yeah, like, how'd you like these apples? Matt Damon, Goodwill Hunting, just slamming the napkin on the window. Roland with a spot here. I mean, does Q-Song ever have 5-6, 6-4? He believes he does. Flicks in the call, and I'm glad that that one's going to get shown down. I think that might be an eyebrow raiser.
That's almost one, if you're Kuisong. I've been in this spot before where I make a play that I know is a little bit ambitious. And if I'm Kuisong there on the river, I'm thinking, like, please fold. I'd just like to, like, I don't even want to get the value.
No, it's great for image building.
I'm like, no, this is fine. Just fold. I don't want to show these cards.
$126 runners in that 30K. Ike Haxton leading the pack in that one. Man, it's so fun scrolling through the leaderboard over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Just see all the heroes out there fighting, battling day in, day out. We've got all the heroes in the YouTube and Twitch chat as well. Hope you're all doing well. Let us know whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. Day 3 here. Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. This is the 25K Jupiter event. Let us know who you're rooting for as Pedro finally flops the best of it. Unfortunately for him, Joe with just king high. He's going to continue though by the looks of things.
Yeah, not a mandatory c-bet. Not going to clear out a lot of better hands, but nothing wrong with attacking the paired board against a big blind range. Let's see if Padilla wants to continue to trap. This is a rainbow flop. Plenty of reason to continue just by check calling, but I do think the standard approach is to check raise very aggressively on a board like this out of the big blind. Does seem in line with Padilia's style to just kind of go small check raise, very high frequency, and you got to do that when you've got the nuts too.
Joe, somewhat fortunate to be holding an 8 in a weird way, blocking some of the bluffs that he would want Pedro to have, like a 8-10, 8-9.
Does make it awkward still, though, just that this hand looks like it has enough equity to continue against such a small raise. Like, having the 8 is just a draw.
Wait, what?
Oh, is he clicked? Wow.
Oh, we're out here.
A beautiful
we are
sight
out
for
here,
Pedro.
ladies and gentlemen, playing some street poker.
I mean, this is great stuff, honestly, that you don't see a lot of players willing to do in spots where there's high frequency check raise. I think it makes you so much tougher to play against if you're willing to click back. And like, it even just kind of feels like a reasonable combo to me too. You've just got like a fringe continue with King 8 of Hearts. King 10 of Hearts is kind of a comfortable call against this size. Why not get out there and 3-bet bluff every now and then? But obviously, Joe just running into it right now. Decision is on Pedro, whether he wants to just peel and try to rep like a gutter or some kind of float, maybe a jack, or if he wants to re-click.
Yeah, it felt like every option was on the table.
The only thing that would have surprised me is a shove.
It's got to be 850.
Clarifying the size there. 325 was the initial raise, so it has to be 325 more.
Let's just get like the 10 of hearts on the turn.
How about the 6?
6 of hearts. I mean, is it enough? Pedro going to check? One would have to imagine.
I mean, once you've dug your heels in to this point and there's 60% pot back, it's kind of hard not to just jam and hope that Pedro folds like Jack 8. Jam and hope that Pedro floated you with 10-9 suited or something and get that to fold. Checks it back.
Gonna get to realize, as it's daily quads for Pedro. 2.5 out there. 100% check mark next to the Brazilian's name.
I would love to see like a cute non-all-in bet here.
Like 40% pot, like 1 million?
Yeah, I think it'd be cool, because when you end up down these weird lines, it's so common that both players have whiffed. It's so common that it's just like 10-9 against Queen 10 or something. So it can be kind of clever to just target the easy clear outs, like when you're bluffing to just target some trash hands. He does check, I think.
King high.
Yeah, he's just going to show down the king high. Expects it to be good every now and then.
Pedro up to 4.1 milli. Got a lot of Brazilians in the chat. What's Soka saying? He's from the Finnish swamps. Steve Ackley tuning in from Killingworth CT. How's it going, ladies and gents? Always a lot of support when there's a Brazilian at the table. See people saying, yeah, vamos. Corinthians. Do bet a lot on Brazilian football. I wonder how they're going to do at the World Cup this year. And bring back Rivaldo, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho. Just the greatest football team of the last 30 years.
You're saying bring them back, like a,
It would be so
reunion
cool.
tour.
Nah. Oh, how can I forget Roberto Carlos as well in that team?
Yeah.
That was one hell of a football team. Be nice. See a repeat. Kuahn Wu, mate, he's
always sweep at me. Why? Every hand I raise, you sweep at. Angry. I did a count race.
Except when you go pocket aces.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Sometimes SS take him away. Every hand I better race. Sweep at me. Okay. I remember.
We're going to continue to play at small blind, 75,000, big blind and empty 150. Dealers, restart play, please.
This is the last hand for this level? Okay.
Don't forget, ladies and gents, we've also got that poll running over on the Triton Poker Plus app. So see a lot of support for the Brazilians. You can head on over there. You can vote which nation will end the day with the chip lead. Get involved. Sin City Raiders saying, if you ever get mad at Brazilian, just say 7-1. Well, even though I am English and they broke our hearts in the World Cup quarterfinals, that Ronaldinho free kick, my wife is German, so I very much enjoy saying 7-1 to the Brazilians. But then they just say, well, Henry, 2-1, Michael Owen, who? And then I cry again. A little bit of time bank being used here.
Race.
Right, 400.
Lol, Kuahn was just complaining about Pedro 3-betting him a lot.
You think another one's coming?
I mean, feels like a different spot. Hijack against cutoff, 24 bigs effective.
I do wonder if the speech on the previous hand kind of encouraged Pedro to just flat here. Probably a fine mixed frequency type hand class. You don't have to 3-bet this hand, and 3-bet folding ace-jack for 25 bigs is kind of annoying, but that is what he would have to do if he faced a 4-bet, so just flats here. Maybe allows Rakita to take a spin of the wheel. Just 4 big blinds behind for him. Oof, he's going to pass.
That's rough. Oh, bouncing back over here. What's going down? Kelvin Kerber covers. Open from the cutoff. Called it off. You just heard him say he thinks it's coming. He's feeling it. 36% of the time it will. Needs some hearts or a queen. 7-4-4. Safe flop so far. Or Shuang Yu.
Okay. Little something.
Be a dirty way to do it. Doesn't get there. Jack's going to hold Shuang Yu back up to 15 bigs. We're staying at 17 players. Kelvin down to 6.5 bigs.
Kerber was near chip lead when we started this segment. Rapid slide down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
I saw Hustler Casino Live in the chat saying hello. How's it going, you guys? Hope you're all doing well. Fellow just poker lovers over there, that side of the pond. Incredible content. Hopefully see Ryan here at some point after that heartbreaking bubble in the 500K Invitational.
This pot between Padilla and Wu still going after the flop of ace-8-4. Wu c-bet, and Pedro called, and the turn just checked through. I'm a little bit surprised that Padilla didn't try and get value on the turn, given that little bit of dynamic between the two of them. He's got a very big hand. But here he is now going for big value on the river after facing another check. Wu has a real decision. Given how little money has gone into this pot, King 10, 10 of spades, pretty good bluff catcher, pretty high up in range.
Oh, he's deep in the tank. We're going to ping pong back over here. Who's all in this time?
Yeah.
I just had this feeling.
Oh yeah, one more four-side, very fair. One more
Pocket
four-side.
nines for Ren Lin. It looks like ace-4-0 for Ignace, who short-stacked 8 bigs and flopped an ace. I tell you what, it's getting pretty shallow out there.
Average stack below 20 big blinds at this new level.
It's hard to all in with me. I'm too good.
I mean, fair point. Fair point. I'm not arguing.
Can't really argue with that one.
Yeah, I mean.
Kind of suns you right there.
Yep. It's okay.
J&T with the CI cap on this time, bro.
Matching t-shirt.
Oh, mate, it's too good. He just loves it.
And we are back in the third second with a new blind line.
Absolutely loves it.
Big blind 6,000. The big blind empty of 6,000. Please begin to build.
Looks like we're coming back over just after the completion of that pot. Wu did make the call on the river, losing a big one to Pedro Padilla, who's now up over 7 million in chips.
We're doing a lot of ping-ponging at the moment, understandably so, given the average stack and the fact that it's 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 5. So it looks like it went open on the button from Win, and Venus has just ripped this in.
Yeah, semi-bluff out of the big blind, trying to put pressure on Lei. Calls it off with ace-9.
Ooh, hold on. Little 4 dangler connecting on the queen 4 tray. This would be pretty brutal. I mean, this is a near chip lead pot for Win. Needs to convert, and that is a brutal development. Queen of spades removing one of his 6 outs. He needs a non-spade ace or one of 3 remaining 9s. Doesn't find it. He's out of here.
Wow.
Velinas is up to 11.6 million. Overwhelming chip leader. So we're down to 16. Gives the camera a little fist bump. You a fan of the jam out of the big King 4 suited, 15 big blind stack?
I get the idea, and I think it just turned out to be a bad matchup against Win Lei's actual strategy there, because you might think that off of 15 bigs, he's going to play open jams from the button with some hands and raise folds or raise calls with a polar range. And raise called ace-9. Makes me think that Vainas just kind of misranged him there. Thought he was going to run into enough raise folds, and Win Lei was not the right customer for that play.
We're just going to wait for the hands to play out on the 2 remaining tables to keep things fair. Roland 3.5 bigs on the button. Says run it with the queen 4. Oh, hold on. Joe Tread making the call out of the small. Kuahn Wu in the big blind. Does he like the price? 500K to go. 1.8 million out there.
Yeah, this is risky that Joe didn't isolate here. King 10 suited good enough to just jam and clear the big blind out of the way, but he does fold the Jack 5.
Yeah, Joe pretty lucky. Jack 5 could have flicked in the call. I mean, obviously, King 10 ahead of the Jack 5, but I'm more so just referring to the fact that Kuahn could have just realized some of his equity there for 500K, and then all of a sudden Joe's playing a pot out of position.
Yeah, with a slightly stronger hand, I think he would have overcalled.
King 9 deuce, that is all Joe. Couple of hearts, the only thing going for Roland, as they do not make an appearance on the turn. So that means he is going to head to the cash desk in 16th, which guarantees everyone an additional pay jump. $90,000 now locked up for the remaining 15. And yeah, we're down to the final 2 tables. Under Valinas, overwhelming chip leader. He's playing 11.6 million. Second place, currently Pedro Padilla with 36 bigs. Then another sizable drop off to J&T, third in chips with 28 big blinds. Worth mentioning, Kevin, that the average stack is just 22 big blinds. So
yeah,
it's going to get a bit cagey out there, I feel like, as these guys, you know, they work their way down to the final table where they know that there will be a rollback to bring the average back up to 30 bigs. So could you just touch on some of the strategic adjustments we can kind of expect? Like, are people not taking perhaps some of the closer spots that they normally would, given the fact that once we do reach the FT, it does roll back to that level?
Yeah, basically 2 things to think about. One, the average stack is very low, so that means, let's say you've got 10 or 15 blinds, you're not that far from average, so that stack is worth a good bit of dollar equity in the tournament. But add to that, that if it's going to roll back at final table, you could get to final table bubble, excuse me, with like 12 blinds, 10 blinds, and have your stack doubled just by surviving.
Right.
You don't even need to win a pot. Right, so staying in the tournament, very, very valuable at this stage.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. These 15 going to head to a very short break. We're just going to, restructure the layout, rebalance final 2 tables, 1 table of 7, 1 table of 8, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. We'll see you shortly.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today. You track your hands, you track your reads. Now track your crypto the same way. Jupiter Portfolio gives you a live view of all your crypto assets, your holdings, your returns, your rewards, all on one clean dashboard. No more jumping between apps. Just log in and see exactly where your crypto stands. Just use Jupiter Portfolio today at jupe.ag.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Alex, did you know that when you make it to the final 3 tables of this tournament, that all players got an additional 50 seconds?
Okay, I did not know that. So additional time at the final 3 tables, probably even more additional time at the final table.
Additional 100 seconds if you can get to the final table. That is time that J&T would love to accumulate because he's never using it.
Yeah, and Ebony, ace-4 offsuit here in the cutoff. 9 bigs, moves in, but Paulie V is not going to fold this one.
No, 8s is amazing, especially against an 8.8 big blind jam. Is that a sign?
Now, I was just going to say that. He's up against the 880. Is this bad news for the 8s?
You think it's karma or it's bad news?
Well, I don't know. It's a message of some sort.
Shall we find out what this
Don't
message
know how
means?
to decipher it.
All in and call on 2.
All in and call. It's looking.
You really hate to get called as Ebony. You feel like you're always going to be in this type of shape, either up against a pair or a bigger ace.
Still has that chance, right?
Still has 30%.
Okay, there's another way to victory. That's the deuce.
Can she find an ace or a deuce?
Just a 5 at the moment. One more shot at it. Or she's going to be out in 24th. That's a 3, and ace-4 is no good. GG, Ebony Kenny.
Ebony Kenny, the second winningest Triton female player, only behind Kristen Foxen.
Yeah, would certainly love to make it a bit deeper, but what can you do with 8.8 big blinds against pocket 8s? Just destiny to lose there, and she is de-miking, has to settle for $56,000.
Paulie V back up to
sides. That displays the name of the player whose turn to act and how much time they have. So the players are very aware of how much time is remaining in each player's tempo clock.
Place. 200,000.
Queen Jack from Ignas.
And pocket aces in the hijack for Paulius Vadakunas. We saw aces slow play earlier in this tournament, Randy, but I don't think that's going to be on Paulie V's mind. He is cutting out raising chips, going with not the smallest of sizings, almost 3x.
Yeah, trying to make it look like he's making a move. And who's going to make move? It's Mendoza. He's got ace-king, and there is no chance he is not losing all of his chips here.
Well, there is a chance that he doesn't lose all of his chips. He could make Broadway. He could.
But he's getting it in, right?
Yeah, the chips are going in, absolutely.
It doesn't matter that it's under gun open and hijack 3 bet.
I mean, even against two tight, straightforward players, I think this is just a routine shove. Ace-king, 22 bigs. If you got me, you got me.
You got me, you got me. But hopefully they just fold.
1.1.
He's actually clicking it to 1.1, half of his stack.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't change that much either way. He's not really looking to half stack and fold, I would think. But here, you got to think the aces is got the man committed when he puts in half his stack, right?
Yeah, you have to wonder, because we saw some stuff earlier where you'd think that Mario thought that his opponent was committed. Here, you know, my first instinct was just stick it in here as Paulie V. But if you think your opponent ever has any raised folds, you have those raised folds so crushed. Maybe you just flat and hope that they could. He just does stick it in, though.
If Mendoza was a little deeper, I think there's merit. But once
For sure.
it's 1.1, 1.1 back, it's...
I would think so, too, but we thought that earlier.
We thought that earlier. It's going to be a 4.8 million chip pot. Mendoza is a Triton champ. He needs a lot of help
Good
if he
for
wants
you
to try to
guys,
pick up a
man.
second title.
Oh, what am I saying? I thought he was king.
It's going to be tough. He needs running kings or 10 queen.
Yeah. 10-8 would chop it too.
10-8 would chop it. Heart's no good. Paulius covers them.
If the Lithuanian can hold of aces, looks like he will. GG, James Mendoza. Another deep run for him. Newer to the Triton series with 1 Triton title. Have to settle for cash here. Actually, his 3rd ever cash at a Triton series, but.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series, powered by Jupiter. And this is the Jupiter event, 25K buy-in. We're down to 15. Kevin, let's turn our attention to the Triton Poker Plus app. Let's take a look at these 2 feature tables, because I always like picking your brain in terms of seat draw, who's got the worst of it, who's got the best of it. And I'm going to kick things off. I'm going to say table 1, not the table I'd like to be at, if I'm quite honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, this is the chip leaders table, right? Ander Vainas has command over pretty much everyone in the field, but especially at this table with Pedro Padilla over at the blue table. He's got a healthy lead on everybody. That's sort of good news if you're one of the shorter stacks at that table, but it's not good news if you're JNT, if you're Paulius, if you're Strava. You were hoping for a better seat draw.
Having said that, Paulius and Strava with position on the chip leader, am I reading too much into that, or does that give them a nice kind of advantage, if you will?
It can go kind of both ways, right? It gives them the advantage to gain some chips in the sense that Vainas is going to play a lot of pots. They're going to be able to pick up some rejam opportunities or some 3-betting opportunities. The downside is that they just might bust the tournament in 13th place, and that's not what you want to do.
Yeah, and you throw in someone like JNT as well. I mean, the guy, you just never know when JNT is going to just run one. You know, he's just the most. You just can't put a read on him.
I mean, if I'm the chip leader, that's the player I'm the most afraid of seeing,
100%.
honestly, in a final 2-table situation. I'm thinking I'd really rather not have JNT at my table blowing up my spot, because he's not going to allow Vainas to run the show.
No, he does not adhere to the typical rules of ICM or, oh, that guy's the chip leader, he's got position on me, I'm going to stay out of the way. No, he makes his own rules, he plays his own style, and yeah, he does make things very difficult for the chip leader, which is normally not the case. 1.3 million up top in this one. Everyone currently guaranteed $90,000 for their efforts. Average stack of 22 big blinds. Like we mentioned, once we do get down to the final table, there will be that blind level rollback. So I'm very curious to see how some of these shorter stacks, the likes of Jamil Wakil, Yuan Lee, Ren Lin, play this one out, because even though they're short stacked now, there is that value of getting to the final table and having that blind level increase. So here we go. Couple more spots until we're in the 6-figure club.
I do anticipate that being front of mind for a few of the names I see near the middle of the counts. Aram Oganyan, someone who's very keenly aware of tournament structure. Jamil Wakil, I think you mentioned already, very aware of tournament structure. I think look for them as examples of how to deviate under the circumstances of the FT rollback.
This is a pretty rough seat draw, yeah. I'm just looking now. I feel like the blue table, there's an opportunity for someone to kind of break out.
Yeah.
That cluster in the middle, find an early, an early double or a big pickup, and then just play the role of table captain.
Yeah.
Really leverage the incoming FT bubble. Go time for Kerber. 3.5 bigs. He's not going to waste his time. He knows he needs to spin.
How much?
Joe's asking for a count.
700.
Not because he plans to fold, but a little bit of balance and a little bit of thinking How many chips do I commit here with a covering stack behind in the small blind?
Looks like all of it.
I like this.
It looks like a genuine decision, by the way.
Oh. Wow. Ace-Jack is not an easy fold in this spot. I do think that Padilla can get away from this, but the original raise was just 3.5 blinds, and you don't expect pocket aces, kings, queens, even ace-king suited to just pile it in for 4.4 million. He gets away correctly there. It's nice patience.
That's a pretty big laydown, yeah. Here we go. Kerber in trouble. We just saw one of his jacks folded. Can he convert? Get back up to 9.5 bigs. Arin wants to say something. It's just looking for a reaction from Kerber. 2 cards to come. Make that one. One pull at 5 outs for the Brazilians' tournament life. King ball.
Wow.
King ball corner pocket.
Nice hit. Nice hit.
He looks embarrassed.
What a life.
Collect your pot, sir. Nothing to be ashamed of.
On the river as well, you know, just like max.
ACR.
Max sweat.
I have animation of this ACR shaking.
I think like 80% of the people that play on that side have that shit off. It just tilts everyone to that, from what I hear.
When they suck someone up.
And table just the sound it makes and the shaking. Oh my god. It's amazing.
Can't wait to get the YouTube chat up, because I know what everyone's saying. Oh, it doesn't just happen online.
Yeah. It did.
Yeah.
It did, of course.
And then you turn it off.
Is that still a thing?
No, I told you.
Yeah.
People still think all the sites are rigged.
400.
Dream Killer saying, why no Triton 1 at the next stop? I feel it would be pretty popular. I agree, mate.
Also,
Would be
emojis.
huge.
Have you seen those?
I think it's more of a case that we're just, you know,
It's the same one.
from an operational point of view,
The showering one
slowly introducing Triton 1.
the devil.
But I agree.
Now
I
it
think
makes
we're not too far removed, mate, from
Like you ever see the one with the
from it
green
being
dollar
a
signs?
big
It goes ding, ding, ding,
global
ding, ding,
tour.
ding, ding, like a slot machine now. When
Would
you
love
click
to
it.
see it. 2027
So, if you
Triton 1
like,
on tour.
sweat for the river,
Let's see.
You gotta click that. You get like 3%.
But we'll be there
For
in
sure.
in November.
like,
That was
well,
just announced, so
if it hits,
excited
and
for
the
that.
ding, 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 and your opponent hears it,
Hope to
it
see
will
you
be
in
fine.
Cyprus.
So that's like the 3% that you get from them tilting after. It's amazing.
Yuan Lee really thinking about this king-queen. I do think he could have gone with that, but makes a tight fold out of the small blind. Just 8 bigs in his stack.
That is a very tight fold, yeah. Perhaps just thinking that weaker hands from Jamil, maybe just open shove. I don't know.
I mean, Jamil's got 16 bigs to start the hand in the hijack. I do think he would have played mostly min raise. Some open jam, sure, but not many.
Struggling to see how Wakil wins this hand. Shuang Yu Yu's flopped an open ender. Jamil's just got queen high. He's going to continue.
Don't mind the c-bet with a really trashy hand like queen jack. I do think Wakil would play some checks on this board, but if he does get raised here, he'll be snap folding. There's the raise.
Problematic, to say the least. So many like gut shots and straight draws out there, but how do you dig deep with just queen high?
No, you don't. This is just a Jamil paste snap fold. It's coming.
You know, we're not going to see the Joe trend click back.
No.
Tom asking in the chat, is the rollback only for the Jupiter event, or is it something to be expected for the whole series? It's for the entire series. It's, I'm going to say we've been doing that for about a year now. Year and a bit.
I think it was introduced here in September, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, it might have been Montenegro last year. I remember I had already done my first series here before the changes were introduced. So it was either Montenegro in the summer or Jeju in September. Popular change, I think, that and also the number of hands at final tables instead of the clock. I think those were brought in at the same time.
I really like it, personally.
Wow.
Well, this time he says run it because it's suited.
Just unfortunate timing for Lee. He, again, I think correctly just puts it in with his 8 bigs and king-queen suited. But this time, he's going to be getting it in bad. Maybe would have even gotten a fold pre from Wakil on the previous effort against Queen Jack.
For sure.
Oh, it's 8 bigs.
Ah, fair, yeah, I guess. Close to 9 previous hand there. With the so ace-9 hits the mark. Jamil gets the call with the ace-king, and here we go. Crucial pot for both. Yuan needs to convert this 28%, otherwise he's out of the tournament. Jamil loses this one. He's down to 4.5 bigs. Can he hold? Be back up to 4.7. Jack, 10-10. Open-ender for Yuan. The great news for Jamil, of course, we saw ace-9 folded, so instead of 7, he's actually only got 5 outs. 5 outs once for Yuan Lee. Can he find it? No, not to be. GG, sir. Jamil up to 4.7 million. We're down to 2 tables of 7.
Nice hold.
Thank you.
Honestly, 200, 400 might be.
I head to the payout desk. Pick up $90,000 for his efforts. These runs, though, man, 15th. Come on.
Yeah, it's gonna be right. It's gonna be nice.
It's the worst feeling.
It's just a nut low.
Honestly, man. It really is.
You've made it into the money. You went through the bubble, working your way down. Final 4 tables, final 3 tables, final 2 tables, and then you're like 15th.
Yeah.
Really?
And it doesn't feel that much better than a min cash. Like a min cash feels good. This is like that. What do they say about Olympic athletes where like bronze medalists report happier than silver medalists on average with their result? Because like when you just, the difference between no money and making the money, great feeling. You just sneak in, you get your min cash, great feeling.
You get your bronze medal.
But then you get like 1 or 2 ladders and you win 3.5 buy-ins, but you thought you might win the whole tournament for 1.3 million. It's like, oh, that's the worst feeling. There's no good feelings between the min cash and first.
It's pretty brutal. Yeah, imagine being like the 12th best in the world at like javelin.
Yeah.
Or high jump, but nobody knows who you are.
It's rough.
It's pretty rough, man. Like,
I mean, I bet in the javelin community, you'd be pretty famous.
You think?
How many people you think are on the track and field forums discussing javelin strategy?
Honestly, can we just change the conversation?
Nice hand, boss.
Yes.
So I don't want to know the answer to that question. Back over here, looks like that top set for J&T, of course it is.
Oh my.
Mr. CIA himself. #1 on France's all-time money list. Mr. Main Event. Ren Lin is dead on the turn. Handshakes all round, as always. Full house against full house, nothing but a cooler. We're down to 13, dropping like flies here. Everyone guaranteed 100,000. 6-figure club.
Of course, I call. Flop 674. You bet like 30.
Mr. J&T. Heartbook Radio saying, Ren Lin making J&T smile warms my cold, cold heart.
1-7. Yep, I see it. Thank you.
You and me both, mate.
Who knew that poker could do that for people? I wouldn't have bet on it.
All in.
Oh, go time.
Yeah.
That's pretty unfortunate for Aram. Blind v blind looks down at an ace for, what, 8 big blinds effective.
I'll take a chop. Good.
Actually more.
Aram's more likely to chop it than win it.
How about whoever wins, if we win this tournament, the other guy has to buy the other guy's action on the client.
Some dropouts here.
Very big chance to happen.
Any 9. Any 9.
Yeah. And then the shop is locked.
Yeah, any 9.
I think 4 or 7 for max pain, and then just ace on the river.
Oh, that's bad. That's good for
Oh.
you. One step closer.
This would be dirty, you know.
It's hard to not chop, but that's one way.
There it is. What did we need? We needed a 5-6 deuce.
Yeah.
As we agreed.
Seemed
12
like
cards in the
normal
deck, man. I mean,
And ace 8.
I like your call.
Well, I guess or a 7.
yeah, 7 or
Ace-8.
a
If we're just
4 in
counting
terms of
cards
four.
that
Dead man.
don't
Dead
chop
man
it for
hand.
Aram.
This hand no good.
Kirk asking if Phil Ivy's playing in any of these. Haven't seen Phil on the island. Have not seen Phil on the island so far.
Yeah, where's he at? You want me to text him? Find out?
That's all right. I'll drop him a text after.
You don't do phone calls with him?
No, do you?
Usually voice notes.
Skype.
Yeah.
Yeah. Viber as well. Skype and Viber. So go-to.
What? You just making up apps?
Someone spot the American in the booth. You guys don't even, like, you only recently started using WhatsApp, right? Wow, it's just going in. 20 bigs apiece is going in. Surely.
Yeah, against button raise, it's hard to imagine Wakil not shoving this. I think against earlier position opens, this is kind of a clean flat, but just too many wide button opens. Aram with the snap call. This is for 8 million.
This is a near chip
Wanna
lead
swap?
pot.
7s are my lucky number.
Want to swap 5%?
Sure.
All right, 5%?
I love it.
Book?
Nice.
Sure. I mean, it's a big ass spot. Maybe I should give you a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'll
Guys
give
are gonna have
you
to
five
figure
and a
out the
half to
terms
5
later.
because you're still in the tournament.
Well,
if
let's
you
do
lose
3.
3.
3 to 2.
2.5 to 3. That's fair. Yes, no? Say it. Oh, hold on.
Just
I guess,
say it.
I guess no. I guess you got it.
All right.
Just
Good game.
Wow. I just didn't want to say anything. There was some negotiations going on there. Huge spot. Trying to negotiate a swap. And the dealer was just like, how about 755, boys? How about I just, you know.
Flop you felt coming.
I can't believe they didn't manage to get the negotiations finished, and then he's just dead on the flop. Oh, I feel bad.
He had like a little more. That's why I wanted to offer him a little bit more.
And he has more equity.
But I had more equity. I thought that's why you.
Both. That's why I offered half a percent.
How much? What's? I thought we were.
So he's got 4.2 feet, yeah?
You covered, right? Yeah.
GG, bro.
Got put on the spot.
Yes.
I thought.
I wouldn't take the swap. Just gets too messy.
Apologies for the radio silence in the booth. Just didn't want to step on the toes.
I think what you could do is just swap and figure it out later. That would have been the play. Whatever the fairest is after.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so the conversation being that obviously Jamil with more equity, hence Aram offering Jamil 3% swap to his 2.5.
Yeah, also a slight chip imbalance.
Correct. It was close. It was like, what, a blind and a half or blind and a quarter. I think it was 250K difference between both.
Maybe he'll be fair about it.
Huh?
Maybe he'll be fair to figure it out after. I didn't know I had that much more than him. I mean, I knew he had like 21, but.
But I don't think he thinks it wasn't that great,
I think
right?
he thought.
Back over here. Strava is in great shape. We're down to 12, by the way. I'm pretty surprised at how quickly they are falling right now. So this went, what? Hijack open, Q-Song Wu, min 3-bet, and then called it off. Bit of an implosion.
Oh no.
King of Hearts in the window, but the ace behind, top set for Strava. Q-Song looking for running straight cards or run a flush. Queen 10 or a heart for a sweat. Doesn't find it. Strava's back up to 4.6 million, good for 23 bigs. That felt like a self-inflicted wound, if I'm being honest. Perhaps a bit of impatience from Q-Song Wu. Trying to force it.
All right.
I don't mind the choice to go after effectively a 10 big blind stack there out of the small blind. Chose kind of a weird 3-bet size, maybe to avoid committing against the big blind in that pot, but it's also just king jack for 10 bigs. It's not that bad, but Kuisong Wu's on the wrong side of a few straight now. Big slide down from what was once almost 6 million in chips.
Kelvin jamming 8.5 bigs.
Close one for Jamil already. Barely having stacked up his chips from the previous pot. It's dicey getting involved here. With players behind. Doesn't look like the players behind cover though.
No,
We got
Jamil's second in chips.
Yeah, Pedro has just 7 million.
I mean, unless you think a 5, that's your chance. Otherwise.
Let's see if Jamil can hold up.
The pairs are hot. Same flop as last.
There we go. Pairs are hot.
5-5.
Let's see if he can hold here. We'll be up to 11 million. Would be quite the heater. Jack in the window.
This had your chance for
Jack 6. Trips for the Brazilian. What a spin he's on. Needs to fade the 2 outs. And he holds.
1.7, right?
Easy come, easy go. The Brazilians going crazy in the chat. Let's go saying, bro's dressed like a Fire Emblem character. Yeah, like Fire Nation from the Avatar. I'm really digging the new Triton merch, by the way. I'm going to do a Triton merchandise giveaway on my Instagram. Look at Mario's fit, bro. The new Windbreaker. Shout out to Janice. Our in-house designer. Kevin and I rocking the new fresh Triton tees as well.
It's great stuff.
It really is.
I always promise myself I'm not going to come home with more stuff, and then
every time
I'm just standing outside the booth. What can I do? Every new piece looks great.
It does. She's doing a great job.
Can you give me
That hoodie part of it,
a black
Pedro Padillo's rocking.
Plan is to play down to 6 tonight. See a lot of people asking. We're playing down to 6. Still a long old ways to go, especially with that rollback.
Yeah.
Plus, with the pace of play up until now, we just had some quick bust outs. Average stack has gone up to 27 big blinds, so we're going to be here a while. Just as I say that, Kuahn Wu is all in. No action thus far. Saw the King Jack fold. Did we see the King Jack folded? No, I don't think so.
No, I think that was Paulius's graphic just coming up early. This is probably a calling hand. I mean, any Broadway, I think, going to be all in from the hijack for 9 bigs. Wu has also shown some splash. You'd think he might be even wider. Not someone I would expect to play tighter than average, so I think this King Jack should go in.
Cool.
There is the call. Huge spot. A lot of calculation being done by Paulie V, understandably so. A lot of future game stuff to calculate as well. Little 60-40 to get the heart pumping. Look, if Paulie V can convert this, he moves up to second in chips. No help on the flop. $10 for a sweat. 9 for a sweat. How about the 6 of diamonds? Representing the 6 outs that Paulie is drawing to on this river card. Doesn't get there. Kuahn Wu gets the double. He's bounced back up to 20 bigs. Jean-Philippe asking if we're going to show the 30K. seems unlikely, my man. It's 10 p.m. local time. Playing down to 6. I think it's going to take us, I want to say, at least 3 hours to get there. Players haven't even had their dinner break yet. And by that time, the 30K probably would have bagged and tagged. But never say never. Maybe Aussie flies in on a private jet and challenges Kevin to a nosebleed heads-up match.
Don't get me excited.
Stranger things have happened.
Haven't seen much from Mosbach.
Yeah.
Just folded a suited hand in the big blind. We are getting to that part of the program, a little risk avoidance in the interest of reaching that final table of 9. Big blinds for Mario, a very healthy stack to bring to that final table. Number of players shorter than him, or just short in general, have really shrunk though. Number 12 of 12, still 3 million in chips.
Yeah, it was just that, you know, those quick succession bust outs, average stack up to 27 bigs. We've got a real dogfight on our hands here. Chip leader with 56 bigs, shortest stack with 15.
Let's see what Shang Yu wants to do on the button here.
2.5x.
Oh,
one spot. Timing. Talk about timing. 1.9 million dead out there. Almost half his stack. An absolute fist bump. 4-bet jam.
Yeah, nothing much to do here but put all of it in. Might see Mario leave a few chips behind, but doesn't mess around here. Oh, what?
Oh, okay. So that happened. Does Kelvin call this off, by the way?
Yeah.
With the action, it's going to open 3-bet, 4-bet jam.
He's in.
He's in. Shuang Yu's just like, okay, well.
I was bluffing. I'm sorry.
We can swap.
What?
Yeah, let's do 5. And oh, if one person wins.
Okay, you are giving me some like
whatever.
Okay.
Huh?
You want to do what? Even if it doesn't
I
happen.
figured out the first way afterwards. Okay. So if you
Only
have,
if someone wins, you say.
so
Yeah, I understood
This
that.
is my 5 versus your
Whatever. Yeah.
Chop it up, boys. What is going on today? A lot of negotiating.
This table's just decided to
very
put together a financial presentation.
so happy. What did you have?
Ace. I have ace.
Yeah, 1 ace.
So we're going to 45-minute break.
All right.
Yeah.
We're just going to start the break when both tables are finished. So
Okay.
We're going to need
So the
Mario.
conclusion of that was, what, a 5% swap if
Only-
one of them wins the hand outright?
Yeah. So
Okay.
no swap was made as far as we can tell. Jamil, still not sure if a swap was made. He might.
I think it was.
He might have
I
given
feel like
away
it was.
3%, might have given away 2.5%.
I'm fairly sure it
We'll-
was. 'cause
we'll find
afterwards
out
they were
after he
talking
wins
about
it.
Right? Yeah, there we go.
That's usually the way this happens is, you know, you rip off 1.3 million and then
Yeah.
go to arbitration for a few months.
That was quite interesting as well, because Jamil even said, you know, he's like, wow, really just like putting me under it almost, just before the cards are even dealt. So, hey, bud, do you want to swap 5%? 12 left, 1.3 million up top.
Yeah. It's a reasonable, you know, in the moment you're like, oh, this is a big equity spot. Like, it'd be nice. What do we got here? J&T. 3-bet bluffing the button. Facing a jam from Paulius.
How can J&T just not be one of your favorite players of all time? So a big pickup for Paulius there. He's up to 5.4 million. Playing bang on average when we return from dinner break. Is heading off for some food and maybe some caffeine. Now with the power of technology, we're going to be spicing that 45-minute break down to a 13-minute break. And it is the Spaniard, Ander Valinas, who came second in that Triton 1 main event. Heading into that dinner break with the chip lead, 59 bigs, as we welcome you back. Kevin Ravitch alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Average stack of 27 bigs, as I just mentioned, and I think it's going to be a battle when we get back from dinner to work our way down to the FT.
Yeah, we've been talking about the incentive to hang on in this moment, but chips are flying. People are battling for pots. I mean, you just saw J&T 3-bet bluffing the button with Jack-9 offsuit, so I think there's going to be blood.
Yeah, everyone guaranteed 6 figures. We're stepping away for all of 10, 13 minutes or so, and we'll see you very shortly.
You hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. Not knowing where you stand, what you're up, or what you actually walk away with. Jupiter Predict changes that. With Jupiter Predict, you see everything clearly. Focus on your strategy while we handle the execution. Fast, fair, and fully decentralized. So you're not predicting on hope, you're predicting with clarity. Just use Jupiter Predict today at jupe.ag.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Call the King-9 suited pre-flop. It seems to me you have to get a bit sticky there on that run out.
Yeah, that was
dangerous.
Very interesting hand. Pedro been playing some really good poker. Folds the
Mario.
best hand.
50. Yeah.
Mario gets away again.
Well, this one he earned,
He
you know?
earned it,
he
right?
earned this one. So Mario Mosbeck with that pot all the way up to 4.5 million. He's in second place now, Randy, and he was one river card away from being out of this tournament with that king tray against the ace-9 suited.
And he might be able to take the rest of Elias's chips here. Ace-7,
Yeah.
hitting the ace-6.
Elias in for just 1.5 bigs. Mario shoves into Ebony Kenny's big blind to dispatch her, and we'll get heads up with the superior kicker.
Chop. 90%.
Chop, chop.
Okay, onto a flop. Oh, this chops a lot, right?
Does indeed. 3 cards above the 7. Maybe not. Deuce 4 or 5, and that 7 will still play. Or just hit the 7.
Just hit the 7. Man, that just feels so dirty for Elias. Loses queens versus 10s against Mario Mosbach. Then doesn't get to chop it. Rivers the 7.
You're getting my chip and also.
And we're down to 24 players remaining. Alex, do you know what that means? That means we have
Redraw?
a redraw because it's an 8-handed tournament.
Redraw, yeah.
3 tables remaining. And Mario inching closer to the chip lead. Still a little bit behind Pedro Padilla. Elias going to finish 25th for 56K. Letting his rail know of all that all players got an additional 50 seconds.
Okay, I did not know that. So additional time at the final 3 tables, probably even more additional time at the final table.
Additional 100 seconds if you can get to the final table. That is time that J&T would love to accumulate because he's never using it.
Yeah, and Ebony, ace 4 offsuit here in the cutoff. 9 bigs, moves in, but Paulie V is not going to fold this one.
No, 8s is amazing, especially against an 8.8 big blind jam. Is that a sign?
Now, I was just going to say that. He's up against the 880. Is this bad news for the 8s?
You think it's a karma or it's bad news?
Well, I don't know. It's a message of some sort.
Shall we find out what this
Don't
message
know how to
means?
decipher it.
All in and call on 2.
All in and call. It's looking.
You really hate to get called as Ebony. You feel like you're always going to be in this type of shape, either up against a pair or a bigger ace.
Still has that chance, right?
Still has 30%.
Okay, there's another way to victory. That's the deuce.
Can she find an ace or a deuce?
Just a 5 at the moment. One more shot at it. Or she's going to be out in 24th. That's a 3, and ace 4 is no good. GG, Ebony Kenny.
Ebony Kenny, the second winningest Triton female player, only behind Kristen Foxen.
Yeah, would certainly love to make it a bit deeper, but what can you do with 8.8 big blinds against pocket 8s? Just destiny to lose there, and she is de-miking, has to settle for $56,000.
Paulie V back up to...
Okay, so actually that last hand, Petrangelo did not jam, perhaps because he had a few more bigs and he opted to just min-raise the ace-6 offsuit.
There is a question in the chat. If I plan to go to WSOP Paradise, I've gone the last 3 years, so I'd say there's a good choice, a good chance, excuse me.
It's actually funny that you mentioned that because my previous mate, Kevin Vanderkoy, was saying that he's got a star on you, was watching you in that Paradise where you donked off your big stack. You told me you had like 10 million or something, didn't you?
I did have, I was chip leader of that big 25K. In the money, pretty deep.
Welcome to the party.
Let's pause the story for 1 second because Stanley Choi's at risk of ace queen.
Enough about me. Mazbach, king 10 off here versus this size jam. Easy call.
That's way better.
Thank you.
Sorry, I gave you. Don't ever listen to me, dude.
Show me one ace.
Two ace queen, feeling good? As long as Stanley Choi never busts, he does not mind.
No conflict.
Huh?
No conflict.
No conflict.
Live cards for Mazbach, who's run pretty well in these all-ins so far today, Randy.
Ace, 10, 6.
Fair.
Fair.
Not so fair.
5 outs, is that fair?
I don't even know what's the fair turn.
King.
King?
That's not fair.
I don't know how fair that is, although still a host of outs for Choi. Ace, queen, jack, or 6.
Mm-hmm. 27% of the time he can stick around.
How is that fair, river?
Ding, 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 ding. You have to do ding, 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 ding before the river comes.
I don't hear any bells.
What is it? Oh, GG.
GG to Stanley Choi, who
Good luck, guys.
held tough for a long time. Picked up some pay jumps along the way.
Just asks and gets it.
And Randy, there's a question directed towards you as well in the YouTube here, asking, since you quit poker, I don't know that you completely
Did they
quit
quit
poker,
poker?
but
If you want to say that, okay.
It says, since you quit poker, what else do you do for a living apart from commentating?
I mean, for a living,
Super Mario.
nothing really. I do recreationally play pickleball, but that's about it.
There you go. He's
But I'm not making money
he's
from
trying
it. 8 offsuit into Alex Boyka's ace king. He has $2.5 million. That's a
This is
20
a
big blind jam. Is it excessive?
big jam, Randy. I can't say that I've studied these spots recently by any means, but 980 for 20 bigs?
Probably not, but the thing is, Kelvin likes to press the variance from Brazil. Maybe he can get lucky 35% of the time. He beats ace king. 5 million chip
I
pot.
can see it suited.
I see a 9,
Whoa.
a 6, and a 4. Grim for Boyka. I mean, table is just silent. It's just brutal, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel fair, but this is the way of poker. 9-8 offsuit, 2 live cards, still going to win plenty of the time.
Queen on the river, and Boyka will have a bad beat story to tell his mates. Officially eliminated in 20th. 20th is $70,000 for Boyka.
And Kelvin Kerber with that pot will retake the chip lead he once held over Paulie V. Ren Lin here, pocket 7s against Petrangelo 6s. And look, Ren Lin 3-bet calling, inducing the shove from Petrangelo.
Out pip by 1. That one hurts.
What happened this time? Open 3-bet?
It was a great induction from Ren Lin. 7s.
Cutoff versus button.
Yeah.
Tony, you're a professional.
He is a professional. Okay, so another all in. Queen 10-8.
Not anymore.
What's the better card, a queen, a 10-8, or a 9 or jack?
There are some chop possibilities here. That's not going to be one of them. Nick needs a 6. And will his expression change if he hits one here, Randy?
We'll find out. 2 black 6s, river card, deuce, fist bump, top of the table, deep run. Now officially over for Nick Petrangelo, also collecting 70.
Here. How is there 5.7 in the middle?
Cut off for a small blind. Jimmy Guerrero at risk with ace-jack offsuit.
This is a chip lead pot. If Ander can just hold, which he has on the flop, successfully so on the turn, just needs to fade an ace or a jack on the river, which he does.
Wow.
He's up to 7 million, and we're down to 17.
That one just an open raise from Jimmy Guerrero. Ander Vainas 3-bet piles from the small blind with pocket nines, and Jimmy called it off with that flip. Doesn't go his way.
They were both battling in the Triton 1 main. Here they are within Kerber. Covers. Open from the cutoff, called it off. You just heard him say he thinks it's coming. He's feeling it. 36% of the time it will. Needs some hearts or a queen. 7-4-4. Safe flop so far. Or Shuang Yu.
Okay. Little something.
Be a dirty way to do it. Doesn't get there. Jack's going to hold Shuang Yu back up to 15 bigs. We're staying at 17 players. Kelvin down to 6.5 bigs.
Kerber was near chip lead when we started.
At the moment, understandably so, given the average stack and the fact that it's 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 5. So it looks like it went open on the button from Win, and Venus has just ripped this in.
Yeah, semi-bluff out of the big blind, trying to put pressure on Lei. Calls it off with ace-9.
Ooh, hold on. Little 4 dangler connecting on the queen-4 trade. This would be pretty brutal. I mean, this is a near chip lead pot for Win. Needs to convert, and that is a brutal development. Queen of spades removing one of his 6 outs. He needs a non-spade ace or one of 3 remaining 9s. Doesn't find it. He's out of here.
Wow.
Velinus is up to 11.6 million. Overwhelming chip leader. So we're down to 16. Gives the camera a little fist bump. Well, the players are back from their dinner break. Kevin and I are back from our donut break.
Oh, yeah.
And continuing coverage of this 25K Jupiter event with over $1 million up top. 12 remain. Everyone guaranteed 6 figures. And once again, we're expecting the pace of play to just slow down because of that rollback. 12 left, final table of 9. You're going to get that level increase back to a 30 big blind average. But up until now, that hasn't been the case. People just happy to take profitable spots.
It feels like this is what always happens at Triton. We have this conversation about how the structure dictates that players are supposed to slow down and be more cautious, and then action just seems to follow for whatever reason. And something about these spots brings out certain players who are obviously nervous in the moment and are really careful about making the right decision, and other players who are just ready to gamble.
It does feel like at Triton, compared to other poker tours that I watch, people seem to gun for it more.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it is a byproduct of just like that flat incline in terms of payouts and it just being so top heavy. Like the value of laddering from 12th to 7th
not that
isn't
high.
Worth that much, right? But like getting a big double up, being chip leader, and being able to like go on and get like a podium place finish, that's where the real value comes from.
It's a good point, and this is the exact stage of the tournament where that really can show off. I mean, you know, players who are able to separate themselves right now are going to have a chance at a final table run with a big chip lead. And when you have those flat payouts at the final table, being able to be the chip leader in that moment, like once you're already 7-handed or 6-handed, is the most valuable stage of the tournament to be the chip leader.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree. A lot of Triton. We've actually got a nice mix. I was about to say a lot of Triton talent. Obviously, Jamil Wakil, a regular JNT, Paulie V, Mario Moswak, our very own Triton ambassador, but also some newer names that I'm not all too familiar with. Familiar with them in terms of their online capabilities, such as Pedro Padilla, Kelvin Kerber, Johannes Strava, who's obviously had a pretty rough stint at the Triton series. But the likes of Kuahn Wu, someone I'm not too familiar with, you recognize Shuang Yu. You mentioned you've played with him a bit. But also another Lithuanian flag here in 12th. Ignas, someone I'm not too familiar with. So always nice, at this stage of the tournament to see the regulars, but also throwing in a couple of, new wrinkles to the Triton felt and seeing what they can kind of muster up this day. Because, look, I don't care how much GTO Wizard you've used.
Yeah.
I don't think it can prepare you for the bright lights and the big stage.
The game in Jeju is different. I was here 2 years ago as my first and only Triton Festival as a player. And that's when I came across Xiang Yu, Zhou Xuan, a number of names from China who are no longer in the tournament. And
right.
If you're not familiar with playing in this part of the world, I'm coming from North America where, there's a certain style. Or even when you play online, you're maybe used to a European player pool with a certain style. It's just different.
Give me an example. Like, is there one major difference that you can kind of spot?
Well, I think the variety in play style is one of the challenges that you're seeing some people who are willing to make gargantuan folds pre-flop because they view the spot as so big. And there's also other people at the same table with you who are playing half the deck aggressively and do not care at all about the money. And if you aren't familiar with the player pool and you just try to quick profile someone, you're going to confuse, a billionaire and a 22-year-old online kid who's nervous about the spot. And you can't confuse those two profiles, right? They could not play more differently from each other.
Case in point, Joe Tren against Jamil Wakil, very different styles and approaches to the game. Jamil with the best of it defending the big, but up against the under the gun range, the open and the continue here for 5-7-5. This is looking like a easy pickup for Joe.
Yeah, we'll see what size he goes with. Oh, excuse me, 1/3 pot, is that? Or maybe even just a little bit larger. I think Wakil would have been happy to continue against a smaller size, but this does look to be pricing him out with no real draw on this board. Yeah, he's going to pass.
Sleepy Joe. Not sleeping through this one. 12 left. He's on the hunt for his second title. Looking to add to his more than 5 million in Triton earnings. That's S-tier poker talent right there on your screens. May just look like a man in a Triton hoodie with some shades on and a pretty cool beard. For the online wizards out there, I know just how tough it is to tango with Pedro Padilla. One of the best.
Yeah, I love seeing more Brazilian talent coming out to battle on the big stage.
They seem to skip the European ones, but they make it to Jeju, and I wonder if it's like a taxation kind of thing. Back to the action here. Button open. Jamil says run it with the ducks. Kerber's King 7 is going to hit the muck.
Yeah, that's going to get through. Jamil covering both Kerber on the button and Zhou in the big blind, so
blender
comfortable to put everyone at risk and take that one down. I have heard that we'll be seeing more and more Brazilians at these stops over time. A few friends have whispered that, it's a goal for parts of the community. They've dominated the online felt for years. Built up the bankroll, built up liquidity. Time to take that show on the road.
The Brazilian Armada has to be like the biggest poker community in the world, right? If you had to guess in terms of just like online volume and
yeah, it must be.
And the different what they called, not stake houses, but
yeah, I forget the term.
Like communities.
Yeah, it's common to have like a coaching community.
Right, exactly.
That might provide staking, it might not.
Right.
I forget the language that they use to refer to it, but
stable. Like the different Brazilian poker stables.
Well, yeah, I guess. I thought I was thinking of something different, but of course, tournament stables. Common worldwide, but certainly there are some big ones in Brazil.
Nice little pickup there from Jamil. Going after the light open from Mario.
No, sorry.
Yeah, it feels like they're very high up on the whole community thing as well, in terms of just like sticking together, supporting each other. Somewhat surprising, actually, that #1 on Brazil's all-time money list, which I believe belongs to Yuri Zivalevsky, is I say only 10 million, but it's 10 million. Like you would think that there would be a Brazilian with 30, 40, 50 million, but they just have mainly focused on online, and they have dominated massively.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is just playing the super high roller circuit.
That's a big fold, by the way. Sevens just hitting the muck there.
I like that fold with sevens. I think this is a stage you don't really want to be flatting opens off of like 15 to 20 big blinds effective, especially. You don't want to be flatting opens. And sevens just not good enough to jam against under the gun. I think that was a nice find. Shang Yu going to defend. Just 10 bigs behind for him. And a little bit of something on Ace King 10. Mario thrilled with this flop. He should have a customer in you.
In me?
Even you. Could lose this hand to Mario Mosbach.
Shuang Yu's going to lose some chips here. I mean, mid-pair, gut shot. Don't think we can go anywhere just yet. 400K into 1.4. As the pot inflates up to 2.2 million. Clean turn. SPR 1.
Don't expect Mario to just jam on this texture. I think kind of separating out stacks across 3 streets is the way people like to play these spots. Allows him to bluff a lot with weak pairs. Maybe some Queen-9 suited type hands that open under the gun. Just one flush draw out there. No need to get carried away with protection. Just 40% pot. Try to get called by a hand like King-Jack. That's a nice fold.
Tidy.
Hard to fold a hand that big on the turn.
Especially when you know Mario's just like a savage and could just have pocket sevens.
Absolutely could.
I love that the chat has gone down the route that I wanted to go down. Jean-Philippe saying Mosbach is looks maxing, and T-Law's saying Mosbach mogging like an absolute Chad. It's true.
Chat did help us out from that conversation before. Teams, poker teams. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. 500,000. such as the Samba poker team that Kelvin Kerber on this stage is, I don't know if he's one of the founders, he's certainly one of the head coaches.
When are you going to make a poker team?
I guess when I move to Brazil. Anyone know a good place? I would love more team competition, personally. Hard to do in tournaments, obviously. I've thought this through.
I was about to say, like, well, what would that setup look like?
Well, collusion is what it would look like, so that's why it can't happen. But I would still love to find some way that it could happen.
I remember seeing some, like, poker TV show. I'm going to butcher the names of, like, who were involved, but basically you had a certain amount of cards where if you were in a tough spot, you could go to your teammate or your team and ask them for their opinion. And one guy had opened aces, another guy's jammed, and he uses his time bank to head over to his team, like to fake that like it's a tough spot and to like get their opinion. And they take like 2-3 minutes, right, discussing this.
Yeah.
Go back and he's like, okay, I've conferred, you know, I've spoken with the team, and they all agree that this is a call.
Yeah.
And then he shows down aces. It's,
yeah, I would love that. I
mean,
mean,
made me laugh.
I'm biased as a poker coach, but it would be fun to me. Like tag team event at the World Series and events like that are super fun to me. To be able to have like 2 players per hand, 4 players per hand. Let's just get a team battle going.
Make a poker World Cup.
Just like a relay or something, you know? A relay tournament where the clock never stops. It runs 24 hours a day for like 2 weeks straight. It's a marathon poker tournament.
Bro, do you remember Jamaica's relay team in the Beijing Olympics? Holy shit, dude.
You'll have to fill me in.
Dude, rewatch that. If you want to just like watch, only because you mentioned relay, got me excited, but that was like prime Usain Bolt. But yeah, let's play this relay thing out. We'll pitch it to Triton.
Shang Yu pitching in 8 big blinds with ace-4. And I think Kerber's going to go with this. It's not comfortable, but it is just a decent pocket pair facing 8 bigs.
How much is that?
Only risking about 15 bigs himself, and Wakil genuinely asking for a count here. Maybe even picked up on a little bit of hesitation from Kerber. Ace-8 can be the best hand of all 3. Kerber's probably going with any suited Broadway. I don't know if he goes with ace-5 off. I think probably no.
Lets it go. And I do wonder if it was that hesitation that Jamil was reading into. So 5s for the Brazilian. The best hand. Just needs to hold. Across 5 community cards to eliminate Zhang Yu. I'll tell you what, that's sweaty. 10-6-6, counterfeit opportunity now for Zhang Yu. Looking for an ace or a 10. Be a dirty way to do it. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Kelvin with the clubs covered. We've seen an ace folded already. Hold. Kerber letting out a sigh of relief. He's up to 6.3 million. What a swingy hour and a half for him.
Probably had an ace.
He was down to what, like 1.5 million, 1 million at one point. And GG's to Shuang Yu out in 12th place. He's going to head to collect 100,000 for his efforts. And with his departure, everyone's now guaranteed 114K.
This has been quite the spin.
Huge
for
spin.
Kerber. Looks like he bottomed out at 700,000.
That's right. With 15 left, that was when we came back from the redraw break.
Yeah, he was in with King Jack against Joe Schwann's
Ace
Queen.
Yeah, King on the river.
King on the river for 3.5 big blinds each, and here he is third in chips, 11 left. You're just never safe in these formats.
Raise.
So look at that 30K running elsewhere in the room.
Somewhat light raise here, even though it doesn't look like it. Padilla, pocket sevens in the hijack, not a pair that he wants to get all in with for 20 blinds. You can see Wakil chewing on this offsuit ace as a 3-bet bluff candidate. Actually somewhat surprised he passed. Might not have loved having the 9 as a side card.
Say that again, light open with the sevens in your opinion?
Well, these are the stages of the tournament where pocket pairs are really devalued, and Padilla is not in a healthy position at this table. Maybe picking on the big blind of Joe, who's covered by him, but he had Jamil covering behind, he had Kerber covering behind, Mosbach covering behind. Opening off 20 bigs with low to mid pocket pairs, pretty dicey. Now, he did get ace-9 off and ace-6 off to fold in the blinds, so let's give him some credit for a good find.
Nobody fighting back currently. How about queens on the button in a spot where both the blinds are going to be expecting Jamil to be overly aggressive at this stage of the tournament?
Yeah, this is a very wide opening spot for Jamil, and Joe's picked up a huge hand. I mean, this is just... Has he already jammed? Yeah, he's in.
Well, all the queens are busy. We just saw Pedro folding the last queen out of the big.
The big one.
Joe Tren in trouble. We literally just said on the break desk that this might take a while to get down to the FT, yet here we are, 5 cards away from being down to 10. Oh, wow. Boy. Well, we know there's no queens left in the deck, so the only way Jamil can salvage any chips from this pot is a chop pot. Ace-10 run out needed. He's dead. We know that the river is inconsequential in this one.
Oh, mamma mia.
You're allowed to enjoy the excitement.
Enjoy it, my man.
When you get there with King Queen suited.
3.99.
And you really are just never safe at the top of the leaderboard. Jamil was second in chips. Gonna be a challenge to stay locked in, as he's gone through quite a few swings in the late stage of this event, and we mentioned the ones that he was going through even yesterday.
It's so annoying, man. It's just like sometimes the easiest spots are just the most difficult ones. Like instead of being tied for the chip lead, he's just 9th in chips now.
Yeah, so important not to project the future, would you call it? You know, like the expectation can really do you in. Can't take anything for granted in this game. And just count your chips and get back to work.
Still got 19 bigs. Given that it's a 24 big blind average tournament right now, it's got plenty to work with. Little slow roll from the dealer, teasing us a little bit.
Can see
for the action on the other table to complete. Just another amazing invention, if you will, from Triton, where we keep things as balanced as possible. Oh, quick dealer change. There we go. Wasn't a dealer slow rolling us, but it does give us a perfect opportunity to give a shout out to the official timekeeping partner of the series. We are, of course, talking about Jacob and Co. We see two of those stunning timepieces awarded to the main event champions here during this series. That epic X watch. You cannot buy that one in store. Have to earn that by winning a Triton main. Strava fresh off, I was going to say fresh off that 12th place finish. 12th place isn't something you're thrilled about in that 20K, but making another run here and flopping best on the 10-5-3. Middle pair, the Jack-High flush draw.
Probably a stage of the tournament where 10-5-3 doesn't look that threatening to Paulius. Don't think Strava's going to be defending many offsuit 5s or 3s, especially against an under-the-gun open. He's going to be playing fairly tight in the big blind compared to usual, so covering stack. Paulie V allowed to play this one fairly aggressively, even though he hasn't flopped anything. Let's see if Strava wants to play this one cautiously or just push his equity. His hand's good enough to raise and get it in, but certainly fine to bluff catch on the strength of a pair of 5s.
7 of diamonds turn. Turn card that we'd expect Paulius to kind of slow down on now.
Yeah, for chips, you'd even expect Strava to do some leading on this turn. He checked pretty quickly, sort of indicating, I'm never going to lead on this turn. But when you raise under the gun, you have so few of these cards. A 7, a 5, a 3, even a straight draw on this board. Really hard to have from under the gun. Very easy to have in the big blind. I do expect Paulius to slow this one down. Ace-Queen has a little bit of showdown value, especially against bare flush draws, but even some weaker ace-high. And just as I say that...
Well, what is this bet designed to do? Is this Paulius just kind of like laying the price for the river, plus potentially folding out some 5x, some 3x?
I mean, if he gets a 5x or 3x to fold, it would have to be something without a flush draw or a gutter. And a lot of those
don't exist.
Don't defend pre or just don't arrive here. There's a few, of course. Straver could have queen 5 of spades. No, Paulius has the queen of spades. Queen 5 of diamonds. But yeah, I'm reaching to find it. To be honest, I'm surprised by the bet because I think Straver will consider calling turn with any pair. But of course, we're 2 off the final table, so pressure builds. Folding thresholds get a little bit stronger. Straver's going to make bigger folds.
This is a huge pickup for the Dutchman. It's up to 6.1 million. We won't find out if a triple barrel would have worked. You think Paulie V's still, is he like emptying the clip with overpairs? Ace 10?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Just going for 3 streets?
Probably down to king 10.
Okay.
I would guess. Maybe the queen 10 feels a little thin.
Worth mentioning, by the way, that Anna Valinas is down to 20 seconds on his clock. Padilla's down to 24. Wu's got a minute 40. Travis got a minute 30. They will all get an additional 100 seconds once we reach the FT, but we're not there yet. And some of these guys are struggling for time in some big spots, some big pressure moments coming up.
Yeah, there is a bit of just luck to not getting dealt the tough spots. If you can kind of cruise through your decision making, it gives you a little bit of a buffer. But then you look at JNT and Joe Schwan sitting on 6.5 minutes each, and you think like, okay, maybe there's also some skill to not using your time if you just play fast routinely. These guys are basically never dipping into their bonus time.
Some absolute heroes busting out of the 30K. Ponakovs, Mokri, Martirosyan.
Mosbach with a big hand here, blind versus blind against Kerber.
Limp.
Looks like limp is what's coming. Kerber not tempted by 6-4 offsuit. Pretty clean check behind with some connectivity.
How about top 2? Unfortunately for Mosbach, no connection there.
You're not calling backdoor straight draw and 2 overs to the deuce some connection for Kerber? Such as me, heads up player, thinking that blind versus blind 6-4 is connecting with this board. There's a little bit of something there.
You're just, there's something wrong with you.
He could turn a gutter. He thought about it. I know, it's a little ridiculous. Every time I commentate on blind versus blind spots, I'm like, I should get advice on not being a station. Need a little bit of help. Joe gonna open this ace deuce of spades. He's covering this table. And Padilla. Pocket tens is willing to get it in here. The question is how. just all in.
Making it easy for himself. Doesn't need to be cute.
Would have been curious to see the
little pump fake there from
saw
Joe.
that.
Like,
yeah.
Okay. You win.
Ah, the classic. Fold the hand, but make sure that the ace of spades is exposed.
If Padilla went for the small 3-bet there, we might have seen Joe rocket that one in. But not exactly comfortable to induce that sort of action. Pedro will collect his 6.6 million in total chips. Good for second at this table.
$14 minutes left on the clock before the blinds go up. 150K, 300K. Everyone's starting to feel the pinch. So that means the average stack will be dropping down to 20 bigs.
King 8, Suki. King 8.
Joe gets a walk. A bit of downtime for us here in terms of table talk. Not the chattiest group, understandably so. Everyone locked in, just recognizing the long night ahead as they work their way through this one. Also just like a tough field.
Yeah.
Like, when it's a tough field and you just know that everyone's playing like really solid poker, I think save the table talk for another time. What we got going on over here? Looks like J&T is all in with the covering stack and the best hand.
Ignace went for the squeeze all in here. J&T was the flatter on the button. Calls off the 2 million with ace-10. He's ahead.
Like it. I do kind of like it. Like, just expecting Strava to be pretty wide. Oh boy. 5-9 needed for a chop. 8 for the win, otherwise Ignace is out of here. Geez, sir. J&T, the nut flush. Oh, actually, that's not true. The ace high flush by the river. He's up to 9 million and he's pretty much tied for the chip lead. We're down to 10, 2 tables of 5. Ignace will head to collect 114,000 for his efforts. So, final table bubble.
And attention winners and players in the 30K, once you complete your hand, our tournament is on a 15-minute break. Once again, 15-minute break in the 30K.
How does he do it, chat? Number 1 on France's all-time money list. 9 million in Triton earnings.
Base 500,000. Pass. Pass.
What's Sander thinking about here? I mean, he's getting a good price to defend. Has to be concerned. The stack depth. I mean, Paulius opening off of 12 bigs here. We are 5-handed though.
I'd also be thinking about a rejam with Jack 9 suited. try to clear out the bluffing range of Paulius. This working out better. We saw him do it with the King 4 suited unsuccessfully when we had 3 tables left, and here he is picking the right target, I think, for that kind of play.
That's pretty gangster. I personally, I don't think I'm ever finding that spot there. I just look down at Jack 9, I'm like, okay, getting a great price on a call. Let's see a flop with a very playable hand.
Yeah, it's nice, especially because a lot of Paulius's bluffs are dominating you. So going post against, you know, King 9, King 10, Queen Jack, this kind of stuff, not ideal. Great find from the tournament chip leader.
Oh, I thought we were about to play a mystery hand there. JNT. Not to be. Wow, a lot of rags being dealt around the table. Go around to the blinds. I stand corrected.
I did not see that one coming.
You know what? As soon as I said it, I was actually like, you know, this is Kuahn Wu, and he's got a blackjack hand.
It's got to double down on the button.
Double down on the button with the 8-3-0. 5-handed. This is, I don't even want to call this ambitious.
Disrespectful?
It is disrespectful, yeah.
Vainas flatting. Ace-9 suited in the small blind, very reasonable. Strava not going to get involved at this stage with such a ragged big blind defend. Felt like that was a little smirk from Kuahn Wu, just like, let's have some fun with this one. He might win this pot.
I mean, it has to be somewhat concerned that the small blind flatting range is going to interact with this 2 Broadway card flop. And yet here he is.
In defense of this c-bet, not the pre-flop raise, but in defense of this c-bet, Vainas is chip leading and playing relatively deep against Wu, so there will be a wider flatting range here in the small than a number of, you know, typical spots. This is just backdoors, ace high.
That does make the call.
Strong peel here from Ander.
Somehow 2.3 million in the middle, queen pairing on the turn. What's the plan now? We are up Schitt's Creek without a paddle.
Sometimes you'd see turn leads from the small blind on a card like this, but since Kuahn just bet small on the flop and is playing the button, he can have plenty of queens in his range, plenty of kings. I think it makes sense to just keep checking and hope to show down.
He's checked back, but I'm assuming, Kevin, that mandatory river bluff, should it get checked over to us once more.
I would agree in theory, but it can be hard to pull the trigger in these spots. It feels like you're not repping anything. It feels like your opponent has, you know, too much showdown value. The board hasn't changed at all on this 4 of Hearts river. I wouldn't be surprised if this just check and Vainas wins with ace high.
There is the check from the Spaniard.
That said, I would love to see a bluff here. I do think it's credible that Wu has a king. Could even maybe find a thin value bet on the end with like pocket 9s.
The old bet, check, bet line.
What did you say, never a bluff?
Never a bluff.
Let's see if Wu breaks the trend. No.
Ace high is good, and Kuahn maybe going to kick himself a bit there. So he gets shown one of the hands that he perhaps would have got to fold.
I do think there's some of that comfort of just like, well, if I check here, I get to muck. I mentioned it before with the Jack-8 offsuit, right? Like there's, it just feels good.
It is true.
To be like, you know what? No one ever has to know about this. I can just hide this 8-3 offsuit.
For the next 30 minutes until the stream catches up.
Yeah. They'll find out eventually, but
in the same province as Vancouver.
Okay.
And it's like one of the nicest in the world from what everyone.
Yeah, it's very well known.
Yeah.
I can't picture it, but it's.
Yeah, very highly regarded. Yeah.
So back on over here to the blue feature table.
Also nice
Kerber's.
This way, British Columbia. Yeah.
Oh,
got jacks. Hang on, what's?
Somebody's got
I think
jacks.
you'd really like it.
JNT.
Oh no, we're at the wrong table, I think. Hold on.
Oh, we're back. And here's Joe. Is this a new trend that I'm not aware of, Henry? This is what I was talking about, where the Jeju fields are just different.
Yeah.
If you don't have the player reads that you're just getting any two raises on the button. This is from a different player at a different table, taking the exact same strategy.
Pretty absurd. I mean, this is... I don't want to call it disrespectful. I just think it is the part of the world that we're in that you're talking about, you know? Like these guys, it gets folded to them on the button, and they just see this as like an any two spot.
Yeah, there's just like... I mean, there are games in North America where the exact same thing is common, right? Just like, oh, late position steal opportunity. Of course I'm going to play the hand. You don't see it a lot in high roller tournaments.
Joe's just doing it out of respect for the late, great Doyle Brunson. Thank you, Joe.
That must be it.
We were talking about how the clock is rolled back to 30 big blinds average, but one more person busts before the end of this level, and we might not have to. We might not have to. It might be bang on 30 bigs. Just a flat from Pedro.
Yeah, ace-jack suited, not expecting to get it in ahead for 20 big blinds against Wakil's hijack range. Rather flat and keep in some dominated hands.
Well, the problem with that, Kevin, is that it allows the king-queen to flop best on the king 7-6, and absolutely nothing going for the Brazilian here, not even a club in sight.
Not a mandatory c-bet spot for Jamil. Although I think if he does bet, something a little bit increased in size. What is this, 40% pot?
Is he always expecting 8s, 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s to have ripped pre?
No, I think a lot of them would flat as well.
Okay, so
yeah.
We're trying to get value now from 8s, 9s, and 10s.
Yep.
Maybe some king, jack, king 10.
Even just ace-jack of a different suit. I mean, oh, hang on. Delia's continuing with this ace-jack. I did expect this hand to fold on the flop, but just some kind of backdoor float, not unreasonable, in addition to the pocket pairs like you mentioned. But we're not expecting at this stage in the tournament for Pedro to have like 7-8 suited. He's just folding that pre. Wakil thinking about a double barrel here. Not clear if he can continue to get value and set up stacks. Got to think through the risk premium associated with this spot, decide if king-queen is too thin or if he's going to start running into pocket 6s, pocket 7s too often. Versus just checking and inducing some bluffs. Potentially, I think both options are reasonable. But there will still be some suited kings that he's ahead of.
1.65.
Setting up stacks. Goes Geo.
Yeah, even a little bigger, I think. That might have been part of the calculation in that long tank was, do I want to upsize a little to disincentivize the flush draws? But it's not going to matter against ace jack of clubs. Pedro's out.
And Jamil's up to 6.9 million. Working his way back up the chip counts after losing that queens against king-queen hand not too long ago. I tell you what, Kev, with the exception of Paulie V, who's currently sat on 8 big blinds, there's this cluster in the middle. You know, Kuahn Woo's third with 31. Joe Tren's in fourth with 30 bigs. Jamil's in fifth with 28. This one's shaping up to be a fun one.
Yeah, still a lot of chips left in this field. A lot of players who can fight for that top spot. We talked about trying to separate yourself from the pack at this stage, and Joe has been someone, I think, who's very clearly trying to accomplish that. He's been generally active at this table, despite, I think, starting square in the middle or even near the bottom of the counts, six-handed.
Oh.
Jamil does not want to see this come queen high. Doesn't mind seeing it come 8 high though, as he connects with that 8 of spades dangler, vaults into the lead. 1.4 out there. Joe's been c-betting at a pretty high frequency after opening from under the gun, but on this board texture, yeah, not surprised to see him check that one back.
Yeah, and he's probably going to successfully avoid losing any more chips in this pot. I would expect Jamil to like the sight of another low card, especially a spade, giving him a redraw here, but looks like a board that Jamil can just attack pretty relentlessly with his big blind range, and definitely queen 8, enough hand to get value.
No nonsense from Joe. Turbulent day for Wakil. They're not making it easy for my man out there, I'll tell you that much. Just a swingy tournament for him overall. Look at that shot. Back on over to this table. Oh no. Cut off V big blind. Is it going to be more heartbreak for Strava? Jack 10 deuce. No help in sight for the Dutchman. Ten of clubs turn does produce some opportunities. Deuce or a jack would chop it. 9 needed for the win. And it's continued heartbreak for Strava. 12th in the 20K. 10th in the 25K. Kev, we talk about the elite mindset of some of the Triton greats, such as Sir Watts, Jason Kuhn, just to name a few. How does it take its toll on the likes of Strava, where for years now, we're looking at a 2-year stretch. We talked about him being 0 for 24.
Yeah.
Now he's picked up a couple of cashes, but, you know, crossbar finishes. 12th in the 20K, 10th in this, you know, close to glory, but not even close enough to get that final table. how do you just keep showing up, man? Like when the stakes are this high and there's this much money on the line.
I mean, I do think it's interesting for someone like Straver because we know that he's had success online and for years, like great success online. And I've seen that go kind of two different ways for someone in that position. One, they could just keep going back to their, reliable game.
Right.
They could keep making money and they could use that money to keep showing up here and battling. Or they could just decide, you know what, this is not my arena.
Yeah.
Like the doubt, of course, is going to creep in because it is just inherently a little bit different. It's a little bit different of a challenge. And I would not fault someone at all for just deciding, you know what, like I don't want to deal with that stress anymore. I don't want to deal with the years of only having, 3 or 4 chances and them not working out.
Right. And am I right in saying that the skill sets required to dominate in this field are vastly different from the skill sets required to dominate online?
I wouldn't go so far as to say vastly different, but they're different.
Okay.
Like for sure there are unique skills that are going to separate someone in this arena compared to online. I do think 95% of the challenge is just be a very, very good poker player, and Straver absolutely is.
I feel like in the live arena, especially when you're playing these stakes, the team you have around you, that at the end of a 12-hour day, at the end of a final table bubble, you can just go and crack a cold one open with, and they're just like, hey, mate, like, don't worry about it, because like, it's the volume, right? You only get to play 17 events if you're playing No Limit Hold'em and PLO, whereas online you just get to reg another 10 tournaments, get that volume in, and, GG's. Anyways, we're heading on a 20-ish minute break or so. The players are obviously going to head for a break before the final table is set. It's Q-Song Woo, chip leader. He's currently playing 50 bigs. Average stack is going to be 30 big blinds or so. So really looking forward to the playability we're going to have. Everyone guaranteed 1.34, 134,000 so far. Obviously, all eyes on that top prize of 1.3 million, and of course, the Triton trophy that comes with that. Go and put the kettle on, maybe, I don't know, a BLT or whatever it is that you fancy. Order a pizza, because when we come back, we're playing down to 6 here in this 25K Jupiter.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card. With crypto, no waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, I like the way Kelvin played it. It's not like he bet big. He still went with that 20% pot sizing, but it's just, it's an interesting one, isn't it, where that board is just so good for the aces.
Yeah, it's not like he went pot.
Right. And now he picks up pocket threes. Sometimes these smaller pocket pairs are not as good of hands due to their bad blocker value, but of course on the button, totally reasonable to open.
Got a spot here of ace-queen for Kelvin Kerber. He's second in chips.
So one thing Kerber wants to be aware of is the stack of the big blind, which in this case is JNT with about 40 big blinds. So he doesn't necessarily just want to open rip this hand, because if JNT were to wake up with a monster, he'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he makes it 225K.
Kelvin has the type of hand that against an aggressive Brazilian, you could consider jamming with, Randy, just because if your opponent has a lot of 3-bet folds, you do pick up quite a lot right now. Of course, the downside to that is when they do have a bigger pair, you're in dire straits.
I'm sure it's crossing his mind.
I think versus someone who is very aggressive and finds a lot of 3-bet bluffs, you can just jam all your pairs in this button versus small blind environment.
So Kelvin started the hand with 35 big blinds. I'm sure he's also wondering how small of a pair would his opponent 3-bet call it off. He's going all in like you suggested, Alex Livingston.
And this is just an easy call for Kelvin. He did not 3-bet with the intention of folding. Let's go to the races.
Yep. Slight advantage to Kelvin Lee, but practically a coin flip. I mean, when you get snapped off, you're very happy to see ace-queen.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a 2.8 million chip pomp between Kelvin Kerber and Kelvin Lee.
Similar first names.
King 7-5. It's a brick. I see what you said there now. Kelvin and Kelvin.
Kelvin and Kelvin.
Got me. Okay, so just the ace or queen to end Kelvin's days. In regards to the ace, that just hurts every time. Ace on a river. Never feels good.
Yeah, it really is painful when you run out such a clean board with pocket threes, your opponent just drawing to the 6 outs they started with, and then boom, greensteined.
Greensteined. Yes, that's right. Ace on the river. I'm sure Brazil is very happy with that, as votes went up immediately after he won that hand. Yeah, it makes sense because he's now the tournament chip leader.
Like it comes more likely than the
Wow.
queen.
And that is a dangerous man to give a lot of chips to. Kelvin Kerber, the Brazilian, has quite a lot of success both live and online.
All aces were available.
Brazil's certainly one of those countries, Randy, that has just seen steady growth throughout the last decade and a half.
Right.
Yeah, I think a lot of the newcomers do choose Jeju as their first stop just based on the field sizes.
Yeah, Jeju known to have the biggest fields at our Triton Super High Roller Series. A lot of like newcomers trying to make a name for themselves, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to travel to Europe. It's a bit far, right? A lot of Asian players showing up.
And having Triton 1, you know, right before the Triton High Roller Series is really nice too, because some of those players, maybe they feel like just traveling for all these Triton High Rollers is a bit too big, as, excuse me, aces against Ace-King here, Randy.
I know, right? I mean, Ignat's just involved in every hand as of late. He's going to try to induce.
Of course. Oh, and he goes with
Oh
call. This
He's
is
a
actually
sneaky man.
This is the only way that Wyron Poo may be able to get away from this hand, because any sort of small 3-bet would have just been shoved on.
Wow. He might actually cost himself chips. It's not like he knew he was up against
No,
ace-king
certainly
suited, of
not.
course. Just when you think there's a standard play, he finds a new option. Oh, but this flop is gonna get chips in regardless of runouts, I assume. Top pair, top kicker versus the disguised aces.
Yeah, this will work out well for Ignas. Who's starting with a check, Randy? Are you at all surprised?
It's probably more so that he doesn't want to have a large c-betting range, I guess. Out of position. He certainly could have bet. Nothing wrong with that. If his opponent has a king, he'll put in chips for him. He's got 2 aces, though. He thinks he's trapping.
Yeah.
He might just check call, like, yeah, let me just keep your bluffs.
Exactly, yeah.
Especially with backdoor diamonds, that helps, too.
Both players kind of feel like they have the effective nuts at this point. I mean, Pooh could, of course, be behind pocket eights or king queen. Probably doesn't expect to see aces a ton.
Come on, he never expects aces.
Well, but if there's ever a big pair that flats
Yeah,
in
yeah.
any situation, it is aces, right? But it's not something you really think about. And look, Pooh is just going with this check raise, trying to actually induce something from a hand like ace-jack.
Yeah, ace-jack, ace-10, you want them to pay off another 250K. Maybe Ignace decided to bet a queen, although I don't really expect that. But if he did, you know,
yeah,
why
and
not?
If you're Ignace, I definitely like just calling here. You don't really have much to worry about. You have that ace of hearts in hand. You want to keep in your opponent if he's got ace-jack or ace-10.
Yeah, you want them to just blast off the turn.
Mm-hmm.
You just stack king-jack anyways. So he makes the call, and Ren is supposed to be pretty happy about this. That's what he wanted. He wanted to see his opponent put in more chips. That card's a queen. I really don't think that changes too much. I don't expect Ren to ever check raise a queen, and I don't think Ignace would be betting a queen.
And Ignace probably does a decent amount of jamming pre with ace-queen. May also check it back on the flop if he did flat it. I suppose the question here as Weiren Pooh is, do you just move in here for 2/3 pot?
Well, if Ren had, I guess, a semi-bluff, what would you do with that? If he was a jam, then he should probably value jamming the ace-king himself, just for balance purposes.
Agreed.
All in.
All in and double check. Do I still have the slow played hand? I do. I call.
Go 4, 3.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think he expected to lose the king-queen normally.
Yeah.
Wow. But it's pocket aces. 2 kings left in the deck. Black kings. See if China's Ren can hold on. 7 of diamonds is a tap of the table. Ignace, slow played aces, rewarded.
哎呀 ，Kelvin 老师，我只能夺爆了哈，我只能夺爆了哈。
Ren Lin giving Ren some love. But he also will be taking home 50K. 29th, 28 remaining.
Indeed. Call pre. Ace-2 suited does make sense to 3-bet because you can fold out so many ace-X hands that you dominate.
Mario Mosbach on the spin up.
Oh, another
But I am a little surprised by that fold, Randy, because if you're going to call the king-9 suited pre-flop, it seems to me you have to get a bit sticky there on that run-out.
Yeah, that was
dangerous.
Very interesting hand. Pedro been playing some really good poker. Fold the best hand.
Yeah.
Mario gets away again.
Well, this one he earned,
He
you know?
earned it, right?
He earned this one. So Mario Mosbach with that pot all the way up to $4.5 million. He's in second place now, Randy, and he was one river card away from being out of this tournament with that king tray against the ace-9 suited.
And he might be able to take the rest of Elias's chips here. Ace-7, hitting the ace-6.
Elias in for just 1.5 bigs. Mario shoves into Ebony Kenny's big blind to dispatch her, and we'll get heads up with the superior kicker.
Chop. 90%.
Chop.
Okay, onto a flop. Oh, this chops a lot, right?
Does indeed. 3 cards above the 7. Maybe not. Deuce 4 or 5, and that 7 will still play. Or just hit the 7.
Just hit the 7. Man, that just feels so dirty for Elias. Loses queens versus 10s against Mario Mosbach. Then doesn't get to chop it. Rivers the 7.
You get my chip and also.
And we're down to 24 players remaining. Alex, do you know what that means? That means we have
Redraw?
a redraw because it's an 8-handed tournament.
Redraw, yeah.
3 tables remaining. And Mario inching closer to the chip lead. Still a little bit behind Pedro Padilla. Elias going to finish 25th for 56K. Letting his rail know of all that all players got an additional 50 seconds.
Okay, I did not know that. So additional time at the final 3 tables, probably even more additional time at the final table.
Additional 100 seconds if you can get to the final table. That is time that J&T would love to accumulate because he's never using it.
Yeah, and Ebony, ace-4 offsuit here in the cutoff. 9 bigs, moves in, but Paulie V is not going to fold this one.
No, 8s is amazing, especially against an 8.8 big blind jam. Is that a sign?
Now, I was just going to say that. He's up against the 880. Is this bad news for the 8s?
You think it's karma or it's bad news?
Well, I don't know. It's a message of some sort.
Shall we find out what this
Don't
message
know how
means?
to decipher it.
All in and call on tour.
All in and call. It's looking.
You really hate to get called as Ebony. You feel like you're always going to be in this type of shape, either up against a pair or a bigger ace.
Still has that chance, right?
Still has 30%.
Okay, there's another way to victory. That's the deuce.
Can she find an ace or a deuce?
Just a 5 at the moment. One more shot at it, or she's going to be out in 24th. That's a 3, and ace-4 is no good. GG, Ebony Kenny.
Ebony Kenny, the second winningest Triton female player, only behind Kristen Foxen.
Yeah, would have certainly love to make it a bit deeper, but what can you do with 8.8 big blinds against pocket 8s? Just destiny to lose there, and she is de-miking, has to settle for $56,000.
Paulie V back up to...
Okay, so actually that last hand, Petrangelo did not jam, perhaps because he had a few more bigs and he opted to just min-raise the ace-6 offsuit.
There is a question in the chat. If I plan to go to WSOP Paradise, I've gone the last 3 years, so I'd say there's a good choice, a good chance, excuse me.
It's actually funny that you mentioned that because my previous mate, Kevin Vanderkoy, was saying that he's got a star on you, was watching you in that Paradise where you donked off your big stack. You told me you had like 10 million or something, didn't you?
I did have, I was chip leader of that big 25K. In the money, pretty deep.
Welcome to the party.
Let's pause the story for 1 second because Stanley Choi's at risk of ace-queen.
Enough about me. Mazbach, king 10 off here versus this size jam. Easy call.
That's way better.
Thank you.
Sorry, I gave you. Don't ever listen to me, dude.
Show me one ace.
Ace-queen, feeling good? As long as Stanley Choi never busts, he does not mind.
No conflict.
Huh?
No conflict.
No conflict.
Live cards for Mazbach, who's run pretty well in these all-ins so far today, Randy.
Ace, 10, 6.
Fair.
Fair.
Not so fair.
5 outs, is that fair?
I don't even know what's a fair turn.
King.
King?
That's not fair.
I don't know how fair that is, although still a host of outs for Choi. Ace, Queen, Jack, or 6.
Mm-hmm. 27% of the time he can stick around.
How is that fair, river?
Ding, 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 ding. You have to do ding, 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 ding before the river comes.
I don't hear any bells.
What is it?
GG to Stanley Choi, who
Good luck, guys.
held tough for a long time. Picked up some pay jumps along the way.
Just asks and gets it.
And Randy, there's a question directed towards you as well in the YouTube here, asking, since you quit poker, I don't know that you completely quit poker, but
if you want to say that, okay.
It says, since you quit poker, what else do you do for a living apart from commentating?
I mean, for a living,
Super Mario.
nothing really. I do recreationally play pickleball, but that's about it.
There you go. He's.
But I'm not making money
he's
from
trying
it. 8 offsuit into Alex Boyka's ace king. He has $2.5 million. That's a 20 big blind jam. Is it excessive?
Big jam, Randy. I can't say that I've studied these spots recently by any means, but 980 for 20 bigs?
Probably not, but the thing is, Kelvin likes to press the variance from Brazil. Maybe he can get lucky 35% of the time. He beats ace king. 5 million chip pot.
I can see it suited.
I see a 9,
Whoa.
a 6, and a 4. Grim for Boyka. I mean, table is just silent. It's just brutal, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel fair, but this is the way of poker. 9-8 offsuit, 2 live cards, still going to win plenty of the time.
Queen on the river, and Boyka will have a bad beat story to tell his mates. Officially eliminated in 20th. 20th is $70,000 for Boyka.
And Kelvin Kerber with that pot will retake the chip lead he once held over Paulie V. Ren Lin here, pocket 7s against Petrangelo 6s, and look, Ren Lin 3-bet calling, inducing the shove from Petrangelo.
Oh, pip by 1. That one hurts.
What happened this time? Open 3-bet?
It was a great induction from Ren Lin with 7s.
Cutoff versus button.
Yeah.
Tony, you're a professional.
He is a professional. Okay, so another all in. Queen 10-8.
Not anymore.
What's a better card, a queen, a 10-8, or a 9 or jack?
There are some chop possibilities here. That's not going to be one of them. Nick needs a 6. And will his expression change if he hits one here, Randy?
We'll find out. 2 black 6s, river card, deuce, fist bump, top of the table, deep run. Now officially over for Nick Petrangelo, also collecting 70.
Here. How is there 5.7 in the middle?
Cut off for a small blind. Jimmy Guerrero at risk with ace-jack offsuit.
This is a chip lead pot. If Ander can just hold, which he has on the flop, successfully so on the turn, just needs to fade an ace or a jack on the river, which he does.
Wow.
He's up to 7 million, and we're down to 17.
That one just an open raise from Jimmy Guerrero. Ander Vainas 3-bet piles from the small blind with pocket 9s, and Jimmy called it off with that flip. Doesn't go his way.
They were both battling in the Triton 1 main. Here they are. Then Kerber covers, open from the cutoff, called it off. You just heard him say he thinks it's coming. He's feeling it. 36% of the time it will. Needs some hearts or a queen. 7-4-4. Safe flop so far. Or Shuang Yu.
Okay. Little something.
Be a dirty way to do it. Doesn't get there. Jack's going to hold. Shuang Yu back up to 15 bigs. We're staying at 17 players. Kelvin Down to 6.5 bigs.
Kerber was near chip lead when we started.
At the moment, understandably so, given the average stack and the fact that it's 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 5. So it looks like it went open on the button from Win, and Venus has just ripped this in.
Yeah, semi-bluff out of the big blind, trying to put pressure on Lei. Calls it off with ace-9.
Ooh, hold on. A little 4 dangler connecting on the queen-4 trade. This would be pretty brutal. I mean, this is a near chip lead pot for Win. Needs to convert, and that is a brutal development. Queen of spades removing one of his 6 outs. He needs a non-spade ace or one of 3 remaining 9s. Doesn't find it. He's out of here.
Wow.
Velinus is up to 11.6 million. Overwhelming chip leader. So we're down to 16. Gives the camera a little fist bump. You a fan of the jam out of the big King 4 suited? 15 big blind stack?
I get the idea, and I think it just turned out to be a bad matchup against Winlei's actual strategy there, because you might think that off of 15 bigs, he's going to play open jams from the button with some...
The incoming FT bubble. Go time for Kerber. 3.5 bigs, he's not going to waste his time. He knows he needs to spin.
How much?
Joe's asking for a count.
700.
Not because he plans to fold, but a little bit of balance and a little bit of thinking. How many chips do I commit here with a covering stack behind in the small blind?
Looks like all of it.
I like this.
It looks like a genuine decision, by the way.
Oh. Wow. Ace-Jack is not an easy fold in this spot. I do think that Padilla can get away from this, but the original raise was just 3.5 blinds, and you don't expect pocket aces, kings, queens, even ace-king suited to just pile it in for 4.4 million. He gets away correctly there. It's nice patience.
That's a pretty big laydown, yeah. Here we go. Kerber in trouble. We just saw one of his jacks folded. Can he convert? Get back up to 9.5 bigs. Arin wants to say something. It's just looking for a reaction from Kerber. 2 cards to come. Make that 1. 1 pull at 5 outs for the Brazilians' tournament life. King ball.
Wow.
King ball corner pocket.
Nice hit. Nice hit.
Well, the stage is almost set for the final table of this 25K Jupiter event here in Jeju. Kevin Rabichal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, on call for what is set to be an epic final table. And most Triton FTs are epic, might I say myself. But when you throw in the likes of JNT, Kuahn Wu, who, by the way, is chip leader right now, it kind of leaves, you know, these online wizards with, well, a bit of sweat under the collar, because when JNT wants to play a big pot, he'll play a big pot. When Kuahn Wu wants to play a big pot, he'll play a big pot, and he really puts you in uncomfortable spots. And how do these GTO wizards navigate these type of, you know, bulldozers, if you will?
I mean, that's exactly what I'm going to be watching for when we get to this final table, Henry, because you've mentioned the names, but they've also got the majority of the chips at this table. Only 4 players are above average, 2 of them, Kuahn Wu and JNT. Of course, On the other side of the spectrum of styles there, you've got Ander Vainas and Jamil Wakil, both above average with healthy stacks. But seeing the conflict, seeing like the convergence of those two diametrically opposed styles is exactly what's going to make for just exciting hands and interesting spots.
Yeah, and talking about that 36 big blind average, we've got a lot of playability here. All eyes going to be on Paulie V. He is the shortest stack, of course, but if he can get an early double, let's see. Luca's ready for the final table introductions.
Event number 2 of the Super High Roller Series here in Jeju has seen 262 entries. The 25K Jupiter event is down to a final table. We're gonna see who's gonna win this beautiful trophy, special design for the 10th anniversary, glory of $1.3 million. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. In seat number 1, from Brazil with 6.1 million, please welcome Pedro Padilla.
Get your Vamoses in the chat. He came second in the Paradise main event. Can he go one step further here in this 25K?
In seat number 2 with 1.9 million from Lithuania, please put your hand together for Paulius Vaitekūnas.
We know him as Swaggy P, Paulie V, short stack and on the hunt for his second Triton trophy.
Our seat number 3 as 11 million is from Spain. Please put your hand together for Yonander Ballina Santos.
Showing us that he is not just a one-hit wonder after his incredible run in the Triton 1 main. Here he is with the chip lead.
From China in seat number 5 with 6.9 million, please welcome Zhou Chuan.
Zhou Chuan, class act as always, looking to add a No Limit Hold'em trophy to his cabinet.
In seat number 6 with 9.1 million from France is JNT himself, Jean-Noël Trel.
Mr. CIA, Mr. Main Event, always an action-packed feature whenever JNT's around.
In seat number 7 from Brazil with 5 million, please put your hand together for Kelvin Kerber.
Well, he is on the spin of a lifetime. Is a Triton final table debut for Kerber.
Seat number 8 with 7.6 million from Canada. Please put your hand together for Jamil Wakil.
A lot of close calls over the years for the Canadian. His 5th final table, still on the hunt and chasing his first title.
In seat number 9, we have our chip leader, who's also going to start on the button from China with 12 million. Please put your hand together for Wu Huisong.
Well, how about this for a Triton track record? 3 caches and 3 FTs for Q-Song, coming into this with the chip lead.
And last but not least, closing down our final table in seat number 10 with 4.9 million from Austria. Please welcome Mario Mosbuk.
Our very own Triton ambassador, 3-time champion Mario Mosbok, looking to make it title number 4.
Once again, the button has been drawn to seat number 9. We roll back the blinds to 100, 200, 200. We have 9 hands remaining at this level. Players, I wish you all the very best of luck. Juanma, shuffle up and deal, please.
Well, you heard the man. Shuffle up and deal. It's go time. Final table of the 25K Jupiter event here, live from Jeju Island. 9 left, 1.3 million up top, 134,000 locked up. And we've got ourselves a deep stacked FT. 36 big blind average. You love to see it. Are you ready, Kev? I'm ready. Are you ready?
Always ready. 1.3 million up top. 134,000 on lock. I think the players are ready to fight for that prize.
I love how deep we are here. Just may the best man win, you know, let's just see some good cards. Some good cards being played.
Four. 400,000. Pass. Pass.
Vainas getting things started from +1. Catch up with his whole cards later. This a full 9-handed table. Vainas starting just shy of the chip lead.
We playing a little mystery hand to kick things off. I'm going with pocket 8s.
That's like your dream mystery hand, isn't it? Where they just throw the reverse at us and nobody sees a flop.
Oh, well, bad omen, knocking over chips there. If I was in Valinus' shoes, I'd probably just take a walk.
Bigger blind come down? Yeah. The
Yeah.
first price? No. Yeah, come down.
No, the big blinds, he said.
Oh, the big blind.
Yeah, they rolled them back.
Yeah. Because
Wow.
it was too short.
8s last hand,
Roll the
upgraded to aces.
At least 30 average.
Practically tied for the chip lead. Oh no. I mean, Kerber has to respect that this is an under the gun open. There is a 10 big blind stack out there.
Yeah, I don't think Kelvin is in danger of putting all 5.1 million in because of that. This looks like a small 3-bet, effectively 3-bet bluffing. Wakil quickly going to fold 2 8s. Not interested after this much action.
Easy fold.
And this,
oh, what on earth?
Just a cold deck for Padilla.
Second hand of this final table. We got aces under the gun. 3-bet from Kerber with the ace-jack. Padilla's just woken up with ace-king out the small blind, and surely he's out the tournament.
Yeah, this is a spot where he has to go with his hand. Maybe he could have left some chips back to avoid a multi-way all-in situation, but it's just going to go in against Ander either way. Even if he had left some chips behind here, going like 3 million, Vainas would be asking for the rest.
By the way, kudos to the Spaniard. Just took a bit of time and, you know, asking the dealer how much. I haven't picked up on anything in terms of the strength of his hand. Obviously, Kerber's going to be folding regardless, but just in case Kerber was in there with a close one. He can't believe his good fortune. And inversely, Padilla can't believe his misfortune. Second hand of the final table.
You have anything?
29 big blinds. Comes with the 4-bet jam, and he is run into the blades. Doesn't get much worse than that. He's drawing to running 4s or running kings. Has just 0.3% equity. Make that 0. And that's going to sting. That is going to sting for quite some time. You've only just sat down at the table. The adrenal glands are probably still firing. Heart rate likely still elevated. And just like that, your 29 big blinds are being shipped over to the Spaniard. Ace-king into aces. Man down.
Just brutal. Unavoidable cooler, of course, for Padilla. Not the player you expect to go home first at the final table. He was middle of the pack.
Of course, I mean, yeah, everyone just kind of expecting Paulie V to be the first man all in at risk. He secures a ladder Pedro heads to collect 134,000. We're down to 8, 164,000 now. The on-tap payout, 41 big blind average. We have an overwhelming chip leader.
400,000.
Kuahn Wu is going to contemplate his ability to enter this pot. No longer the chip leader. Does pass on the king-jack offsuit, and we're just handing out aces.
Could we get a new deck? For a little three-handed shuffle? I don't see Kerber folding here. I mean,
no, and once he's open to pair, the price is way too good.
felt like a bit of a dicey open with the sevens from this position, 8-handed, covered by, what, 4 players behind, opening into the chip leader's big blind as well. What's this tank for, Kev?
Well, Pauly V is short enough that he's expecting Vainas in the big blind to get involved a reasonable percentage of the time. But he's actually taken so long at this point that I'm wondering if he's thinking about a flat. It's not totally out of the question. No, he's just figuring out how many chips to leave behind. Not going to matter because Vainas does not have a playable hand.
1.2.
He would have defended, though, had Pauly V just flatted out the small.
This makes more sense to me, though, at final tables. You're starting to see some players leave chips behind in the hopes that their opponent will just flat instead of putting them in. Not so relevant when Pauly V has aces, but very relevant when he's getting it in here with like king-jack of spades. Just kind of hoping, okay, I'm going to leave some chips back, give you very little incentive to ask for the rest, and just hope that we can kind of check down in a spot where I would have lost the flip. That kind of thing makes sense with other parts of the range. When you've got aces, it's you sort of just want all the chips in to make sure that you get paid.
What's the idea behind that, though? Can you break that down?
Well, the incentives are kind of there for both players to not put every last chip into the middle. So from Pauly V's perspective, if he doesn't have a sure thing hand, getting a double to 2.9 million is not all that different from getting a double to 3.2 million. But if he loses this pot and he doesn't bust the tournament, that's massive. I mean, they're 8-handed and he's in the small blind. He could play 6 free hands if he loses the hand but doesn't have to put his last chips in.
Okay, but wouldn't Kerber want him to put his last chips in to eliminate him and get the ladder?
Potentially, yes, but it depends how good Kerber's hand is, right? I mean, if he's just got king high, spending quite a lot of time thinking through, I imagine, the same dynamic that we're talking about right now, but if the other player's got... Oh, wow. I did not have that one on tap.
That's an elite fold, man.
That is absolutely an elite fold.
That's an elite fold, and you saw the reactions of both Pauly V and Jamil there. Look, Kerber's used a good, 3 minutes to chew on that one, but ultimately making the right laydown, and...
I cannot believe he found that fold.
And I do wonder, like, is Pauly V a little bit insecure now, kind of just thinking, did I give something away with that, like, deliberation pre-flop? Wow. Great fold. Been a fun day in the office for Kerber, who was down to, what was it? It was 700K at big blind, 200K, right?
Yeah.
It was this level.
Yeah.
And he spun it up. Got king jack in against ace queen, spiked to king on the river, and fast forward a couple of hours. Here we are, final table, 8 left. He's got 18.5 bigs.
7.
I haven't even really had the chance to settle in to my seat. Give a shout out to the fans around the world watching this final table, the 25K Jupiter event. Hope you're all doing well. Let us know over on YouTube where you're joining us from. Let us know who you're rooting for and get involved in that poll that we've got running over on the Triton Poker Plus app. You can vote for which nation will end the day with the chip lead. Man, and Valinas is just absolutely flying right now. He cashed in every Triton 1 event that he played, including 3 final tables and that $1.3 million score in the main event. Now here he is, final table of the 20K. These are the types of runs that every tournament player in the world dreams of.
I didn't want to interrupt, but Kuisong Wu just opened 10-7 off from +2.
I mean, I can tell by the tone in your voice.
And just took down the blinds. What?
The tone in your voice kind of implying that that's not standard for my man Kuisong Wu, okay?
We just watched Kerber get away from pocket 7s for 6 bigs. And Kuisong is like, you know what? You guys took way too long last hand. I'm a little bit bored. 1.3 is not doing it for me. Let's press. He just opened.
Oh man.
JNT folded Jack 5 suited in the big blind too. I thought we were going to go to a flop between the two most interesting people to me at this final table, and they're just take down the blinds.
No. Just in there with the 10-7. Card sense, you know, just the spidey sense.
Well, Vainas is a little more in line with this Jack 8 open in the cutoff. Still light, of course, and Joe's going to get involved. Pocket 10s. Quickly finds just a flat here. I like this. 30 big blinds effective. A little bit thin to get all of it in.
Yep.
I wouldn't hate a 3-bet call. Cutoff versus button, but I do think that this makes perfect sense to play cautiously.
Ace-4 deuce. Couple of spades. Spaniard with the superior spade in hand, should that become relevant.
Kind of expect just upfront aggression here from Vainas. Not expecting Joe to have a lot of Ace-X. Very easy for him to represent this card and just...
Joe plays so fast, by the way. Sorry to interrupt. Just like snap called pre, snap called flop.
He's got 8 minutes of clock in his time bank. Let's see if Vainas is brave enough to continue firing. He's got a reasonable, just kind of airball hand to run a bluff with, but out of position against a dangerous player. It's not easy. He just shuts it down.
Does Joe want to reopen the action?
Definitely a chance to get some value here with 10s. It would look thin if ranges were tighter, but Vainas is going to be opening so wide, it's kind of easy for him to have a 9. He's going to have any pocket pair, 3s, 5s, 6s, all these hands. I like this. I think pocket 10s is strong enough to do this, and I also think that Joe's range is protected enough that he can bet thin and not worry about getting check raised light.
Big Joe Trent fan. Look looking to add a second Triton title to his trophy cabinet. His first one coming in the 4-card discipline, the Great Game, Pot Limit Omaha. How about this man at the table as well? It just wouldn't surprise me if in 30 minutes time, Kuahn Wu is out in 8th or overwhelming chip lead. Like, both are just as, you know,
just as likely as each other.
Just as likely as each other. You never know. This is the guy that was opening 8-3 offsuit on the button. Defendable one for Jamil. In theory, although there is a 2.25x from the cutoff.
Jamil will certainly continue. He might think through his option to 3-bet bluff. But I don't think it's necessary with the suited king. These two are also playing quite deep. So you're not going to see just a whole lot of 3-betting in general from Jamil out of the big blind. Quickly checks through. Don't expect a lot of action between these two hands, both kind of content to reach showdown, although Joe might decide to start going for value if he faces another check. I think it's quite reasonable to think ace-10 is good.
Wow, another snap check back from Joe. And a little duckling on the river, giving Wakil trips. Now he's going to have value on his mind. The question is, how much? Do we go greedy? I mean, check, check, flop, and turn.
Yeah, I would like a big bet here from Jamil. I don't think that he has a whole lot of thin value bets to worry about balancing for. Like if he has 10-8 here on the river, he probably just checks again. He goes about 3/4 pot. I think he could have even gone bigger, but this size is just going to get snapped, I'm pretty sure. Ace-10 is looking very strong, maybe even chopping with value.
Little duck. Ship a 3 million chip pot. Wakil's way. Up to 9 milli. So after less than an orbit, Kuahn Wu came in first in chips, has moved down to second, and Valinas, the overwhelming chip leader. Jamil Wakil working his way up to third. We haven't seen anything from J&T thus far. He's just chilling there on his 43 big blind stack. Haven't seen anything from Mosbok either.
Seen plenty from this man, and we'll be seeing more. Another premium. Ace-Jack of Hearts for Vainas. And I'm not going to jump ahead to call the action on this one out of the big blind. Let's see what Wu has in mind.
Okay. We can all let out a collective sigh of relief as the Jack-3 hits the muck.
I was like 70% sure it wasn't going to hit the muck, so I'm also relieved.
Seeing a lot of love in the chat from the Brazilian fans. Love to have you in here. We got Salko tuning in from Bosnia. How's it going? Going back to that sevens fold. People losing their minds.
Yeah, that was top shelf.
Was indeed. John Philippe saying, hey, Kelvin. How's the charity stuff going? Did have a big project, mate. Just started our 4th school project. Thanks for checking in. Got South Africa in the chat. How's it going?
I think we've got another opportunity for these two to square off. Paulie V opening min off of 12 blinds with this ace-10 suited. You don't see as much open jamming from under the gun 8-handed at a final table, so this smart operations to start, but what does that leave Kerber with? 16 blinds is not a lot to think about 3-betting small. Are we just in with ace-queen? 900 could make this interesting. I think against jam, Paulie V had a raise fold. I think against 900, it is unclear what to do.
All options on the table, is what you're saying.
Well,
jam, flat, fold.
Yeah, flat is kind of coming to mind as the most likely. Partly because I think if we're all in for 2.3 million, do we really have fold equity against 900? Is he going, yeah, 4.5 bigs to fold to 11.5 bigs? I don't think so, and I don't think Paulie V expects that. So he's probably just debating, is my hand strong enough from under the gun to peel, or should I just fold? He's going to pass.
1-1.
I'm there.
Fresh melon juice saying, how is this French dude always at FTs? I mean, you tell me. You tell me. The man, I'm trying to recall a series where he just hasn't made a deep run. My man's on the button. Got a funny feeling if he's opening 8-3 offsuit on the button, that he's opening any two. Currently not sure what he has. Yeah, it's King 4, and Paulie V is happy to take the spot with the ace-3. Gets snapped off. Here we go. This is for Paulie V's tournament life. If he can just hold here, he's back up to what, 15 bigs?
Well, that was king. You thought the 4 was an ace. They look close.
Small money.
Oh,
one. I know it's told me that I'm not your favorite.
Are you angry? Are you afraid? King.
He's afraid you're so confident.
Yes,
there's the king.
Right.
He called for it, and the poker gods delivered. Now needs to fade an ace. We're running straight cards for the Lithuanian. Well,
I like this card.
You like?
Yeah, I love it.
It turns 2 pair, but Paulie V interestingly picks up and out. Needs a duck, otherwise he is cooked. Doesn't find it. GG's Paulie V falling to Q Song Woo. Came into this final table as the chip leader. He's extending now, trying to catch back up with Ander Valinas, who's taken the chip lead. Managed to secure 1 ladder. Paulie V came in as a short stack. got it in good. Just had that really close spot with the ace-10 against the ace-queen. But hopefully doesn't lose much sleep over the way things played out. Got to win your 60-40s, Kev. And just like that, we are down to 7. And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be calling it a night once we get down to 6 players.
That's what we've been told. Paulie V there, I don't think is going to lose any sleep over his bust-out hand, but might think back to that aces versus sevens hand when he watches the tape. Stop to investigate what kind of magic Kelvin Kerber was pulling against him.
It's that Brazilian magic. 7 left, 37 big blind average. God, you can just see the headline already. Kuahn Wu and the Eliminations just play a 30 million chip pot out of nowhere.
I don't think it's going to be this one.
I got a funny feeling it won't be this one as well, but I can see it.
One can dream.
I can see it.
I do think it's sort of on Vainas in this sort of situation to recognize, okay, I've got a dangerous customer at the table, the only one who can threaten my stack. And he kind of has to choose how to get away from potential confrontations.
Well, if you haven't heard, the new news in town is our title sponsor, Jupiter Exchange. And the title of this event, the 25K Jupiter event, head on over to jupe.ag. You can use the stable coin for on-chain finance, Jupe Global, as well as Jupe Prediction, the ability to trade on real-world events. Really simple to use as well, by the way, if you haven't already. You use it on like your Phantom wallet, or whatever it is that you use. Really, really easy and seamless. Ace-8 now for JNT.
We are moving up to level 15 with a small line of 10,000, the big line of 25,000, and then big line is 0, 25,000, and 25, 25. Next one, please. 30 events.
Nothing home for anyone behind.
Watch, cover your cards or no? Yes. Cover, yeah, a little.
JNT takes that one down.
Cause he's JNT, he's dynamite. JNT, he'll win the fight. JNT, he's a
no, I couldn't see the
poker beast.
I know it's hard to try out.
JNT, now watch him feast. I'm sorry guys, I'll never do that again. Just had to get it out the system. Let's go JNT. It's the CIA.
I'd buy tickets to your tour.
I apologize to absolutely every viewer out there right now. If you have any complaints, feel free to email Triton Poker Series HR at neverlethenrysingain.com. Oh, I felt like it was coming. Little slap on the wrist here from our chip leader. Just kindly reminding Jamil who the table captain is, and maybe expecting Wakil to open a little bit lighter than he normally would, given the customer in the big blind, a potential perceived, you know, weaker link.
I do think all of that's happening, but Also, these two hands just very reasonable for the spot. Vainas is meant to 3-bet bluff a lot in this chip distribution. King-Jack offsuit. Nothing too out of the ordinary. And Wakil's just in a legitimately tough spot. Traditional logic says you don't want to flat 3-bets out of position against the chip leader very much unless your price is excellent. His price there was not great. I don't mind the fold at all.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Arin's just doing his thing.
Oh, wait, oh, wait. Thank you. Looking just nice.
James Grant saying, don't ever do that again. Thanks, James. I won't.
You were very clear about that.
Well, see, now I'm confused, though, because Cal Norton's saying, do it on the hour, every hour.
Because your voice reminds him of church bells.
I did have an outer body experience just then. Like, I was like floating above the stage here, taking shape of an angel as Kerber. Archangel of 3-bet jamming, ace-5 of spades into the wide open, the chip leader.
Yeah, nice take there from Kerber. J&T also a notable fold in the small blind, King-9 suited. He has not been as active as we might have thought going into this final table, as he still just kind of sits near the middle of the chip counts. Healthy, but not getting overly active.
He's been impressive, man. I mean, look, give Kerber 40 big blinds and I can very much see him just closing it out, you know. Even now, with 19 bigs, it poses a threat.
Well, he's going to have to contend with Kuisong Wu, who's back at it with Queen-9-0 under the gun. I think 4 out of the 6 folds I just saw were stronger hands than Queen-9.
They were, yeah. Ace-5 suited, King-10.
Well, Jamil's not going to fold Ace-10 in the big blind, though. Call is announced. Head to a flop UTG versus big blind.
Ace, Queen 4. Beautiful development for Jamil. Under-repped. Don't think Q-Song ever expects Jamil to have that many top pairs. Q-Song continuing with the Queen-9. Goes small.
Ace-10, strong enough to consider a check raise for value under normal circumstances, but at a final table, I think Jamil's just going to check call. Try to keep this pot manageable. He's way ahead or way behind.
6 of diamonds on the turn.
Very clean development.
Was it Kerber with the ace-5 of diamonds in the small blind, was it? J&T on the button. It was one of those positions, I think.
I thought it was Joe in the cutoff.
Oh, really? Right, okay. That's a weird sizing. Small on the flop, small on the turn.
Yeah, you can kind of see the intent when we're looking at Queen-9, right? Kind of a marginal strength hand, hoping to freeze the betting at this price. Maybe hoping to protect against some backdoor draws. I wouldn't have minded to see Wakil jump on it a little bit, but I understand just feeling constrained by the ICM situation.
Oh, hello.
Oh, a recommendation sneaks in from our sponsor, GTO Wizard.
Shout out GTO Wizard.
Given the line taken, given the exact chips and stack depths, all of the final table details, as far as I understand, taken into consideration when we get those recommendations. We'll hope to see more of those in the future. As played. Just clean check, check. Jamil doesn't exactly extract the max with his ace-10, but shows down the winner and picks up a healthy one.
I do wonder. The likes of Kelvin, Kerber, Marion Mosbach, Jamil Wakil.
No, I think that's
the
right.
adjustments they'll be making once the stream catches
lucky
up,
touch?
the
No,
delayed
tell me.
feed, and
Let's see.
they hear about this 10-7 open. They hear about this Queen-9 open from under the gun.
Yeah, the scouting report will be coming in, if it hasn't already, from previous parts of the tournament. Although you never know if it's going to continue at the final table.
Not so lucky.
You didn't play, you can tell.
For our chip leader. Is this the
At
30
least I
million
didn't
chip
lose.
pot? I was
Not unlucky.
Yeah, true.
Just not lucky.
6-4 deuce flop, you know.
Those are the stylistic adjustments I was talking about. How are you going to read a guy who opens 8-3 off on the button and folds 5-3 in the big blind? Just misranging at all stages of the hand. Very easy to do. Even that Queen-9 hand, I'm sure Wakil, you expect some thin value, but you didn't.
He's still playing great.
You don't anticipate
He's still
exactly
playing
what's
great.
coming there.
Knocked out one player.
Once you see it on the stream, there's a big adjustment to be made.
223,000, the current on-tap payout. Laying down to 6 tonight. Could take us a while to get there, just given the average stack and just
You
given
get more
the
time bank at
talent.
6 people.
Talent at this
In the
table.
final table, they give us 100 seconds.
At the beginning.
Yeah, at the
But
beginning of final table.
If we're talking
2 minutes is the world, bro.
based purely on No Limit Hold'em results, Mario
I'm
Mosbach is
jealous of
ranked
JNT.
number
He could be
14
quicker like him. 8 minutes.
in the world in terms of Money One rankings. At Triton, 15.7 million. JNT ranked 44th with 9 million. Paulie V, who's out the tournament, 84th with 4.2 million. Nobody else is in the top 100, so if experience counts, your champion is going to be coming from the Austrian side of the table. But he's got his work cut out currently at the shortest stack with 15 bigs.
Yeah, experience is going to have to deal him about 5 or 6 double ups. It's going to take down this tournament. Mario sitting on 15 bigs.
I think the plan is get down to 6, bag and tag for day 3, get a good night's rest, maybe get some friends to watch the tape, send you over a little executive summary.
And then get dealt kings. First hand off the deck against queens and ace-king.
Fantastic.
I think that's a major part of the plan as well.
Or ace-king into aces, second hand of the day.
That was not the plan.
That was definitely not the plan.
But that's because Padilla didn't have the chance to sleep on it.
True. There we go.
Had he bagged and tagged, maybe he could have planned for a different result. I'm sorry to Pedro.
You want to raise?
Yeah. This one. Yeah.
In the front is orange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Let's go JNT. Kicking things off under the guns. Let's find a little black 6 on the flop. Is Valina's thinking of taking this upstairs again? Just gonna call. Wants to take it to the streets, play the hand out of position.
Yeah, I don't mind this from Ender. It's
Here we go.
a very weak hand, but chip leader leverage doesn't just stop pre-flop.
Check.
Gets so much extra, so many extra liberties post. But
oh, hang on.
Dangerous to make these assumptions, I guess.
Hang on,
Mr. Main Event.
Because it's come Jack 10-3. Valina's has the best of it, but JNT has fired out a monster C-bet. More than half pot into 2 opponents. Ander has got Joe behind. He mucks the best hand.
Oh.
And what about Joe? Bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw.
I think we got to get out with the 4-3 of diamonds. I would have liked to see Vainas continue. The King 10, yeah, I don't know. This is so expensive for Joe, and it's, what, SPR 1 now for him? Very dangerous board. And he's even losing to an effective bluff.
3.9 million. JNT's just going to be all in. Let's go, baby. Let's go, JNT. Piece them up.
This is... Joe's not thinking about this, is he? I mean, he is thinking about it, but I hope for his sake.
Let's it go. And the thing is, even if you are up against an ace-queen,
yeah,
even if you're up against ace-king, maybe like an ace-5 of hearts or something, like, you really want to call it off for your tournament life and still be up against a hand with that much equity? Come on. This is why he's dynamite. Got the best hand to fold, extracted $1 million in value from a weaker hand, and then value jammed the turn. Get out of here, man. You can take your GTO books, solvers.
Get your books out of here.
Shove them where the sun don't shine. All right.
Harrington on Hold'em. Forget about it.
Telling you now, if J&T...
Theory of poker.
GTO Wizard are looking for a new ambassador.
Rip it up.
Sign J&T. You just automatically get 2,000 subscribers from tomorrow.
$30 million chip potting coming.
Here we go. You know the flop we're looking for. A little deuce, 3, 4.
Well, this could be... Oh, Joe's just out of there. Let's see what JNT wants to do. He's somehow covered by both players. He's got 10 million chips.
2 big stacks. You do?
And he notices.
3 big stacks.
Yeah, he's no slouch. He's not one to push around.
Love that. Verbal declaration that everyone's deep. And just like, well, I don't care. 3-bet to 2.1.
Wow, is Q-Song really... Oh, wait, is he just going to flick this in here with the suited? Oh, he lets it go. And what about Valinas? I mean, you're closing the action, you're in position, flicking the call, flop a deuce, and stack a big hand and just be runaway chip leader.
It's very tempting to think of this, but I just don't think the price is there. JNT's sized this well. 1.6 million is a lot to invest, and you'd be sending that over to one of the guys who can actually challenge you for chip lead.
Can we rabbit hunt?
Thank you. No one comes close.
Production team?
No one comes close.
Can you show us the flop, please?
Was there a deuce?
Was there a deuce on the flop? Were there a couple of spades out there?
Just wink once if there was a deuce.
I've never wanted to rabbit hunt so much in my life. That'd be a cool, like, stream interactive thing.
Yeah, we just need the dealer to run the cards over like a little box
Yeah.
next to the flop. Could be done.
Super Mario, 15 bigs, Queen Jack of Spades, shortest stack.
Yeah, tempting hand class to just like be all in with, or at least make a committing raise. I kind of like this choice to min raise, and it's going to save him because Joe is not going to pass on the opportunity to jam here.
Question is, what does Joe do? Does he 3-bet in juice? Does he just rip it in? He's just going to rip it in.
Could have been curtains for Mario if he took the riskier route. Wisely min raise folding. Live another day. And 5's looking pretty. No, not enough.
J&T on the button.
550.
Raise 550,000.
Oh.
Kerber's got a reasonable one here against any button range. Just 16 blinds. This should work.
4 million. 4 million. 50,000.
No.
Too much.
Kerber, 20 bigs. Gary saying this final table looks like the cast for a Gone in 60 Seconds sequel. I don't know why that's hilarious, but that's hilarious.
Well done.
Just the most random collection of 7 people who are out just boosting cars.
Yeah,
And
somehow.
somehow.
Everyone could be a car thief.
Yeah. I could see Mario as like as one of like the escape drivers. J&T is just some like under the hood wizard that just knows his way around an engine, the same way Ratatouille knows his way around a kitchen. You got Jamil in there, he's like the henchman, you know. You got my man Q-Song. He's like tapping into police radios and stuff just to make sure that, you know, they haven't been tipped off. I can see it. I can see it. We call up Hollywood.
Yeah.
All right. We'll put these guys forward. We get Producer Lee directing that one. And who was the main actor in Gone in 60 Seconds? It's the main actor in Gone in 60 Seconds.
I'm hopeless.
How can you be hopeless? He's so famous.
Well, because I didn't watch it.
Nicolas Cage, that's it.
250.
Thanks, Producer Lee. Wow. Hang on.
Blind versus blind, limp
Q-Song's
check.
Flicked it in on the turn. And he's going to flick it in on the river. If Queen High was good on the turn, it's still good on this river.
Perhaps. Let's see what size. I assume a bet is coming from Jamil. Don't see a lot of merit in checking to induce. I think it's just big bet territory. Represent trips.
I think Q-Song's going to beat him to the pot.
What if he announces 2.5 million?
Okay, well, in that case.
1.8.
He's got calling chips in hand.
I love this.
He so desperately wants to be a hero.
Honestly, just normal played hand up to river for Kuisong. Like queen high against one big blind on the turn. Totally reasonable defend. Now on the river, this is just thinking of heroism. You beat bluffs. You also probably block them.
Yeah, that's a good point. You'd rather hero with queen 8, right?
Yeah, anything that doesn't interfere with like 4, 5, 6.
It's giving Jamil credit for a bluff here on this board. He's going to flick in the call. Jamil Wakil is up to 11.7 million.
Generated by that limp with ace queen wasn't mandatory. I think if Jamil had just opened 3.5x or whatever, gets a fold pre and doesn't win that big pot.
Bet so big.
Why bet so big? Because you call. That's the honest answer.
Big hand, big bet.
No, fish call.
Oh, that's brilliant.
哎呀，靠了个1.5倍的超值。So fish, I'm so fish.
I love the self-deprecation at the table.
Race.
Race.
Ace.
Mario's leading, by the way.
Yeah, just no
you can
spots
afford
for
it.
him.
You have lots of chips.
I can fool. Next time, next time.
Moving on up, he's second in chips. It is tight up there. I mean, Jamil's got 47 bigs, JNT's got 48 bigs, Q-Song Woo's got 45, and then there's a big drop-off to Kerber, who's fifth in chips with 20 bigs. Joe Tran in sixth with 19 bigs, and then Mario Mosbach, currently the shortest stack at this table with 11 big blinds. Round to the cutoff, Jamil with an ace, but does have a couple of loose cannons behind.
Yeah, kind of hand that would happily open given his chip stack at any normal final table, but I think that's wise to just pass on the spot. Gonna open the door for this, and oh boy, I mean, we saw Kuisong Wu quickly call off what was a 7 big blind rejam with king 4 offsuit. Like
yeah,
9-8 suited is strong.
That's his snap calling. 2 million more. Little smirk, just double checking.
Too much.
I love that we're playing for
Easy call. Too much.
1.3 million, and my man's just
2.6.
flicking in the call and saying easy call. So here we go.
Good luck.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Good luck for
Easy
you.
call.
Yeah, for me.
Our very own Triton Poker Ambassador, 3-time champion, Mario Mosbach, all in at risk, card dead up until now. First spot he's had. Can he hold? Not on the flop. 10-8-4, middle pair for Q-Song Wu. 2 cards to come. Mario needs paint for some help. There's 6 million chip pot. There's the help.
Oh, you more. King. 9.
Kicks up, outs.
Yeah, okay.
Ace, king 9 needed. And it's needed now. Otherwise he is out of here.
Oh, sorry. GG. Good luck.
No fourth title for Mario.
Good luck, bro. You got it.
Oh, thank you.
Handshakes all round, as always. The lads on the rail, Sam Muller, they're offering some consolation words as Mosbok will head to collect $223,000 for his efforts. Just card dead from the start, right?
Yeah, no opportunities really for Mario. Really all the eliminations we saw at this final table, Paulius, Pedro, just kind of inevitable busts given their card distribution. Chips rising to the most active players we've seen. JNT on 50 bigs, Kuisong Wu almost 60. And Ander Vainas, 17.6 million.
Well, for those of you that got involved in that poll over on the Triton Poker Plus app and voted Spain, well, congratulations, you were right. The Spaniard, fresh off that second place finish in the Triton 1 main event for a career best of 1.3 million, has bagged the chip lead in this 25K Jupiter. 6 left, and I'll tell you what, set your alarms for tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time, because this is a very interesting final 6.
Yeah, I mean, and they've got a lot of chips to play with, right? We're talking about average stack 44 big blinds, and 4 out of the 6 remaining players are above that average. The 2 shorter stacks, Kelvin, Kerber, and Joe Schwan, healthy, 20 big blinds each. Lots and lots of play remaining tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how, like, Kerber, let's just sing him some flowers, clearly a very talented poker player from Brazil. I'm curious to see how he navigates this, because we've already seen, you know, Kuisong Wu, JNT, these are guys that will happily play a 25 million chip pot.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, he already showed off some of that talent. We were singing his praises when he folded pocket 7s to a 6 big blind 3-bet all-in from Paulie V. If he's willing to deviate that much against an excellent poker player, then there's just endless opportunity for him to navigate around this final table.
Well, these 6 are going to bed having guaranteed 304,000. They're coming back tomorrow battling for 1.3 million and that coveted Triton trophy. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time, playing down to a champion. Good night.